let's see what's on.
But that's not all. The Switch 2 attaches controllers with electromagnetic technology.
Cool.
4K raw power.
Do you struggle with unexpected movements? Shut up! You may be. It's been a long time, Game Bird Classic.
Papa?
Sure. What is bothering you, my child?
It's just, tonight's the Nintenbyte Podcast, and I have nothing to wear, and I'm scared.
But child, the Nintenbyte Podcast unleashed a new line of merch, including sick t-shirts.
Really?
Here, I'll show you.
Gaze into the power! The future is now. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, we're unleashing the brand new Nintenbyte Podcast merch.
So rad. Nintenbyte rules.
Introducing the Nintenbyte Podcast shirt. Each shirt is made with 100% farm fresh carrot fibers.
Carrot.
We turned a carrot into a shirt. But that's not all. Presenting the Nintenbyte pint glass for all you milk lovers. Nintenbyte offers a variety of merch. And never miss the mark.
I'm Nintendo Prime. I'm Thunderstash.
I'm Game Bird Classic. So order now while your body is ready.
Don't mind me over here. I'm just having some of that prime milk in our Nintenbyte Podcast
in merch.
I think that's going to be
T-shirts, people.
Yeah, that's great.
It's like towards the end, it actually sort of introduces all the hosts.
Yeah, right.
It's like actually a really. We should just use that for the intro for a while.
Yeah, hey, you forgot to put master clickbaiter.
Yeah, there it is. Oh man! All right, guys, welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast, everyone. It's Switch 2 Day. It's the holiday, baby, and it kind of keeps going. We have, much more happening the next 2 days as well. If you guys are watching live, you can get your super chats in for the Q&A as always. Some of the stuff will feature throughout if it's relevant to what we're talking about at that moment. That being said, let's go around and introduce everyone who's here. We got Eric Moore.
Hello.
He was rocking one of the new shirts. There it is. Oh, baby. Look at that back. Baby got back. Oh. No. This is way more fun. This is way more fun. Yeah, I have an injury. What do you owe you? Oh, my back. Okay, that's fair as well.
That was a noble effort.
Mike Odyssey, who's apparently worth $80.99.
Yeah, I'm bringing up the prices, baby.
All right.
This shirt, $100. Hat, $100.
There we go.
G-Fuel, $3.
$3. We got Gamer Classic. I'm sorry, Game Turd.
What is up?
It's
Game Bird. Yeah, no, I got a comment. in a recent video saying "nice video, game turd." I don't know if it was meant to be mean. It made me laugh, and so I thought I'd throw it in that
No,
video.
dude, I love that you put the clickbaiter for me. I'm like, this is awesome. I fucking love it. This is great.
I am so happy to be represented by a sock puppet. I'm totally fine
That's
with
why
it.
you do the sock puppet for Eric. I'm like, oh my god, this
Yeah.
is the silent one.
Yeah.
You know, I asked for footage from you guys. Eric didn't submit anything. And I was talking to my wife. I was like, I can't leave him out, so I've got to do something.
That was great.
So
Yeah.
I had two things that I tried: the sock puppet, and I also did like the silhouette with like the deep voice. You know, when someone
Sure.
anonymous, the sock puppet
Yeah.
I think landed a little bit better.
No,
But,
the sock puppet was great, and I love
But,
that
hey.
you're talking because that's Eric most of the podcast.
But yeah, Switch 2 Day, baby. Excited to be here. And for all you milk lovers, be sure to snag a Nintenbyte Podcast shirt as soon as possible. There you go. Slurp that milk.
I'm not even wearing. Actually, you know what? Technically, I am wearing the Nintenbyte one underneath, but I have like a wrap around it because of my hernia. So whatever. So I'm actually wearing the merch right now. Thunderstash Gaming.
What a day. For real. Like rapid fire news all day. I took a nap. A very small nap, came back. Socials were blown up. I'm like, I can't check this right now.
Yeah.
I just got to go into the podcast. I'll check the news later, but so much news today. Wild stuff.
Oh my gosh, it's been absolutely insane today, guys. There was so much news today. This felt like a year's worth of news in a day.
Yeah.
Especially after all the rumors having to cover, having so much legit stuff. And then things are really confusing because like Nintendo didn't put certain things in the direct that they probably should have put it in the direct, but then they didn't put it in the direct, so it never really got properly explained. Now everyone's confused. Everyone thinks that physical games are $90 in the US, even though that's not the case. Dude, it's wild right now. It's a wild west. People are misunderstanding what some of the stuff was announced. Yes, things are expensive. That is something we're going to get into. We don't have our traditional topics set up like we do this time because there's just so much to get into, but we do have a couple more people here. For some reason, Paul Gale Network's here twice. I'll just add in the one that's got video. It says you're in here twice, Paul. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if you can hear us.
Paul has the 2 switch on.
Yeah, he's got the 2 switch on. Let me unmirror his camera.
Hi, Paul.
It won't let me unmirror him. I don't know.
Paul
That would have
can't.
been so great if
Paul
it was
can't
just
hear
a
us.
cardboard.
I don't know. I like
cutout.
Paul can hear us.
I think
Why
Paul's
can't he
pulled
see
his-
us?
Paul's pulled his
You have to add the other one in. Paul, now can you hear me?
Oh my gosh, we got 2 Pauls.
There's 2
Super
Pauls.
press
Can
one.
you hear me now, Paul? No. There's
Can you unmirror that camera?
Oh no.
there's literally it's not his phone yet. Clearly not working out for him. All right. That being said, well, Paul Gale is sorting
He
out
should
his
stay like
audio.
that the whole show. That's great.
The whole show. I have a feeling he's gonna be dipping out. It's okay. I told him to wait till he got home. He could have just waited till he got home. It's okay. It's gonna be a long show. Anyways, he's supposed to be here. So is another person. We'll see if they show up. It doesn't matter. We have at least 5 people here that are all solid to go. I'm just gonna. Well, you're just gonna get hidden for now. We'll just remove you for now. We'll wait until he gets that sorted out. All right. So we have a lot to get into. So I think the pertinent place to start is probably with the news that has people pissed off the most.
Yeah.
I want most of this podcast to be positive if we are positive about the stuff they actually showed and the new features. But there is a lot of negativity out there. So I would say probably a vocal minority just being really, really loud.
Yeah.
Today, I've seen many tweets, many posts about, oh my God, we got to pirate Switch 2 games. This pricing is ridiculous. So we'll start with the pricing, right? So there's a lot going on with the price. I actually have notes for this one, so I'm gonna use them. So first off, the cost of the console, like that's price point number one. We thought they were gonna put it at the end of the direct. They didn't. When they didn't do that, I was like,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm like, this is gonna be 500. Pretty much, but not. It's $449 in the US.
Plus tax.
Yeah, plus tax. Obviously, there's tax. And then $499 for the Mario Kart bundle, which is the way to go if you plan to get Mario Kart, because Mario Kart's $80.
Yeah.
So we'll get to that. So In the UK, it's actually 395 pounds for the base model and 429 pounds for the Mario Kart bundle. They have the same two SKUs are in all the countries they're going in. Japan's actually a little weird. They technically have 3 SKUs. They have the Mario Kart bundle, they have the normal one, and then they have a Japanese language only, so a non-region free. So a region locked console for $130 less than their region free console is about $470 US. It's $130. They're around like $330 on their region locked one. Now I don't know why Nintendo's doing that just in Japan. It's only Japan that has a one region lock system. The only thing I can think of is maybe they realize that there's a huge percentage of imports of games to Japan, or people buying them on other eShops, and they want to promote buying in Japan because of the exchange rates. So the only thing I can think of is that they're figure, hey, yeah, maybe we might even lose money on this system, but then we'll make it back on people having to buy games in Japan to use on the system. So, so time to learn Japanese. That's right. You want to learn Japanese and only play games out of Japan? There's actually a really, really cheap option for Switch 2 out there. It exists. Good luck on trying to get it imported. I'm sure it is possible, but good luck. So those are the console prices. Obviously, there's some other price points out there for other territories. Needless to say, it is basically cheapest in the US, like it usually is. More expensive everywhere else, even with taxes included. Still cheaper here. Japan is next with the cheap. They have the absolute cheapest system. But basically, it's US and Japan, the two major territories that have the cheapest ones. And everyone else just kind of got more expensive. And it got worse and worse and worse. Like it's like over $600 in Canada. Yeah. I've heard some. I saw some preliminary listings in Brazil. I don't even want to read off because it pisses me off because it's like over $1,000. So in the end, we'll just focus on what matters. I guess we all live in the U.S., so we'll focus on the U.S. pricing. Yeah. Are we good with the pricing of Switch 2? Just the system itself.
Well, the price for the system, I'm good with. I'm okay with. Because of the value it offered. We're now into the current generation, 4K, docked mode, 120 frames per second. We got 60 in 4K, 120 in HD, 1080 HP. So at least when it comes to the hardware, I'm okay with that. I'm fine with that because we were talking about that maybe 399. 449. It's been talked about before, so it was expected within 399 to 449. So short answer, yeah, I'm okay with it.
All right, Eric, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I called it in my bingo.
Yeah, he did say 440. He was expecting
the
450.
crappy thing is it wasn't announced in the direct, so I don't think it counts.
Yeah,
bastards. No,
pay attention to those direct bingos, guys. The news after is not part of it.
You still get our respect though for getting that.
Yeah,
right.
you still get the respect for that.
That's awesome.
Do I get respect for June 5th because I said June 6th?
Yeah, I mean it's close.
Well, that was really close.
I mean,
that was a nice guess.
I will say I was going to do June 5th, but I was like, I think they'll just go with the traditional Friday. So it was originally June 5th on my card. I'm like, they might do Friday instead, so I'm going to do June 6th.
But you said first week of June, so that counts.
Yeah. There we go. No, I don't get it on my bingo card. I might give myself credit. It wasn't the exact date, even though I had the right thought process.
I don't know. With all the stuff that had been rumored and stuff like that, I'm like, God, it's going to be more if they actually deliver on what these rumors are. It's going to be probably that 450, a little bit more than what we're thinking. So.
Okay. All right, Gamebird.
I am totally cool with this price point. I think given everything that we saw, what the Switch 2 is, what the Switch 2 does, I mean, the visuals we saw today, in my opinion, were beautiful. The system has games like Cyberpunk running beautifully on it.
Yeah.
But that being said, this is just like a gut instinct of mine. I feel like it probably pained Nintendo to price the Switch 2 $150 more than the Switch 1.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that they were hoping to have a $400 price line. And I say that with no outside knowledge or hearing anything from the Nintendo side. That's just like my own personal feeling. Knowing how they do their pricing throughout the years,
Makes
each
sense.
generation. I'm sure that was a tough call for them doing the 150 more, because people are going to talk about it. People, Nintendo fans are used to those more entry level price points. But as far as the value and the price, I'm cool with it. I mean, they could have charged me $4.99, and I still think it would have been way worth the price. I think past that $4.99 mark is when I would have been like, $5.50 seems a little bit high, but
Yeah.
I'm happy.
Can I add to that a little bit? Because I actually agree with what you're saying.
Sure.
Nintendo's not that kind of company that to bring those prices up, and I think it has to do with a lot of world things that are happening around, right? And to be honest, it is a little high. It is a little high for the average consumer, average parent who has 3 to 4 kids who they all need a Nintendo Switch. They probably have to wait for maybe this confirms that we're getting a lighter version at a later time.
Yeah, but the crazy thing about the lighter version is like, how cheap are they really going to go with it?
$100, $299,
$350. If we're 300, if we're lucky, right? $299.
Yeah,
that's still like $100 more than
it is. It is. And I was saying in my video that yes, we have inflation, but not everyone, not all the around the United States has seen their pay go up to match inflation. We're still kind of on the way up there. Like I can speak for teachers, right? My wife is a teacher. We've been in education for over 30 years, and so an average pay for a teacher starting up is 48,000 a year here in Florida. That was back in 2017, the same exact pay before inflation. So nothing has changed in regards to pay, right? And I'm pretty sure that goes across the board. Inflation is it's a big thing, but you feel it more just because you're not seeing your pay go up to match and inflation. And when I worked for Apple until just a year and a half ago, they were still trying to bring our salary up so that it kind of keeps up with inflation, and they were not there yet. So that's another thing to factor in. It's gonna be tough for a lot of families to at least get 2, which is like almost $1,000.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, what's up, Tucker?
What's up, dude?
Hi. I muted Twitter so I wouldn't get spoiled over the last few days, and I missed the restream invite, so that's why I'm a couple minutes late.
Okay. It's all right. So we're talking right now just about the price of the system itself. How are you feeling?
Sure. That is some crazy sticker shock. Well, actually, no, it's more crazy sticker shock is mostly for the games. $450, I think, in terms of the tech, feels a lot more reasonable. I mean, they showed so many different elements to the dock being improved, and internally built microphone, and obviously both of the Joy-Con are mice. Like the tech is actually significantly stronger, and so I think that the price makes sense for that. It's also still cheaper than its competitors, especially also in the handheld market. If you're going to get something comparable in terms of power, a Steam Deck is going to be more expensive. So $450, I think, is the bar, but it is fine. It's not ideal. I mean, I love $400, but that I'm okay with. It's the games jumping up so much.
Well, we'll talk about the games in a minute.
Of course. Yeah. But that makes sense. It's like the tech seems to be worth that price.
Yeah.
Okay. Thunderstash.
Yeah, so I'm good on the price of the console. As we've all talked about, it's some of the other things that we'll get into later, but I think the Switch was a really good deal. The Switch one.
Yeah.
It really was. And Nintendo probably could have charged more money for it, especially with the way it's sold. So I think if you take that also into consideration when you look at the price jump to Switch 2, and if you're being like real with yourself, it's not as big of a jump. I think they could have charged probably $50 more for Switch, no problem. So really then, if you look at it that way, it's not as big of a jump. We all, kind of collectively, I think as a community, right? Not just here locally with our podcast, but as a gaming community, kind of thought that $400 felt like the sweet spot. But we all also kind of said that it could be $500, and if it was, it would have to include Mario Kart.
Yeah. Exactly
Yeah.
what happens.
Yeah, that was said many times. Yeah.
Yeah, we've all said that.
Yeah.
And so here we are. Includes Mario Kart for $500, which,
Mm-hmm.
again, it looks like that's a really great way to go. Otherwise, you're paying 80 for it. And again, we'll get into that with the software, but I gotta wonder this too, with specifically that launch title, what that comes with the Switch 2 is that what does the $80 get us? There's a direct in 2 weeks
Yeah.
for Mario Kart. And I think that's all going to be detailed out. And I think when that direct is over, I really believe that we're all going to walk away saying, yeah, that's worth $80 with everything it's coming with.
Sure.
We don't even know
We
if
paid
it's gonna
60 for
include,
port.
yeah, it could include built-in DLC. We don't know. Nintendo could say we're going to add future track packs with that price point.
Free quote unquote free updates.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah,
Because again, this is supposed to be
that's possible.
an evergreen title, what we've talked about. That's why we predict it, Mario Kart, as the launch title, because it's going to be the first truly evergreen Mario Kart, meaning it's coming out on day one. This has never happened on any Nintendo console.
Ever.
So I look at it that way, and that, hey, let's not jump the gun. Let's give Nintendo the opportunity, right, to show us why it's worth this price. And I think by letting us know in the Switch 2 Direct that, hey, we have a Direct coming in 2 weeks for just Mario Kart, is their way of saying, like, don't jump the gun. Hold on a second. Well, let us cook a little bit and listen to what we got to say. So I think there's more to come.
You know what gets me upset about what you're saying? Gets me very upset.
What?
That you're right.
Oh.
Because the thing is that when I was looking at Mario Kart and I was looking, my God, this game looks so incredible. Everything they added to it is okay. It has a traditional Mario Kart, of course. You can do tricks. You can do all those railing things. You can
parkour, man.
Yeah,
we're doing parkour.
Yeah, now you
in carts.
There's like Titanfall and Sonic in there.
It never went through my head. Open world Mario Kart. You can just drive off and forget about the race and do whatever you want. Or just do that. What do you call that? The tour or whatever. What do they call it?
The free roam.
Yeah, free roam. I'm like, this game is incredible, and just looking at the amount of work that goes into that game and how much polished it looked than the other one, I'm like, it's worth it. And I think the fact that it's worth it is because now they allow you to share the game with your people inside the house, right?
Is that one confirmed?
So I want to pause there. We're getting a little too much into the software side. And I understand Mario Kart coming up because it's part of the hardware.
Yeah.
So just to get some thoughts in here, I thought the price point, a little high. I also think they set it in a way where they weren't going to have to pull a PlayStation. For those who don't know, the yen has been down and had really bad conversion rates now for over a year, and it was predicted to bounce back at the end of last year, and it never actually did. And for those who don't know, that's part of the reason why PlayStation's all digital went up $50. Originally it was $400. Now it's $450. They raised the price. Nintendo didn't want to be in a situation to raise prices in the middle of a generation. So I feel like they set the price point where they did, knowing we're pretty confident we can hold this price for the next 8 years. I know it sounds crazy, but look, they didn't drop the MSRP of Switch, did they? Not yet, anyways. Maybe this holiday, but and I try to also remind people that there's a lot of comments like, $450 prices it out of families. Well, the launch audience isn't families anyways. So let's just start there. This year one audience is usually not families. It's the hardcore.
Yeah. And now we have the Switch as the budget option. There's so many of them out there, and they're still going to be selling them. And it's possible, as you said, that they lower the general price of the Switch 1 and make that the budget option, much like new Nintendo 3DS or 2DS, 2DS were. Yeah, something like that.
But when we talk about budget options, it can't play the Switch 2 games.
Yeah.
So there's some interesting facets with this, though, that we'll get into in the software section. But when I just look at it, I always try to remind myself, well, you know what? In 2 years, could be as soon as actually next holiday, but I'm thinking more like 2028. They will have, or 2027. Sorry, there'll be a light version of the system.
Yeah.
There's going to be a smaller, more pocketable, can't disconnect Joy-Con version of the system. It's going to happen, and that's going to be cheaper. It's going to be at least 350, might hit 300. That would be the hope that it can get it down to 300. That's going to be the system that's going to be more for the kids, right? To get the kids with, because the Joy-Cons don't disconnect, and it's just cheaper, right? It's just cheaper all around. We know they're going to do that, and there's going to be an OLED or a Pro model or whatever 4 years from now, right? That's going to happen. One of the two, if not all in one, where it's OLED and a Pro model, and that one's $50 to $100 more even than now, which sounds crazy. But then if it's significantly better, cool. People will pay it. I mean, look, even if it's just an OLED, it's probably only going to be $50 more then, right? And people are already accustomed to that $499 price point because that's one of the SKUs is $499, and it comes bundled with a game. Now, I do think that they should have still bundled the game at $450, but not Mario Kart.
Yeah. Well,
Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour. That's literally the name of a game that we have to pay for.
That's crazy.
And by the way, we have pricing. We don't know the official pricing here, but it's roughly $6 US in Japan to buy the game. So it's literally a $5 to $10 game.
Yeah.
Why isn't it just included?
It should be included.
It should be on both, to be honest, but at least put it on the 450 model so they have something when they buy the system. And then you can just Mario Kart's the packet on the more expensive one.
Yeah, not bundling that in with the SKU made me feel like, who's going to buy this? And I'm sure there's going to be some, kids who pick it up. I'm sure
because it's only like $5. It's going to sell million just because it's so damn cheap. But
and then there it is. This is also seems to be profit Nintendo. They are very much saying we are now one of the premium options. We used to be the budget, family friendly in comparison to our competitors, but we are doing 4K. We are doing all of these things that are keeping us on par technology wise and profit wise. They're like, we need to make sure our stuff feels like a premium option. Even with the $5 game, it's like, why didn't you include it? I don't know, because we can make millions of dollars on this. That's profit Nintendo.
I mean, I look at the current Switches. Like this is a launch Switch. We got obviously the Lite over here. We got the OLED, and even though the OLED felt premium, I got to admit, it kind of feels like a toy compared to this. So.
Look at this guy.
but I'm serious. Like holding this thing, it literally these feel like a toy in comparison. Like this is such like a cool. I feel like Nintendo is in this situation where, they are okay being the Apple of gaming, and we want to now offer a premium offer. We will bring our cheaper offer later. And we actually did something really, really cool that might offset some of these price difficulties for families.
Yeah.
And that's where we get into the software, right? So
I have a question because I have a question because I haven't seen, obviously, I've seen the software side of this everywhere today, especially in terms of the new Mario Kart World. I haven't seen, although I did have a busy day, I haven't seen too much about the price of the console. Is this something that's been an issue today for people? Because I think we've all kind of agreed the price seems fine.
People are mad about the price are usually from other countries. Canada, it's super expensive.
Sure. That I understand.
Europe is super expensive. It's really, really expensive in some countries.
I don't know. I think based on what I saw, if I think 500 would be the cap, but if they had said it was 499, I would have been like, well, it makes sense. Like, this looks fantastic.
Well, as I said, when I hold the damn thing, this feels so much more premium. Like seriously, it's a truly I kind of get it. And the thing that made me okay with the console price, this touches on software a little bit, not the pricing, is you got. Stash, do you remember your reactions were big to this too during the direct when they kept announcing 4K 60 here, 4K 60 there, 1440 120 in this game, 1080 120 in this game. We're both just like, oh my god, yeah, of course it's 450, of course. I mean, it just announced more 4K 60 games than it probably exist on PS5.
And I play PS5 like every day, so I know firsthand.
Now, we all know it's because of the DLSS, but what's crazy is they streamed everything in 4K, right? So
did, yeah.
obviously they were pushing the 4K stuff. And I didn't notice any major ghosting issues or any major issues that people have had with DLSS over the years. It just looked clean.
Sure.
That's scary. We're
definitely going to get a good example of that tomorrow, or we have hours worth of footage over the next 2 days.
Yep.
4
Direct
hours,
footage.
2 hours in 2 days. So yeah, I feel like we've been talking about how DLSS is magic, but we've been kind of like, that's kind of a hyperbole term to say it's magic.
I mean,
the results are speaking for themselves.
I say it was magic from day one.
Yeah,
you know that.
Oh,
hey, let me bring this up too. Just about Mario Kart again, since it's the back-end title. Obviously, when the Switch 2 first trailer dropped, everyone seemed to be so concerned about how Mario Kart looked, and I kept saying, I think we did too, that they literally just slapped on some gameplay.
Yeah.
And it was not intended to look good, but you can't show off a new console without putting something on the screen.
Yeah.
We know Mario Kart's coming, so they threw Mario Kart on there. Now, after we've seen it, nobody's talking about that now, obviously. Everyone's like, dude, the new Mario Kart looks amazing. It's like, yeah. So again, everyone was worrying so much about nothing, but everyone made it a huge deal, which is like the internet in a nutshell.
Yeah.
I think it's a vocal minority. It's just like it's a small group of people who are insanely loud and just won't let go.
And the thing about Mario Kart with that is that what we saw today, what we didn't see in the initial Switch 2 reveal trailer was ambition. Of course, 24 players was like sort of teased in that initial footage, but it did look like it was just driving down a track. Now we see open world, all this extra movement, all these crazy animations. And so you're not thinking, how's the resolution? You're thinking, how did they do all this? This is so different from the first one because it's an ambitious Mario Kart, which is not really been true for the rest of the series. I mean, it's a very iterative series on the whole, right? They just add things and it looks a little bit better each time. This is an expansive, ambitious, next level Mario Kart that, if that comes with some lower frame rate animations in the background or lower resolution at times, you have 24 people on one track. You're not thinking about that. You're like, there's 24 people on this track.
I think what they did. I think what they did with that was really brilliant because they did a little tease. We got a small snippet of it. Gave a lot of questions, like you said. The 24 players, people were able to identify quickly, and then that was it. And so it was like, we're gonna tease Mario Kart. Everyone loves Mario Kart. Everyone knows Mario Kart. But then Switch 2, you don't know this Mario Kart. And what it did was it got hype for most. Obviously, some were complaining about it. Got hype for most. Cool, we're getting a Mario Kart. It's probably the launch game. And then they showed it again and blew your minds. It was I think that was a amazing, not necessarily a bait and switch, but kind of teasing you. You think you know what this is, and then blowing your mind with, nope, you had no idea what this was.
Reminds me of Odyssey. Remember what they did first and second trailer for Super Mario Odyssey? You think you know what a 3D Mario is? Oh, what about like a capture mechanic? What the heck? What are you talking about?
So let's swing her back to the prices now because we have a whole topic for all the games. So obviously, game pricing is where a lot of the pissed off attitudes coming from. Like, yes, some people are upset about the game console price, absolutely, but I think most people are willing to stomach it because it was also talked about by analysts that it could be as high as 500. And so falling in at 450, some people are willing to swallow that. Obviously, people hope that prices get reduced over time. Probably not going to happen as we saw with the Switch era. But that's not what really upset a lot of people. It was the price of the games. So it starts. There's this confusing thing that's been getting shared around. And Tom Henderson, who, by the way, was totally right about the pre-orders and everything else, put a really bad headline on his website that's actually inaccurate.
Misleading.
It's misleading. Because it has a $sign saying that that Mario Kart 8 or Switch 2 games, $90 physical, $80 digital, except they're not. They're €90 and €80 digital. So it's not US pricing. We know it's not US pricing because you can already go and see the pre-orders up on all the different places. You can't pre-order yet, but all the links are up. Nintendo has it on their website. Is literally MSRP. Is $79.99 for Mario Kart. So It's one of those that that is not the pricing in the US. The pricing is not the same it is in Europe. We don't even know if games are $10 cheaper here for digital or not. They didn't announce any digital pricing here.
Yeah.
It's probably going to be the same as on Switch 1 it was the same. But bottom line is 90 for physical is not a thing, at least not yet. In the
Terrifying
US.
idea.
I said it's a thing in Europe, but it's not a thing here. So technically it's $79.99, which people still, even at that price, are pretty pissed off about it. But it's not even just like the Mario Kart world, right? So obviously, the Donkey Kong game comes in at the $69.99, which I don't see a lot of people talking about because I feel like people expected 70.
Yeah.
After Tears of the Kingdom, it was kind of this expectation that they might bump it to 70. But why is that not 80? Is it a lesser game? We can get into that later. But then they did this, and I have to share this. Shout out to Wario64, who's been on top of a lot of this stuff today. We got some pricings for some of the other stuff.
Yep. Oh, there's some heaters in here, and not in a good way.
I should we'll do this like this because it looked a little better. So they'll Switch 2 edition games, right? If you have to buy them brand new, you don't own the Switch 1. If you own the Switch 1, you could pay some sort of nominal fee that we still don't know. Based on this, we think it might be $20, but we don't know. It's $11 in Japan. Japan has all the pricing, but we don't have all the pricing here for some reason. So based on the pricing here for the full one, you would assume $20 for the upgrades or free with NSO. But and by the way, free with NSO, it says select Nintendo Switch 2 edition games.
Yeah.
So far, it seems all the ones that are here are part of that select.
Oh, really? Even Kirby?
Yeah. When you go look at the page where it announces that these games are, it only talks about Zelda, but in the picture it includes Kirby and it includes the other one too, Jamboree.
That's an amazing incentive for Nintendo Switch Online. And also means that they will raise that price at some point.
It also says that because it says select games, it also means not all Switch 2 versions of games are probably going to be in this thing. But
there's a lot of third-party Switch 2 edition games. A lot.
Yeah, like that. That might not be able to do that with NSO, right? Because the third parties don't get a cut off NSO. So when you look at this, the big thing is $80 for Switch 2 versions of Switch 1 games. That has got people riled the fuck up. $20 more expensive. And some of the games, like Tears of the Kingdom here, Breath of the Wild is only $70. We still don't know if that includes the DLC or not. Doesn't say anywhere on any website whether it includes the DLC or not.
Oh, man.
So, that's a question they better answer on Treehouse tomorrow. Does it include the DLC or not? With the DLC and the 4K upgrades and the Zelda app, I can be like, okay, this is a game that came out 8 years ago. It should probably just be $59.99. But I can at least, if you're trying to justify the cost of the DLC thrown in.
Yeah.
But then you see Tears of the Kingdom, going up $10. And you might go, well, that doesn't sound that bad. I'm like, yeah, but come on. No one's even buying the game anymore. It's not on the top sellers. Why are we just going to suddenly charge $80 for brand new copies? Mario Party Jamboree. And I get there's new content in Jamboree. There's new content in Kirby.
Yeah.
So that's probably Nintendo's justification for some of it. And the app is like the big thing with the achievements and everything they're doing, and all the stats and stuff. The helper, the new voice acting, that all costs some money to make all that. So I get it. But I have to ask, what are we thinking with the game pricing situation? And let's start with Tucker, because I can tell you're not happy.
So, are we talking just in general or for these Switch 2 editions particularly? Because I think there's different conversations.
All together. You can go through the whole gambit.
I think the craziest part is the jumping the shark in terms of price. They had one $70 game. It was Tears of the Kingdom. We were like, okay, we can see it. You got me. And now Mario Kart looks amazing. Jumping the shark straight to 80 that's the sticker shock. Is 70 people have now been accustomed to with these bigger budget games from Ubisoft and from Sony and from Microsoft. We're paying $70 for a lot of games. No one's charging 80. I don't think I've seen a base level game cost that much since you see those ads of Super Nintendo games where they are fluctuating at all sorts of prices. When was the last time that happened?
It's all the rumors of GTA 6 being 100, and they're like, "Hey, all right, we're going to look cheap compared to you."
Yeah. And I do think that it sets a precedent. I would not be surprised if Ghost of Yotei, one of the big Sony games, is now $80 when it launches later this year because Nintendo has set the precedent, right? And that is, as someone who plays a lot of games and likes to explore the variety of games, that's scary.
I'll say this. I don't think Sony's going to raise the prices this year. They
Sure.
got to see it be successful first.
Good point.
If people are buying the games in the millions at 80, then Sony will be like, oh, we could probably get away with 80.
Yeah, that's a good
Do
point.
do any of us here think that Mario Kart's not going to be successful at $80? Like, let's be honest.
I also have to say this. I just have to throw this out there. Technically, at least according to Google's AI and according to my brain, this is the first console of the 10th generation.
That's a good point.
All
No,
10th gen
that is
games
true.
will be $80 from everyone.
Yeah.
That might just be the price.
Rumors that Xbox has got new hardware next year, and so we might see them jump into that with the start of their next generation next year.
Yeah, and a partner hardware later this year. Probably
Yeah.
It looks like the ROG Ally, the new one, is probably using Windows or something.
Mhm.
Okay. So yeah, Mario Kart, obviously, price wise, but we'll get into what we think about the games and stuff later. But obviously, $80 for Mario Kart, I think, look, it's a lot. I think most people are probably just going to get it with the bundle. It's the clear, obvious thing to do. You buy a Switch and immediately you have one of the best games.
Mhm.
Makes a lot of sense. And it's cheaper.
Yeah, it's a lot cheaper.
Yeah, if digital's 80, that's $30 off. If it's 70, it's still $20 off.
Yeah.
Either way, it feels like a good deal and a natural thing to do, and obviously serves Nintendo seemingly trying to push more digital stuff. And that we obviously, I think they're overcharging for the Switch One games, and it's really weird to talk about it because personally, all these games they showed, they're going to be part of NSO. I already have NSO and I already own them, so I'm not going to pay anything for these upgrades.
Good point.
Anything more than I've already paid. I've prepaid NSO for like the next 3 years. So like this literally is going to cost me nothing. And I feel like that's the one thing about the prices of those. Like, how many people are actually going to buy those games brand new? Because they're games that really aren't selling anymore. I think it's just
Right.
like they have to have an option for people who maybe didn't own a Switch One to get it all at once. But that's still, I mean, to me, this just serves the precedent. They're trying to set $80. No, it's not just Mario Kart. You want these best of the best Switch One games that are upgraded for Switch 2? Yeah, it's $80 if you want to buy it brand new. Where 80 is the standard. We believe these games have not lost value. And I know value's in the eye of the beholder. Lots of people think games are less valuable the longer they're out. Nintendo has been very clear the entire Switch generation and pretty much always, a good game is a good game. It doesn't lose value just because it's old.
Yeah.
It's a fair argument. I understand it. It's also because people keep buying it. That's the reality. You've literally stopped making physical copies of Fire Emblem Engage because no one was buying it. So, like, I'm just saying that, like, Nintendo, you know that you're just doing it because we pay for it. If we didn't pay for it, then you wouldn't do it. One thing I want to point out, and we have to get to everyone's thoughts, but I want to throw this out there in the ether, is last week we had a direct. Nintendo introduced digital game sharing. And it's funny, I see people complaining about digital game sharing today. I'm like, what are you talking about? You can't even do this on the other systems. You can have 2 systems with games. You can't just share it with 8. I can share my games with 8 different people on my account. Okay? I feel like Nintendo announced it back then to get ahead of this backlash. Because they're like, hey, look, we might be pushing digital more. However, just like you can share your physical games, because some people might go, hey, I'll just buy a physical copy so I can share it with my kids, right? Or you literally just have the digital sharing, and you could have one person buy all the games and then just digitally share games out and loan them out to family and friends and stuff. I feel like this was Nintendo trying to get ahead with that method. And there's one other point I was going to bring up, but maybe someone else will, so I'll toss it around. Eric, what are we thinking on these game prices?
I don't know. You and I kind of discussed a little bit beforehand, and I felt they were kind of a little arbitrary and stuff like that. It just feels like they just pulled games out of a hat and was like, this is $80. Why not? That's just kind of what I feel. I understand, like, I know I said Kirby when we were discussing, Kirby wasn't, that massive of a franchise. But so to be an extra $20 on that is, golly, there better be a good amount of added content.
Yeah.
I know we had a big debate over this because he didn't even think Kirby was worth 60. And I'm just like, Kirby and the Forgotten Land sold like 7 million copies. It's like as big as Zelda was before Breath of the Wild.
But
that was the game that did it, though.
Correct. That is what then set the possibility of a new price. It probably shouldn't have been priced at this going into it. That game allows it to be possibly.
But what about all the other Kirby games that were also $60?
They didn't sell as well.
They sold 2 to 3 million like they sold every single time. They kept making them.
Donkey Kong is sold in that same exact area, and this one's 70.
Sure. And Kirby has outsold every Donkey Kong game, and so it's 80.
And the Switch 2 original Kirby game is going to be $70.
What's
or
the
80?
What's the best Donkey Kong game? And not counting the arcade. Obviously.
Returns.
I mean,
it's Returns.
Is it Returns?
Yeah. Unless the Switch port of Tropical Freeze has bumped that one total up above. But Returns sold so well, and Wii
was 5.5, 5.25.
Okay.
Returns is 6.5.
6.5. Okay. So that's probably the top point. So I was just asking, because Kirby, I don't think it should be $80. I want to be very clear. I don't think any of these Switch One things should be 80. If anything, they should just still be 60. Brand new.
I mean, again, I can understand the 70 with the added content because you get the added content. There better be a whole assload of added content for $20.
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Kirby and the Forgotten Land is a phenomenal game. It's one of my favorite games on Switch. Again, it's just the price points before that just doesn't justify an automatic $20 jump in price is what I'm kind of going for.
Sure. I mean, I know why they're doing it. When they drop Kirby and the Forgotten Land 2, it's going to be $80.
Yeah, of course it will.
That's why they're doing it.
Yeah.
I mean,
but yeah, I mean, as for everything else, I mean, Donkey Kong, a brand new game, looks freaking amazing. $70. Okay, sure. It's just I guess
the funny thing is, you won't have to pay for any of it.
No, I know.
That's the thing. We're complaining about things that do any of us not own the games and have NSO?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Like none of us, I think, are actually going to be paying these prices for any of this.
No. I get it, but it's just a precedent of the thing.
Unless you're collector brained and you want the Switch 2 copies of all of these with their god awful box art of all the text. But I mean, that's something that's going to be real tough.
The stash might be going all digital. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll talk about it, I'm sure, tonight.
Yeah. Mike, what are you thinking?
Thinking is expensive. But I understand why they're going the route they're going, and a lot of it doesn't really have to. Part of it has to do with the development cycle, right? The games cost more to make, more time to cook. But one of the reasons why I was going to mention, you mentioned, and I think it has to do with the borrowing of digital games within accounts, right? I can lend my Mario Kart version to my daughter for 14 days digitally, so she can play it and just pass it or do whatever she wants.
They still own Switch. They can play multiplayer with you.
Yeah, and then also and again they own it. We only need one copy per household now.
Yeah. Welcome back, DS Download Play.
Yeah. But that's the thing. That also kind of I was hoping someone would bring it up because that kind of counterbalances some of the costs because you might be like, it's $80 for Mario Kart, but you only need one copy for the home.
Exactly. So they know they're not going to sell as many copies as Mario Kart did on Nintendo Switch. So I'm guessing that's a big deal for them. I'd rather they keep the prices low and then give us a way how to buy and sell digital games, rather than borrow digital games. So, I mean, it's the way that everything is going up. Everything prices are meant to go up. It's just a shocker for us because it happened so suddenly and from 59 to 80, instead of gradually. although we did get one game at $70 for the Tears of the Kingdom. I didn't know about the expansion pack. I was asleep. I was kind of asleep. But I'm having an NSO that you don't have to upgrade your Switch.
Yeah, the ones that launch. We don't obviously know long haul because they said select.
My guess is it'll be first party.
So Tears of the Kingdom, if I wanted to get the Switch to
Yeah, I'm guessing all the first party ones will probably be included with NSO, but the third party ones won't be.
So as long as I have NSO plus expansion pack, I get the free upgrade too.
Well, they said, they clearly said it was for Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom only.
Oh, so
those are the ones that they were talking about. But the image had the other ones on their website. And I'm like,
yeah, make it clear.
We don't know. This is something that'll probably be clarified on Treehouse. I'm assuming Nintendo's probably gathering a lot of feedback today, so they can address some of it on Treehouse.
Also important to note, there are additional Switch 2 edition games that were not talked about in the Direct. Many of them, in fact, including Pokemon Scarlet and Violet and Super Mario Odyssey, and all of these are free.
Link's Awakening, that'll probably run at 60 FPS.
Those are actually not Switch 2 edition games.
Oh, there's like a patch where they run.
Yeah, that's just a patch.
Yeah.
Okay, my bad.
They have performance updates for Switch 2.
Performance updates, but those are technically not Switch 2 editions. They clearly think Switch 2 editions are not just, hey, you run more stable and you're slightly higher frame rate. They feel like there has to be more to it. And even the Zelda one, like, oh, but it's just 4K 60. No, it's faster loader times. And it's that application with all the stats and the achievements. So like I think they feel like to make it a Switch 2 edition, they have to add more than just frame rate and resolution. They're doing the frame rate and resolution for free.
Interesting.
Yeah, Breath of the Wild to me looked like a remastered made for Switch 2 when I saw the visuals, because it looked great. It looked, it looked very good. And then to answer the other question, when it comes to these games, I think that they're not thinking about Nintendo Switch users. They're thinking about, now that we have a console that's on par with PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X, which it is, right? With all these games coming to Switch, Elden Ring, I'm having a brain fart here. All these updated games coming to Switch, they're thinking about all of the other users from Xbox and PlayStation who want to come over to have those games on handheld, right? And like you said, Nate, the system looks and feels premium, right? It's not as bulky as the Steam Deck. It's not as pricey as the PC consoles that we have out there. And so getting a Nintendo Switch with that type of capability at $449 is a steal for PC gamers, and so having access to these games for the first time like that. So I'm guessing what they're doing is thinking about my mic is level is a lot quieter than
I can fix the mic. You're fine.
Okay. Yeah, they're not thinking about us. They're thinking about the new wave of fans that are coming over to Switch to play all these other games. I'm still waiting for Spider-Man, although that's PlayStation. I'm like, they can jump into and just give us Spider-Man, at least Spider-Man 1 and Miles Morales, bring in a Switch 2 and there's more money.
I don't think that's gonna happen, but it'd be nice if PlayStation would do it.
Putting it out there, man. I'm putting it out there, so
no. So I want to be very clear, because a lot of people think that I'm been in Nintendo defense mode today, and I've been in defense mode about some of the misinformation, like the fact that people saying, "Oh my God, games are $90 in the U.S." No, they're not. Okay, it's $80. Let's get it right. I'm not saying that that's a good price, but I'm just saying that's what they're charging. So to be clear, I think this is kind of insane, the price jump. And I'd say I'm shocked. I'm shocked that Nintendo is leading the price jump. I had a gut feeling PS6 when it came, games are going to jump to 80. I kind of had this gut feeling. Inflation's been going crazy. Look at the price of everything in the US going up. Everything's going up. Gaming wasn't going to do another $70 for 20 years. It just wasn't going to happen.
You see, now we can compare Nintendo to Apple.
Yeah. So it's that Nintendo's leading the charge on it. I thought someone else would make the leap first. I thought Nintendo would finally come up to 70 for most of their games, and a few of them would still be 60, but a lot of them at 70. And you know what? I've been paying 70 on other platforms. It's fine. At 80, I know it's just $10, and I'll say if there's a game I want to play, that extra 10 is not really going to stop me from buying it, because I pretty well researched on my games before I buy it. I know if I'm going to enjoy it for the most part. So the thing is like $80 is a lot, and I think Mario Kart itself will probably be worth it. I don't know. Based on what we've seen, it has a lot of really cool ideas, but we haven't actually seen a lot of it. But we have a whole direct coming in 2 weeks for it, right? So, and they're going to play it on Treehouse. It was announced in one of the Treehouse games. So you know
and
what?
we'll have hands-on impressions.
Hands-on too. I assume the hands-on will include Mario Kart because it's a launch game. So
yes, it will.
It's the de facto launch game. It is the system seller at launch. So we're going to have a lot more information on this over the course of this month, and that might be like, okay, well, they're actually doing quite a bit in this compared to anything that happened in Mario Kart 8. Like, yeah, okay, this makes sense that it's more expensive. But my curiosity is if in Treehouse, can they find... Here's the thing. Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom are going to be in Treehouse.
Yeah.
These games better... They better show them side by side with the Switch version, and they better look significantly better for me to really be comfortable with that $80 price point. And even then, I don't... If there's ray tracing, maybe, that they didn't talk about yet, I don't... That's the thing. Like, those are the games that I'm like, those are the ones that I feel like they got to find a way to justify the pricing on what they're doing. And then I'd also like them to briefly touch upon it. I don't know if they will. Why, if 80 is the new standard, then why is the new 3D DK game 70?
That's crazy. That's insane. I didn't get that. And that game looks amazing. You know?
Yeah. So like, and that game looks incredible.
Well, the question then becomes if 80 is actually the standard, or if it's 70 for most games, and then 80 are for the ones that are like the real high profile ones.
Well, yeah, 80 being for your evergreen games, I totally get. They'll sell over a long period of time. So that would mean like Animal Crossing would probably be 80. Smash Bros would probably be 80. 3D Mario, the next 3D Zelda game, if they think that's going to be evergreen.
$80 Pokemon games, they're coming. They're coming. Buckle down your fences.
Legends, don't be shy.
For 2 copies, you're gonna pay $160.
Legends EA is $80.
I think it'll still sell.
And you know what's interesting? Just for Pokemon games on 3DS, $40 a piece. You could buy both of them for the same price that you're going to be paying for one on Switch 2.
Well, good thing Legends EA, there's not a second version, so you're just getting all in one, baby. All in one. But it's insane to think about it, because like I go like $20, jumping from 60 to 20, probably won't stop me from playing a lot of the games that I play. But what that can stop me from is some of the other games that I bought that I wasn't even really comfortable at 60. Like Princess Peach Showtime, bought it, wasn't comfortable with it at 60, played it, regretted the purchase. It was not worth $60.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna be less likely to take risks like that at 80.
Mm-hmm.
I just am. It's gonna be, unless Nintendo sends me a copy, and thank you, Nintendo, if you do. I guess you'll save me money. But I don't want to take risks. I'm only gonna buy the surefire things that are worth it. So the Zeldas, the Marios, the Mario Karts, probably the Pikmin, if there's a Pikmin up there. Although Pikmin might be one that they do at 70. I don't know. That's not really evergreen. But it's gonna be the games I know that no matter what, I'm going to get my value out of this. You know, Mario Kart, I will tell you right now, I'm probably going to get it over 1,000 hours in that over the lifetime. Come on, $80 for that amount of entertainment? Are you kidding me? That's insane. Like, it's one of the greatest deals there is. Or $80 for that?
And again, reminder, we paid $60 for a port 7 years ago.
So I will say that, like, it'll just make me not want to try new things. Like, you know, like the Drive X Drive, we don't have a price for that yet. That new game they showed.
That's going to be tough. That's going to be tough.
What if that's 80? I'm like, I don't know. I don't think I'm willing to spend 80 to try it. The thing is, I might love it. I actually might love the game, but I'm not. And why don't you guys buy it? Want to join my family group and lend it to me? I'll try it.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Let's all share Mario Kart.
Here's my thoughts on
around each
one copy.
$10 each. Hey, that's a pretty good deal.
There you go.
here are my thoughts on the pricing of the games for Switch 2. The $70 price point, not a surprise at all. I think we all should have expected that. I don't know why we wouldn't expect that, considering this is the newest next gen console. We have Xbox and Sony charging $70 for first party and new exclusives. We know based off of leaks and rumors that this was going to be a much more premium and high performance machine. With that comes day and date AAA ports. Now, if I think of Doom the Dark Ages, obviously that didn't get confirmed, but let's just say it does launch on the Switch 2, and it looks just as good as Series S. Why are they going to charge $10 less for the Switch 2 version? You know, what is it going to be? Just third party games are more expensive? You know, if we're getting the third the finale to the Final Fantasy VII Remake series, is the Switch 2 version going to be cheaper and you get it portably and it looks just as good as Series S? Like, I was fully expecting $70. Now, I do agree with Eric as far as the $80 price point. That's brutal. That, like, to me, that feels rough and it feels arbitrary. And here's my issue with it. It's expensive, and there's no doubt in my mind that Mario Kart World will be worth $80. I'm sure it'll be worth way more that to me. Stash made a good point earlier about, like, we don't know what Mario Kart World entails. Maybe there's you know, how Splatoon, you know, added maps and weapons. Maybe they're going to add new regions to the map, and it's like this growing huge landscape that's getting bigger, and they're adding Hyrule Kingdom in there. You could drive from part of the Mushroom Kingdom to Hyrule. Like, there's a lot of really cool stuff they could do. That's all speculative. I feel
this
like
guy's living in the future.
Yeah. Well, I feel like the biggest misstep here is that Nintendo, I feel, made a mistake by not kind of diving into this in the direct and showing a little bit more transparency and giving the opportunity to be like, hey, this is what Switch 2 games cost. On special certain occasions like Tears of the Kingdom, there may be titles that are priced slightly higher. The reason for this is A, B, and C. The reason why Mario Kart World costs more is because of A, B, and C. You know, that softens the blow. Even if they're saying, like, hey, with new hardware comes increased cost of development, and we want to make sure we take care of our teams.
Yeah.
Like, they could have said so many different things and informed us. And by not disclosing that in the direct, in a, you know, I know it's a tough thing to get right, but without doing it, it led to, like, panic and people seeing articles with the wrong price points and $90 physical and just an absolute frenzy of, like, negative news. And a lot of it turned out to not even be true. But I think that was the biggest misstep. And that being said, 70 makes sense. It's a next gen console. Yeah, it's more expensive. Yeah, it does sting a little bit, but that's, like you said, Sony was probably going to jump to 80 with the PS6. I'm sure Microsoft was planning on jumping with 80 down the road. I think the bigger part, the 70's fine. I think the bigger part's the $80 and not getting that reasoning behind it, not getting that clear explanation. So we're kind of all sitting here accepting that it's $80, expecting there's a reason for it, but having no idea what that reason is. And I'm sure people in the audience are wondering, but why? So I think that's something that's just a misstep from Nintendo in the direct of that clear, transparent, information give to the consumer.
All right. So before we get to Stash, I want to get this $50 super chat up. He says the Mario Kart World price. This comes from Taker 610. Says going over like a $700 PS5 Pro without a stand. I thought we were watching a Neo Geo Direct with a $200 VHS size cartridges.
Yeah.
Happy Switch 2 Day. I'll be getting Prime 1 to prep for Prime 4 since 2 and 3. ... Obviously, they're not here, and they're not on the NSO app either yet.
No, crazy.
Yeah, because we do have GameCube on NSO, so at least one of them we could get. 3's a Wii games. I don't know if they would try to squeeze that into the GameCube one. Anyways, we'll get to some more super chats in a little bit, guys. Let's get Stash. What are we thinking on these game prices? You're a collector on top, so like,
yeah. So I don't know if there's much reason to continue buying physical which is okay. This is something that I think any like physical game collector has been or should have been mentally preparing themselves for. Like this day was coming. You know, we're a dying breed. We are. Like we're getting older. We're all getting older. The youth does not care about the physical games. You can talk physical games all you want. Talk about the value.
I volunteer to inherit your collection whenever you touch it.
Oh yeah, yeah. The young kids just they don't really gravitate towards physical media, so that's on its way out. I didn't think Nintendo would be like the first ones to kind of push us in that direction, but nonetheless, they are, and that's okay. That's part of life. These things happen. It's not a big deal in the grand scheme of life. It really isn't, because we're talking about video games, right? This is something that we all really enjoy, but this is not. It's not the end of the world, certainly. As far as prices, man, they're all across the board, right? Like Street Fighter 6 is $60, and it comes with seasons 1 and 2 DLC.
Yeah,
that's a great deal. So,
yeah, no one's talking about that, by the way.
No, nobody is.
Better deal than the other versions.
They're just focusing on the negative as usual.
They could have literally taken advantage of Nintendo's $80 price point, and they said, "No, we're doing."
Yeah. I do want to share something. I did hear from someone who works at Nintendo of America that all of the pricing of this console and the games was not shared with anyone, even at Nintendo of America, until today, which is why it's not included in the Direct. And so, if they didn't know, no way Capcom knew what they were going to be charging for these games.
Interesting. Yeah, that's a good point. Thanks for sharing that. Bravely Default, $40.
Good, that's good, man.
$40. So again, like the price.
I would have flipped the table if they charged $80 for Bravely Default.
But the pricing is just like it's all across the board, right? And look, I'm really old school with my finances, and I've seen some people get upset with the way I do my finances, but I worked in finance, and so I don't really care because I've seen the United States credit reports. I know how bad it is. It's ugly. It really is. Like I've seen it, and I'm just saying, like I know deep dark secrets of how people spend. So my point is that my approach may be super old school, but like this is literally how I was brought up and raised. And I started working as soon as I could. Got a job when I was 12, making $10 an hour in the 90s.
That's a lot of money, man.
Refereeing basketball games.
$10 an hour.
A ton of money back then. Yeah. And it was obviously tax-free because it was illegal to work at that age.
Yeah.
It was great.
Under the table payments.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Look, we all kind of touched on it a little bit. You guys did. And I brought this up in some of my reviews, and I, sometimes on YouTube, people will just have a fit over this. And again, I don't understand the logic, but I also understand that a lot of people don't understand money in this country. Mm-hmm. So you look at it this way. Okay. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Absolutely love this game. Love it. Love it. I put in at least 250 hours into the game. Might have been a little bit more. I'd have to look at my PlayStation. Okay. I spent $69.99, so it came to $75 with tax. Now, that amounts to 30 cents an hour for entertainment.
Yep.
Now, let's take something else, like an evergreen title like Mario Kart. Okay. Nate, I think you threw out that you'd play it for 1,000 hours easy. Yeah. And I know that's the norm, actually, for a game that's evergreen like this. But let's just say like 500 hours, okay? 500 hours at the $80 price tag is 16 cents an hour. 16 cents for your entertainment. Now, how much does it cost to go out to the movies? How much does it cost, Nate, to take the kids out?
Oh, my God.
A lot of money.
So much.
It's a lot.
I don't take them out very often.
Yeah, that's the price. Oh, my God. Like, literally, it's insane now.
For
it's
for
to
me
a
to go
movie.
If I
for me
take
to
them
go to
all,
the movie with, oh, go ahead, Nate.
I was gonna say if all 5 of us, me, my fiance, and 3 kids go out, it's a bare minimum. We're dropping like 120 at the restaurant minimum.
That's what I'm saying. And like, people get really upset though when the price of video games goes up because they think it's always supposed to stay the same. Movie prices have went up. Have the quality of movies gotten better? No, they've gotten worse.
Mm-hmm.
They've gotten worse. Totally. They just keep remaking shit. And now, obviously, the game industry does that too. But at least I'm getting like, to get 250 hours out of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, I know other people play an insane amount of hours in their games. Insane. Way more than that. And again, this is like just basic math, basic logic as well. If you look at the price of how much it costs to go out to the movies versus the price of playing Mario Kart for 8 years, you can go to a movie for an hour and a half and the movie might suck. For real, it might not even be good.
Yeah.
We're not even factoring in that you got to drive to the movie theater. You got to drive back. There's the cost of gas. There's the cost of time too.
Mm-hmm.
Everything has a cost to it in life. Everything you do. Every step counts, literally. So why is it such a big deal now that they want to charge $80 for a game that if Switch 2 lasts for 8 years, you're going to play for 8 years. It's going to get updates. There's going to be more stuff at it. I saw a tweet already earlier today. Someone went through the trailer and counted 15 cups in the game right now alone. That's a lot of cups.
It's a lot.
I still remember Super Mario Kart on Super Nintendo and how many cups we got in the beginning. How about Mario Kart 64? How many cups do we have, guys? Was it 4 cups?
Yeah.
16 tracks?
Yep. Back in the day. Yeah. Pretty much back before Mario Kart 8.
So someone counted 15 cups already. 60 tracks. I'm just saying, like, this is not a big deal. Now, I do get the concern about the other games, right? Like, hey, are the other games going to be worth how much, Steve? Right? And hey, look, they might not be, right? It's up to you. You have to determine if the juice is worth the squeeze. Is $80 worth it to you for Kirby? Look, it's $59.99 regular price. They're charging $20 more, and it looks like they're including something similar to maybe a Bowser's Fury expansion. Is that worth $20 more to you?
It is if it's like Bowser's Fury.
Yeah, everyone
Right.
would have paid
If it
$20
is.
for
But
Bowser's
again,
Fury,
we don't know because
No,
it's too early. We
yeah.
we did was see a 1-hour presentation, and we're literally ready to judge the console today and give it a final grade. That's what it seems like across the internet, which is silly. Nobody's even played this thing yet.
Yep.
We need to see it in person. The videos we've seen is through YouTube compression and the live stream. And the live stream was choppy. You know, there's so much that we don't know yet. And again, there's ways to save money if you want to invest into NSO. Like if you don't have it, obviously these updates aren't free. You have to have NSO to get the Zelda update, Tears of the Kingdom, and to get the Breath of the Wild update for free. That's how you get it for free, by having a membership. But if you buy into it, it's worth it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like there's ways to save money, right?
Yeah. And
You just
Stash,
have to be smart.
I'm glad you made the movie theater point, because I do think that's a really great point. It's one that I've made to people in the past when, you know, games went up to 70 on the other platforms. I mean, for me and my family, it's $100 to go see a movie. And like you said, it's an hour and a half of entertainment. You might not like the movie, you know. Kids want snacks and stuff like that, and drinks, you know, it goes up from there.
And what happens if they really like the movie, Game Bird?
Yeah.
Then
It's
what? Then do they want to own it as soon as it comes out now too?
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely.
It just got more expensive.
So I do think it's a great point. I think the tougher pill, and like I said, I think the 70 makes so much sense. I think that's people should have expected that. I can't imagine being shocked that games will cost 70. I think the wide array of pricing is causing the confusion. That's where I think Nintendo stepping in and like kind of giving a statement like, oh, here's why the pricing is the way it is would be beneficial and hopefully give some peace to the frantic minds right now.
I'm glad you brought
I think
that up.
and I think the other part of it too that's probably a tough one for people is we know that Mario Kart is the launch game. That's the day one game that everyone's going to buy, and it's that premium price tag on the launch game with a console that I think a lot of people thought would be cheaper than it is. I think the price point is totally fair, and like I said earlier, even though I have some issues with the way this information kind of fell onto the public, I have no doubt in my mind that Mario Kart's not going to be worth $80. And I would not be surprised if they incorporate that Splatoon style, like free updates, whether it's, they add some characters or courses or maybe even some new items. That's something that they haven't really done so much of in Mario Kart. But I think Nintendo just needs to, get in front of it and be like, hey, we hear you. Here's why it is what it is. And this is why, like, it's a good thing.
I agree. And like, look, guys, I would imagine that all of us on camera right now probably believe that the communication on things like pricing of the games and the console, poor execution, right? I think we all probably value transparency. At any stage in our life, we want transparency, right?
Mm-hmm.
No bullshit. Just tell me what's up. They clearly didn't do that. I'm sure there was a reason for it, but whatever reason it is, we don't know really what the actual true reason's probably going to be. We can only surmise that it's the price, right? Because it's all across the board, and it's a tough pill to swallow, right? Like that's all we can really probably surmise from this. But there should be some sort of standardization in pricing, I feel like, and there's not when there's a $40 game and an $80 game.
Yeah.
It's not something we've ever seen before. But again, like it's all about if it's worth it to you. Like last year I reviewed Contra Operation Galuga on Switch and PS5. It's a $40 game and you can finish the game in about an hour and a half to 2 hours. Did I have a great time? Yes. Is there extra content to do? Yes. And it'll maybe bring it up to 8 to 10 hours. Is that worth it to you? Do you like Contra that much? If you don't, if you sort of like it, wait till it's 20. But again, you have to determine if you want to pay that price on launch day when the game comes out. If it's Ubisoft, wait a couple months, you'll get it cheaper.
I also wonder if, and this might be hopium, but what if this price point also means Nintendo might do sales more often, especially on the digital version?
Okay, I thought that too. Like, I feel like the price, not only of their games, but of their console, like, they priced it higher to actually build in a price drop for this generation.
Yeah.
As opposed to last generation.
I thought about that with the console. I didn't think about it with the games, but that is a possibility. And that would be neat,
Okay.
Bring back Nintendo Selects for, games have been out for a couple of years.
So, we're gonna move on from the pricing because I think we've kind of said our piece. Eric, what?
I got one thing that'll help transition, and I'm guessing we're going into games next,
Nope,
right?
we're not.
Okay. But just one thing real quick, that might help too. I know you said something about, you might not be able to take chances, as many chances at $80 as what you would, at 60. Do you think that this 80 price point will lead to more demos?
I hope there's a demo for almost every game. I always want demos. I think game demos are they should always exist. Do I think Nintendo will do more of them? No, actually, because of the digital game share. I think they'll just say borrow it from a friend.
True.
Well, Nintendo actually has been pretty good at demos recently. I mean, Peach Showtime had a demo. Pikmin 4 had a demo.
Tears of the Kingdom.
No, Tears of the Kingdom.
That's
What would that even have been?
No, they're big games. No, I don't.
Yeah,
What?
That's a fair point. Yeah.
I mean,
Unless they do the best demos.
It would have just been the tutorial island.
Yeah, I was
That's a
about
lot
to
of
say
content.
the best demos are the ones. Square does this a lot now.
Carry over, yeah.
You got it with Metaphor when it lets you carry over your save data.
Yeah,
You
just
do the
carry
demo. It's like the first hour or two of the game, and it carries over.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, and some games even though like it's kind of like the full game, it just cuts you off after 2 hours.
Yeah.
But then you can keep your save, so you can just bring it into the full game if you want to continue. So we were going to transition to talk about games, but I actually feel like there's some really important stuff we need to get clarified here, and some of it's coming through the super chat. So we're actually going to go into some of the features, like the game chat and some of the changes they're making. And I want to start this off with some super chat here. So let me grab this one. This is the one that really made me want to bring this topic up next, and it comes from Mason Ripton, and he says, "Is it true that physical games are just a download chip, where you need internet to download a game? If so, that is horrid by Nintendo." Now, I will show you exactly what this is. You're talking about the Nintendo Switch 2 game keycard, and that is absolutely not at all how it works. And this is an example of really poor communication by Nintendo, and the communication is actually very clear about it, but the problem is most people are going to not find out about it from Nintendo because where is it? It's under using and troubleshooting. Who the hell is going to go to this to find out this information?
Yeah.
So you're finding out about it, about people posting about it on the internet, and it's making people freak out that there is no physical games anymore on Switch 2. That is actually not what it is. Let me get into what it actually says here. So Nintendo Switch 2 game keycard overview. All right. So game key cards are different from regular game cards because they say, note, regular game cards. Those still exist because they don't contain the full game data. Instead, a game key card is your key to downloading the full game to your system via the internet. After it's downloaded, you can play the game by inserting the game key card into your system and starting it up like a standard physical game. Here's what the game key card packaging looks like. It'll just have the game key card note at the bottom. And so you insert your game key card.
Important to note, this is not new. There's a lot of Switch 1 games that have this exact same scenario.
That's what we have to get into here because there actually is something new about this.
Okay.
Play the game. Okay. Yada yada. Right. So why did Tucker say it's not new? All this is replacing are things already happening on Switch. When you buy a physical box of a game and inside's a download code, that's what this is replacing. And you know what this enables? You can resell your game key because it's locked to the physical cart. You have to insert that cart to play.
Yep.
That's the difference.
Okay.
They just enabled resale.
It's been improved.
Digital sales, basically.
Sure,
It's a digital copy that you actually can resell the license key to somebody else. So that is actually an improvement over what they're. So everyone freaking out about this. What are you freaking out about? This is actually better than Switch. This is actually it. Now, to be fair, I will say this. It would be better if third parties would stop selling fake physical games.
Of course.
We want everything to be on the carts. That's the way it should be. Shout out Cyberpunk 2077. It's on a 64 gigabyte cartridge announced today.
Hell
It's
yes.
a full game on there, baby. Fuck yeah. That's what
With
it
the
should
DLC.
always be. Yeah.
With
That's what
Phantom
it should
Liberty.
always be. But unfortunately, we know a number of third parties don't want to pay the Switch tax, which is the cost of the cartridge. They're expensive. They're only getting more expensive, which also might have to do with some of the game pricing. 32 and 64 gig are now standard carts for Switch 2. Those are going to be more expensive than 8 gigabyte. Okay. So that could also be part of the physical pricing and stuff. That being said, what's interesting is we know third parties are still going to be fake physical. Hey, we're going to drop a game for 60 on Switch 2, but you can buy a physical copy, but it's just a box with a code. No, it can't be that anymore. Now you have to have a fake physical cart in there that has just one little tiny chip that just has the license key that unlocks the game and lets your system download it and play it. You can't play it without that in there. So it's like physical, but it's not because it's local on your system. You know what they call that? Any game on PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X you buy physically.
True. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the
You
exact same
pop it
fucking
in there and you've got, for me, it's like 30 to 40 minutes of whatever
Yeah.
crap downloading.
It's the exact same thing. Except that obviously you have to download some of the PS5 games will be entirely on the disc. Then you could just install off the disc. But you still have to put it on your local hard drive. Most of them require massive updates and all this. So this makes it like a PS5 game where, I bought it at 9 p.m. tonight. I'm gonna go home and play it right away. No, you ain't playing until tomorrow.
Yeah. Plenty of PS4 games also the exact same way. This is not new.
This is not new.
Yep.
So all they did is make it so we can resell those copies of games if you bought them in a physical format. They're keeping your ability to resell. Now, will that be worth less? I don't know. The game's only available in that format or straight digital. So they might actually have decent resale value. We'll see how that works out. But the point is, ideally, nobody would do this. We would just get everything physically. But because we know companies won't, Nintendo's like, no, we're not going to do this digital code shit anymore. We want to make sure our customers can still resell their games, especially since guess what? Game pricing is going up. It's even more important that you maintain some resale value. If 70 and 80 bucks are going to be standard, Nintendo's actually, this is almost like hey, let's do right by the consumer. Give them a little resale value here.
Totally. Yeah.
So
I agree.
it's actually kind of a, hey, thanks, Nintendo. You didn't have to do that. So it's actually a positive.
The physical is not all that bad. But again, like we've mentioned, people aren't understanding how the game card works and that there's actually a game card in there and it has the download key and that you can resell it still. I think a lot of people, though, that do collect physical are like, what the heck's going on with that box art?
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Why is there a huge disclaimer on my box art?
Dude, it's
at the
so
bottom?
bad. It's so bad. Oh my god, it's so bad.
Right, dude, Tucker. It's like the
Metroid Prime 4 looks so much worse. It looks so much worse.
it's like the download required.
Oh,
banner
I hate
times
that.
2.
Yeah.
Because it's got double the amount of
white
text.
banner with the little blue.
Well, and not only that, there's a massive red block of nothingness weighing down at the top of all the box art, crushing it to the bottom.
The top needs to the top of the box art where it says Nintendo Switch 2, that needs to also be cut in half, right?
Absolutely.
It needs to
Yeah.
be
They could have just done
slim
a
label.
square. They could have made it just a square in the corner with the Switch 2 logo.
Like
on
I
it.
did on my bingo card.
Just make the
I
box
literally
red.
did it. I did a mock-up custom box
Yeah.
art myself that I think actually looked better, which is so sad
Of course.
because I am like new to Photoshop still. But like that's crazy.
You know what makes it hurt even more is for the new first party exclusives that we've seen for Switch 2. The box art is like phenomenal, in my opinion, at least. Like the Donkey
Metroid.
Kong box art, the Metroid box art,
Yeah.
the Mario Kart World box art is gorgeous. And I'm
Yeah,
like,
that's
ugh,
good.
they cut it off. They cut up the beautiful, beautiful artwork.
Well, there's one good thing to this though that no one's talking about is that we actually have spine art now.
Yes. Oh my god.
It's not the red spine anymore. It's not the sea of red behind me.
Yeah, that is
Well,
cool.
it's still a steel red technically if you put it the
On
other
one
way
side,
because
yeah.
the plastic's red.
Yeah.
The-
Like
I
3D
actually love
laser.
that. I'm stoked for the red plastic. I'm gonna say it. I don't
Yeah,
know how you
yeah.
guys feel about
Are
it.
we
but
all
I like
are we
it.
buying physical or digital?
I'm a
I'm
physical only guy.
I'm
a
physical
mix
for
of-
my
I'm always a
Nintendo
mix
first
of
party
both.
games.
Yeah, I'm always a mix. Obviously, I'll have Mario Kart Digital because I'm going to try to get the $4.99 bundle. But then I might have, other launch games I might grab physical. Also, I'll probably get Metroid Prime 4 physical. Even though
Do
that
we
might-
know if there's a price difference yet in physical versus digital in the US on all
There's
Nothing
games?
there's no
confirmed.
announcement.
Nothing
There's
concrete.
nothing.
Yeah.
The
So,
only thing announced
it's possible, though.
$79.99.
So if it's, let me ask you guys this, like if it's like $10 more for physical, are you still going physical?
Yes.
Well, I'm getting my Mario Kart copy for technically $30 more than it would be to get it digital at launch.
Well, I only with the bundle.
no,
Could be
of course,
sold
of
out,
course.
could be hard to get. Then you have to pay 80 on the shop.
Yeah.
But yeah. So, okay. Speaking of that, maybe we should go to that next. The eShop.
Mm.
So this is new. I don't know if you guys have all seen the video.
It's
find
partially new. It's not that new, but it's partially new.
I would say it's pretty new. We don't obviously they don't show us a majority of the eShop in the video.
Well,
So
because
we
then it would
don't-
just be sliding puzzles and clock and
Oh.
AI generated shopkeeping games.
All right, so let me go ahead and get this shared so everyone can see. There's no volume on it or anything, so nothing to nothing to worry about that way. But this is the video that exists from the eShop. So you can already tell just by looking at this. Obviously, game finds for you.
Oh,
Big
yeah.
Huge deal. We
We
finally
find
have
something
game
fresh every
suggestions.
Saturday. That's interesting.
And they change it every week, right? So they're trying to find games that you like every single week. That's a brand new
Love it.
thing. You can see a product search. You can see a pinned featured titles now. So I don't. We didn't go to that tab. I hope they go to it on Treehouse tomorrow.
We have featured on Switch, right?
Kind of. It's
I'll go grab
But
it.
it's just kind of the home.
I think
end.
it's going to operate a little bit differently, I imagine.
Yeah. And you'll see they got their great deals, the best selling, the recent release. We don't know if they've made any other improvements besides the game finds for you, outside of the fact that this looks a little nicer. But pay attention, because the reason I say no, this is kind of all new is guys, there's no lag anymore. Everything's just instant. There you go. It goes over, select it. Boom.
My initial thought is that it's snappy.
Yeah, we'll pause it here or get rid of the audio, but yeah, it's snappy. It's just instant. It just goes. Shows a friend you played it with. Must have shared the game with you or something.
It's an app. It's an app rather than a browser.
Yeah. This feels like a real application, and it's running smooth, and everything's instant. The video, look how quick the videos are playing. You know how long it takes to get a trailer to play?
Yeah.
And look, you even back out, and it's still just playing smoothly, no problem.
Well,
You know
that
how
makes
hard that would be to do on Switch? The system might die. Like,
Again, to be clear, I've got the eShop open. Featured is the top tab on on the Switch.
It's the default when you go to the home screen.
Yeah.
Of the eShop. Yeah. And then there you go. This is this week's finds. These are ones they're trying to find based on things that you like. So this is just one of those things where I think there's nothing but good here.
Oh, definitely.
Obviously, we need to see more. Making the eShop snappier and having game suggestions, absolutely. Thank you. We need more of them.
We need curation.
Well, the suggestions are a little bit of curation, but we need more curation.
Yeah.
As an example, when we go to the best deals or the sales, I don't want to see games I already bought.
Interesting. Good point.
In
Yeah.
there. I don't want them in there. Sorry. I just don't. Also, when I go to recent releases, yeah, you can have the most recent stuff, but maybe like the first 10 entries, maybe try to curate it towards the games that you know I like to play.
Yeah.
And then after that, maybe show the hentai and other bullshit. But at least make the initial showing like, hey, this is, or like have a drop down menu option to be like, hey, based on my interests. You know, we don't know because they didn't show that yet. But I do like that we at least saw that it's snappy, and they did add a very, very much requested feature is every week they have game suggestions for you that are literally based on what you've previously played or what you've played with friends or what your friends are playing. I think that is that. Here's the thing. It doesn't take much to be better than the Nintendo Switch eShop. I can definitively say it's better than the Switch eShop.
Yeah.
What are you guys thinking?
Yeah, I wish there was a way they had like almost like a thumbs up, thumbs down type thing, like you get on like Netflix, you know.
Rating platform for the games.
Yeah, like it could just be thumbs up, thumbs down. It doesn't have to be like a star system or a review system, just and that will help the curation,
Yeah. I like it. I think the game suggestions for you presents a list, at least a little layer of a like I was saying, an AI assistant that tells you, that kind of helps you organize your front page, and then you click on that, it gives you based on the library you already have, because they already have all the information. They have our Nintendo account, they know all of our games. So when you log in right there, you click on that, you see suggestions that are similar to the games you already like. I think I said it one time here. I wish we had an AI assistant that just kind of told us, So this is kind of like a little bit of that. I'm happy that they are going the app route, because I can recognize an app. I worked for the App Store for 10 years, and I was a manager on the back of the App Store, and so I know how things respond from an app rather than a website. And I can see that. Even when Nate, when you were playing the video, how the transitions went from the trailer to the main page, how it zoomed in, zoomed out, the little square, all that is built into the app, and it was just so smooth, like buttery smooth, you know. I think it's an improvement. I'm gonna predict there's also some music behind it. I think there's gonna be some music in that thing. It's just to top it off, like a little icing on top. Not only music there, but also we saw the UI a little bit, right? It's very basic, just like the Nintendo Switch, but with little highlights in color and fresh, right? I think hopefully there's some customization on that. And some music also, like little tunes and stuff like that. But I like it.
All right. Let's go to Eric. What are you thinking about the eShop?
Like you said, it doesn't take much to get better than what we already had. So it, just seeing this, I don't go into the eShop very often. It really, and when I'm there, I know what I want to buy. So it's pretty much just right straight to what I want to buy, and I'm done. I don't really spend a whole lot of time browsing around on it and looking at games because it was just so shitty. Maybe now I might actually look at stuff and maybe see what they're suggesting and see if it's any decent at suggesting games for me. But yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with that.
Okay. Man, Tucker, you got any thoughts here?
No, I mean, I think you guys have covered it. To be honest, I want to talk about the games.
Yeah. We're gonna get to them.
So that's my thoughts.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Anyone else?
Actually, since my turn to talk, I did one quick question just for the class here. Are any of you doing the Switch 2 hands-on presentation events?
I am.
Are you going to be in New York on Friday? Because I'm going to be there. I leave tomorrow morning. I'm going to go to bed early because I fly out at 7 a.m.
I got the Dallas one. So,
okay, cool.
Yeah, I'm going to Dallas. So on the 25th, I'll be there on Dallas. 2 weeks, 2 or 3 weeks.
I'll let you guys know what Switch 2 is like as of Friday afternoon.
Yeah.
It's gonna be nice. Yeah.
Sweet.
Let me see what other stuff. We could talk about this. I wonder about the game chat. That's a whole new thing. That's all part of MSO. Let's go ahead and share the game chat here. So this is a brand new thing that they're adding in. This is basically their take on voice chat.
I don't like the logo.
And video chat. So this is like everything chat, right? So this is part of what the C button is. It basically is what the C button is, game chat. And so they think it's gonna be something people are gonna use frequently. Even if you're not talking, you can listen to other people talk. You can see down there, you can have this is just voice chatting with your bouncing avatars, right? Like Discord, kind of, right?
A lot
like Discord.
And so you have, and by the way, they explain later in this, because it might be annoying that it's taking up so much of your screen. It doesn't have to.
You can hide it, yeah.
Yeah, they hide
so
it.
nice.
So they give you options on what you want to see, what you don't want to see, minimizing. That's all great. Obviously, they let you turn on a camera. Don't know if it's going to be more than just their camera accessory. If they'll let third-party accessories come in as well. Maybe
Nate,
Anything will work. USB-C.
anything works. It's on their official page.
There we go.
Really
So
nice.
there you go. So people that are like, the $50 price point. Yes, it's $50 for their official camera.
It's
You
not
don't
bad.
have to.
It's not bad either. It's a good amount. That's a good price. I was happy with
It's
that.
actually a good price.
I'm probably going to get it because I want to compare it to cheaper things you could get to use with it to see if it's actually better. Because if it can't beat out a $20 webcam, then it's not a good deal, actually.
Right.
I also like that it's on a stand.
Yeah.
That makes it really easy to use versus like I have the Elgato like HD Basecam Pro.
Yeah.
And before I got this, I had the Facecam, the one before it. So I'm like, I could use that. But it's not on a nice like stand like that makes it really easy to actually set up and use. You know what I'm saying?
I kept wondering why this looks so crisp. I don't know what it looks like for the live stream audience. But I'm like, right, it's in 4K.
Yeah.
I'm not used to Nintendo videos.
And it's running at a very smooth frames per second.
Yeah, it really is. Obviously not the when people are sharing their videos, they lower the frame rates on it. And that's fine. Because it's your game. You don't want your game impacted. So you'd rather your game be full. You just want to see what your friends are doing. And one thing about this, okay, because obviously you can do your video chat, you can share your games. You don't need to play in the same game. right? See, here's one of the ways you can make it even smaller. You can make it just completely in the background. You're still talking to people, right? What I don't get is I saw some people online saying that, this take on voice chat and stuff is shit. And I'm like, what do you mean?
How could it be better? I'm curious what people think.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, obviously that could run better, I guess, but
I think some people were worried.
I get that, but also recognize they're trying not to lower the performance of your game, right?
I think a lot of people were worried too about like how the mic is built into the Switch and not the controller, and people question how well the technology is going to pick up your voice clearly. But honestly, if you're getting a Pro controller, which a lot of people pick up Pro controllers, that has a headphone jack now.
Yeah, you're just
so
you
don't even have to worry about that. You don't have to do all the extra stuff that you may find gimmicky. You could do normal voice chat like how you do on a PlayStation or an Xbox. No problem. So there's no issue. These are just extra bells and whistles that are optional. Personally, I'm gonna get the little camera. I think it's pretty cool. I want it more for the novelty of having the Switch 2 camera to keep it in my collection. I don't know how much I'll actually use it, to be honest, but I still think it's fun and neat. And you never know. It could be one of those nights where it's you and your friends playing Mario Kart at night, having some
what we're gonna
having
have
some
to
drinks and just cracking up.
We're gonna have to have some streamception if we all have.
Oh my gosh! Let's do a Nintenbyte Kart stream.
Stream in through a capture card, get it going, show everyone how this works.
I was thinking
that's gonna make for some fun jamboree TV.
Yeah,
TV
see, I like this, like right here where you can put the little faces next.
It
that's
that
cool.
Fun.
It reminds me of the 3DS with Star Fox 64 when they added the cam, and I loved that on the 3DS. I thought it was so cool when you were doing the multiplayer and you could see all your friends' faces above the R-wings and stuff.
Yeah, and I think I read that. Correct me if I'm wrong. Did I read you could have up to 12 people in the chat, but only 4 showing video?
That's a lot. 12 people's a lot.
I'm not sure on that one.
I think I read that there was 12 in voice chat, but only 4 can have video, which. I mean, like you're gonna have.
That's something we'll learn more about tomorrow, or in the next 2 days.
I guarantee they're showing this off tomorrow.
Yeah, because game chat is
they're gonna call in the Doug Bowser in another room. They're gonna call into, Koizumi out in Japan. They're gonna do a whole thing with it. I'm sure a whole bit, because they did something similar with the Wii U back when they used to have video chat. So and I like this too. That like I know it's part of NSO. And I get this. Maybe that's like the one criticism is, voice chat should be free. I think it would be cool if they would say, hey, you can use just standard voice chat, but all the other features gotta be part of NSO because, video and all that. But I and then it gets to like the parental controls and stuff. But I think that I have very little negative to say about this.
Yeah.
For starters, if you're using voice chat, you're playing online games, so you're probably an NSO sub. Let's just start there.
Sure.
You probably are sub to NSO. They're not even saying you need to be an expansion pack sub here. This is just part of base NSO. Mm-hmm. You get access to this, okay? And I think I saw it hinted somewhere there might be a way to DM people, but I'm not quite sure if that's in, so I don't want to go that far. Hopefully they clarify that tomorrow. But the fact that you can play different games and you can share your games with each other and you can do all this stuff and they're implementing it naturally into like Mario Party, I think this is just all positive. Like I think about how I use voice chat in the other systems. It's always like a lobby and then like one person maybe shares a game. Not all of us sharing our game, and almost none of us are on face cam because that's not even an option. You can't even do that. So this to me feels like it's better than getting into anything else, in my opinion. Like I literally was exploring on my Xbox today and just looking at all the features that I maybe don't use in the voice chat. I'm like, dude, there's features that Nintendo's doing don't exist here. This is like innovating.
I think it's better. Absolutely. It's everything that everyone else does, but more. So whether or not you like it, it's more than what we have elsewhere. So, and can we give a huge shout out to dedicated voice chat on a Nintendo console, everyone?
Yeah,
come on now, give a round of applause for that.
We don't need an
app. We've been waiting generations for this. I love it.
And of course, what this lightly indicates is that online services are going to be something they're focusing a lot more on and probably will be higher quality in terms of the latency and probably but I mean, potentially roll back netcode and things like the next Smash or a Smash Ultimate update of some kind.
Oh my
Like,
gosh,
if they
Smash is
care
gonna be
about
number one with voice
online
chat.
experience, and of course, this also then applies to all the multiplayer games from other companies that are going to be coming over. You know, Fortnite looks playable. That's available at launch. But once Call of Duty is now on there, it's like, that's also for this.
Except the Call of Duty announcement for the new one this summer. That's clearly what's going to happen. Then it's the next Call of Duty coming on over.
Yeah.
I think we have our
man.
final guest, baby.
There he is.
There he is.
The legend.
Hey.
The legend. The myth.
The martial art master.
Ah,
Yeah.
Big stretch.
Oh,
Stretch for Switch 2.
we're twinning over here.
Anyways.
Are you allowed to show that on YouTube?
The ninjas, come after me, please. We need to have a conversation.
I don't have that, but I've got this. That's about
Anyways, so Paul, we were just talking about the game chat thing. What do you think about it? You think it's a good thing?
I think it's cool. I think it's different enough that usually different Nintendo works because they're kind of the pioneers of the video game industry, and they just do things a little bit different. Not first to everything, but oftentimes, first to enough that catches on. Not that people can't already do a form of communication and visual chat and stuff like that, but they're going to integrate it into games a little bit differently. You're going to be able to set up lobbies. It's not just for certain games. You could play anything. You could have that couch co-op experience that you yearned for from back in the day and have your person right there.
Yeah.
It will be interesting maybe when it comes to people with a larger living room space. Like my TV, for instance, is over here, and like my couch is a good 17 feet back. Like, is that going to work for me, or is it going to
showed multiple modes with their camera? Of course, I don't know if it works with other cameras where you can like crop in and make it so it's just you and get rid of all the stuff around you.
Right. So I think that's going to be cool. I wonder, and I probably wouldn't be too surprised if, like, at the Nintendo Switch 2 experience, they have that kind of tech on, like, talk to somebody from another place. Like, they'll have little kiosks, I imagine. I don't know if this is going to be the case, where experiment with that FaceTime thing from somebody from across the booth elsewhere. Or, like, this is within this proximate range. So you're like, is it really working off of Wi-Fi? No, it is. They have to abide by certain things. So maybe it's a little bit more optimal of a situation. Maybe not, though, at the event, because everyone's got their smartphones going on. So I just want to see it, and I want to try it in person myself and, like, hear it, because it's like, it's special noise canceling technology. How good is the noise canceling technology? How good is the cropping? How good is the clarity? How good is it when you are 17 feet away? So a few unknowns, but in general, long answer short, I think it's cool. I like that you could now talk just having the microphone off the Nintendo Switch and the headphone jack. Well, the headphone jack was there, but like the mic, that's a big plus. The Pro Controller shows they are on board. They listened enough. They see that, hey, we need to make this a part of the system and not, the voice chat app on its own.
Yeah.
But they went a step further, and like, the parental controls, that's important. That's good that it's on it. But I still have some friends that are fairly local, but some that I don't see as often. I could see like, hey, dude, like, let's play Super Double Dragon on virtual cons or on, that's one of our games. I'm like, that used to be our game just back in the day on the couch. And of course the new titles, which I know I'm coming in late. Sorry, I tried to go in early. It just wasn't.
Haven't talked about the titles yet. Haven't gotten to games, actually.
Yeah, games are next. Games are next.
I guess I come in at a good time, hour 40 minutes in, but yeah, no, that was cool.
Show. Don't worry about it.
I like that part.
All right.
All we need now is messaging. I know that's not something that was confirmed, but that would be a great feature, And I know Nintendo wants to be careful with that, but I think if they at least just limited to people who are on your friends list, like people that you're friends with, they could do that well. And they could use the app for that, because when I do messaging with my friends on PS5, I don't type it in with the controller. It's a pain in the butt. I use my phone just through the PlayStation app.
Maybe they could bring back AIM.
Yeah.
Oh my God, no.
Nem.
So yeah, the game chat itself, I think is really cool. I don't really have anything negative to say about it. I know some people say, "Well, Discord's free." I'm like, yeah, and yet all these features still exist on the other platforms. So like, they're just adding to those features. If you don't want to use it, don't use it. Use Discord. No one's stopping you.
Yeah.
That being said, clapping Zelda cheeks. I always love that username. Shout out to that username. Wants to know if there's any word on the price of the camera and the controller, and there absolutely is. We have all the pricing for the official accessories. So let me go ahead and show you those. It's somewhere in here. Hold on. I have it open. It's just getting it to actually show on stream. That's my problem right now. Well, maybe I share my entire screen. That'll work. Okay.
Holy crap!
Streamception for a second.
Gosh, look at that new Pro controller.
Yeah,
that's slick.
Anyway, there's the Pro controller, the wheels. All this stuff has pricing in here. Okay. So this is on the official Nintendo site. Controllers, camera, carrying cases, and more. So Switch 2 Pro controller is $79.99. It's about what I expected it to be honest. And this is cool. Again, didn't really talk about this during the direct. There was a brief mention of it if you caught it, but they didn't talk about it. HD Rumble 2.
Mm-hmm.
We've upgraded HD Rumble.
Yeah.
Like
they didn't say anything at all.
Yeah,
they happened to catch it
briefly, and it's like, oh, well, okay, HD Rumble 2. What does that mean?
Yeah, it was literally just on a banner, and I happened to catch it just at that instant. I'm like,
and you got your
shit,
Amiibo, your capture button, your C button. Obviously, we know what the GLGR because they showed that. Those are mappable buttons. So cool. So it is a more premium controller than.
Also important to note. Obviously, this is the Pro controller, but this is the only controller of this amount of price from any of the major retailers, including Sony and Xbox, that has back paddles. The other ones are like the elite ones that you got to pay $200 for, and then you get back paddles.
It's a good point, Tucker.
Yeah. Yep. So honestly, I think this is a fair price, and it
79. Yeah, the current one is 70. So this is $10 more. That's
$10 more. You get the paddles. You get the C button.
Improved HD Rumble.
Improved HD Rumble, and they mentioned something about the sticks. We have no confirmation if they're Hall sensing or not. I know that Next Handheld said the sticks are, but Nintendo just mentioned they're smoother. Like, okay. Because Nintendo doesn't talk tech. That's the thing. They don't tell you why it's smoother. So we probably won't know unless someone just asks a Nintendo rep at one of these events and they just say it. Or when we get it and you tear it apart, you see that it's a Hall sensing one. Or not. Then you go down the Joy-Con controllers. You want extra Joy-Cons. Again, you just kind of see a pattern here. Everything's $10 more. Yeah. So $90 for a left and right Joy-Con 2 controllers. Again, it's everything we already know they have. The mouse mode included, obviously. And yeah, you get the straps with it. And I honestly, I'm not that upset about $10 more. It doesn't really shock me.
Did it say anything here about Amiibo support in the Joy-Con?
I do not see it, but I assume it's there.
Yeah, probably.
Especially with Age of Calamity, or not Age of Calamity, but
they announced new Amiibo today.
New Amiibo coming out, and the Street Fighter 6 Amiibo. Sorry,
and they wouldn't put it in the Pro controller and not have it here.
Yeah.
And in all the patents for these controllers, there was Amiibo functionality.
Okay, great. Yeah. Just want to make sure.
Maybe they didn't think it was. They needed to note it because it's obvious when. I don't know. Anyways,
hold on before you move. One thing that's actually kind of interesting that's kind of buried in that small font. The Joy-Con 2 left and Joy-Con 2 right are also each sold separately.
Yeah, they've done that before with Switch. Yep. Yeah, they've done that with Switch before.
Yeah. So if you have one that's shitty.
yeah. So then we go down here. You got the Joy-Con charging grip. What's cool about this is it adds the GLGR back paddles.
Oh.
Joy-Cons.
Huh.
Yep.
So this is a better grip than what comes with it because this is sold separately.
Yeah.
The grip with it will not include that ability.
Can you click on the picture to see the back paddles?
They don't really.
They're
there. They're tiny, but they're there.
Oh wow, they're really small.
I'm so happy about the paddles.
Your hands are also closer in, so. They also made a big deal on something about how things are more accessible, and this is probably one of the things they're working on is trying to make accessibility options better. And look, what this is telling you is, yeah, it's not in the box, but if you ever buy anything else, back paddles are there.
Sure.
Is it just me, or does the new grip for the Joy-Con 2 look more comfortable than the current one? Maybe it's just like that it's larger, but I don't know. When I was seeing it in the direct today, it looked more comfy to me.
Yeah.
It just looks larger to me.
I also think it's because the Joy-Con themselves are a little bit more rounded rather than
Maybe
being,
that's
like,
what it is
how
too.
square they are on.
Well, I
on
can tell
the
you,
direct.
I'm holding
Oh, yeah,
one right now. It does feel significantly better.
Mhm.
Significantly better. So,
that.
like it's crazy how much better it actually feels.
Hooray, straps.
So we get those straps, yeah, $13. I don't even know what
Has
they cost.
anyone on this call ever purchased a Joy-Con strap?
Just the straps.
I know I saw that in the trailer when it was using mouse mode. So maybe that as a layer of protection. So when kind of
Yeah, definitely.
Well, every
Yeah,
pair
you could see the
comes with
little.
Oh,
Like,
exactly.
Oh
it
yeah,
comes with them when you buy them.
Want to buy extra
Comes
ones?
with the system, so it comes with. So it'd only be if you lose them.
Exactly.
You don't need it to use mouse mode.
No.
So I don't know of anyone personally that's ever bought an extra set
Yeah.
ever. But you
I
know
have,
what?
like, six.
There,
Your dog gets a hold of one.
that's the
chews
thing. It's
apart.
going to be
Yeah.
for an audience that I'm not aware of. Kids
cut it.
something. Yeah, like parents that force their kids to wear it so they don't chuck their thing at the TV.
Yeah.
Also, the straps are just going to be nicer this time because they're magnetic of some kind instead of having to fiddle with the thing and the little tiny bits that get like kind of cracked if you do it wrong. Like the Switch Joy-Con straps are something I've had just issues with over the years, and I've got like a whole bucket full of them somewhere. These are just going to be so much nicer.
So I happen to know they're actually not magnetic. They
What
clip
does it
in.
say then?
They clip in. That's so you remember
Snapped
in the
into place.
original
Okay,
review
I
trailer?
apologize.
Yeah, and you remember in the original review trailer where there was like a button on the front of it? Yeah, that's the release mechanism to take them off.
All right. I stand corrected.
So it's still going to be more secure, but
Yeah, it's better than the plus and minus slide on. You remember all those people panicking
Yeah.
that they broke
I
their
love these
Joy-Cons?
wheels. Love the wheels. They look
yeah,
so
they got redesigned wheels, obviously meant for Mario Kart. Any other game that wants to use them. So there you go. Set of 2. So you get 2 for 20. It's not bad.
not bad.
That's not bad.
Looks like you get the paddles on the back of those too.
Camera.
Do you get the paddles on that? Let's see.
Yep, they're there.
Are those
I don't
paddles
know.
or are they
Those-
shoulder buttons?
Oh, those might be the release mechanisms too.
No, they're the shoulder. No, they're the shoulder
Those
buttons.
shoulder buttons.
Got it.
Yeah.
Hey, how are you going to drift?
Yeah,
Like, yeah, it's got to be the shoulder buttons.
Yeah.
And then the camera. It's going to be $50. But as I said, you can use any other camera that plugs in through USB-C, or I presume if you use like a USB-C to USB-A converter, it'll probably work.
You know what I was wondering, guys, is this is the website I was looking at earlier where I saw you could use any camera.
Yeah.
It doesn't say what the resolution is, and it also doesn't say what the max resolution camera is you can use. Like my base cam is 4K. Is this camera 1080p or 4K, 720? What is it?
Yeah, it doesn't actually give any information on the resolution.
I know it doesn't. That's what I'm saying.
They don't want you.
Why
to
doesn't it?
They don't want you to.
You
ask.
know,
it's like
my
4.8.
my big concern with the camera is the situations that people are going to find themselves in. I imagine there's going to be a number of people who boot into a game with their friends with the chat, and it's just their ass in the camera.
Oh yeah.
You know,
That happens.
All right. Which one of us is going to be the culprit?
I'm not going to do it. Any of you
Eric.
guys can get my channel canceled. That would
I
be
think
bad.
Eric's the guy.
Eric's
Who
the
needs
guy.
who needs a channel revival and call it Switch fans?
So, talking about the resolution, I think that it's not bad just because in Mario Party there was there's this game where you see the full body
Yeah.
of the
balance this up
person,
ahead, yeah.
and so it was captured there. And I'm guessing it needs
It's
some
probably 1080.
yeah, it needs some good resolution to be able to crop you out.
So you got a separate dock set, which some people do
Welcome
buy.
back, iToy.
I
Some
do.
people,
Yeah.
some people do buy extra docks, so it's going to be again $10 more.
That's not bad. Not bad.
So
Also
everything
important to note-
went up $10.
And it
Also,
comes- yeah.
Important note: ultra high speed HDMI cable necessary to use this. You can't just use the one that you've been using for your other Switch.
It just comes with it too.
It's
so.
HDMI 2.1.
Yeah, it
Just
comes
use,
with it.
just use the cable it comes with, unless you know what your cables are.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't know what type of HDMI cables are rocking. So they have an official carrying case, of course.
Yeah, I got to
As
add
they
that to
always
my.
do.
To my
If I pick it up, it's only because I'm going to compare it to like third-party ones. I don't really actually plan to use it, but hey, $34.99. This is the cool one.
This is a really cool one.
Yeah,
I love that
so
one.
these have existed, but Nintendo wasn't selling one. So for
Are you
$80,
sure? I've got one that's I think official from launch.
is it official?
Yeah.
Everything fits. Okay, well I
Yeah.
can say it corrected there. This is cool though. I like this.
Reminds me of the GameCube, which makes me happy.
Yep.
Speaking of GameCube,
Oh, look at you.
We'll have to segue there soon.
That's for games. Anyways, so that's all the accessories they have.
AC adapter.
Oh, the AC. Yeah. Okay. Fine. The AC.
Yay!
$30. Okay, $30.
Hey.
Again,
Now
okay.
it's it.
Yeah, that's it. Now it's $30.
Oh, sorry. They do have the Nintendo branded.
Yeah,
SD
but
Express cards.
there's no information,
I know,
to
I
buy.
know,
I can't really
I
do
know.
anything with it.
I
All right. That being said, we're gonna transition into games. Mike, do you have to head out, bud?
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead out. My daughter is sick, and so I have to go help my wife. I'm sorry I haven't brought enough value to the stream this time around. I've been up since yesterday. Had a 15-hour stream.
Mike, you're invaluable. Don't worry about it.
15-hour stream, and so thank you guys for the invitation. Switch 2 is rocking. Price is horrible, but I love everything between, and GameCube is gonna be incredible, especially when they noticed that the games are also on higher definition on GameCube. They said something like that. But you guys will get into it. And Paul, what's up, man? Take care, man.
good to see you, Mike, for a hot second.
I'll see you tomorrow.
See you 2 days.
Go,
Take it easy,
Mike.
bro.
2 days.
Go get your body ready.
I'm gonna go to
Get
bed.
your body ready for the what should we call it tomorrow? The treehouse.
Treehouse?
Oh my god, that's true.
Yeah.
That's like a 4 hour stream, and then a
4 hour tomorrow, 3 hour Friday. Yeah.
Give your body some rest.
That's in 10 hours.
I don't want to do that. All right, take care, guys.
Have a good one, man.
Take it easy, bro.
I don't think it's in 10 hours, is it? I'm pretty sure
In
it's
10
like,
hours. 8
It's
a.m.
at
my
7
time.
a.m. 7
7
a.m. Pacific time.
yeah, okay, so that's 9 a.m. my time.
11
And
hours.
So that would be 11 hours.
Yeah.
From now.
Mhm.
Not 10. I'm sorry. I was freaking out about 10. I'm like, what do you mean? I'm starting my stream in 10 hours. Wait a second.
I'm, you know what? I'm honestly probably just bad at math. That's probably what happened.
You know what? It's been a long day with a lot of stuff going on.
A lot of numbers flying around.
So we'll get into the games. So let me just ask, which game do we want to talk about first?
Dragon Drive.
We can. Sure.
Might as well.
I want to talk about some awesome merch.
Oh, that's right. You know what? We got a special sponsor today. Let's just go ahead and roll the tape.
All right, let's see what's on. But that's not all. The Switch 2 attaches controllers with electromagnetic technology. Cool.
4K raw power.
Do you struggle with unexpected movements? Shut up! You may be.
It's been a long time. Game Bird Classic.
Papa?
Sure. What is bothering you, my child?
It's just tonight's the Nintenbyte Podcast, and I have nothing to wear, and I'm scared.
But child, the Nintenbyte Podcast unleashed a new line of merch, including sick t-shirts.
Really?
Here, I'll show you.
Gaze into the power! The future is now. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, we're unleashing the brand new Nintenbyte Podcast merch.
So rad. Nintenbyte rules.
Introducing the Nintenbyte Podcast shirt. Each shirt is made with 100% farm fresh carrot fibers.
Carrot.
We turned a carrot into a shirt. Nintenbyte pint glass for all you milk lovers. Nintenbyte offers a variety of merch. And never miss the mark.
I'm Nintendo Prime.
I'm Thunderstash.
I'm Gamebird Classic. So order now while your body is ready.
Go ahead and go get your Nintenbyte Podcast merch. I dropped the link in the chat. All right, so
I suddenly have the urge to purchase merchandise. I'm not sure what's going on.
Suddenly, out of nowhere.
The orders better skyrocket tonight. I'm just saying.
All right,
Is that new, by the way?
Yeah,
that-
we're
That's the first
running
time
it.
I've seen it.
I'm gonna be running it for like the intro on the show. I'm gonna be running it like for like the next like month or two. I don't even give a shit. It's so awesome.
I mean, even then, you can still just cut off
Especially
the end and then
The fact that it has the fact I'm a clickbaiter in there, I love it.
right.
That alone sold me.
Yeah.
Then the milk from the pint glass. Oh baby. Anyways, and if you know what, maybe it does sell some merch. I don't know. I haven't looked if we sold the merch today. All right. So Dragon Drive, right? That was what you guys wanted to check out. Let's go ahead and pop this one in. This one I don't think we have a price for yet.
No.
But here we go. Just kind of play it for you guys. So, what are you guys thinking about this very unique like basketball game? Is it fair to call it that?
Yeah, seems like it.
Yeah. I mean, you're shooting hoops. You're playing 3-on-3.
It looks like wheelchair basketball.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. I mean, I think it looks. Obviously, I love basketball. I played my whole life. You love basketball. I'm excited to actually play this, and I like that you use both the Joy-Cons as a mouse. Like you literally have to use both Joy-Cons to wheel your wheelchair.
Oh yeah.
It's cool.
It's the kind of thing that only Nintendo would put the budget in to do. This is such an experimental game, and frankly, obviously, we've seen very little of it, but it doesn't seem to be a particularly robust package. And I think it would very much mirror ARMS in that way. And so, my guess is that it's the same team, which of course is the Mario Kart team. This is EPD 9, but obviously, it's been so long since they've put out a game, and we know they can put out multiple games within short proximity, as we saw Switch launch. So I think there's a chance that it is that team. And I love ARMS a lot. It's one of my favorite Switch games from that year one. And so there's a chance that I get super into this. Another interesting thing about ARMS is that that first reveal trailer for that game in the 2017 January presentation did not show button controls, but obviously there were button controls in ARMS. I think it is possible that some sort of alternative play version is possible for this game, that you don't need to do all the sliding, but we have no idea. But I also like when Nintendo does weird and experimental things, and this is absolutely that. So even though it doesn't look great, I'm not sold on like the visual style. Conceptually and Nintendo doing weird nonsense wise, I'm all in on it.
I agree with you. I don't think it looks great. I don't know if anyone really likes the look of it, but
it looks like Federation Force.
The gameplay. The gameplay looks awesome, and I gotta believe like somebody at Nintendo really likes basketball, because they made a point to add it to Switch Sports, and now we're getting another basketball game. It's like, what's going on here? This is really cool.
This one reminds me so much of Nintendo trying to create like their Rocket League type game.
Sure.
But I also feel like this, we talked about, I'm at a blank for what it was called, but that kind of Switch 2 tutorial that could have been a pack-in. This is another one that I feel like could have been a pack-in title that would have been really cool, since it's so heavily focused on the mouse mode and using both controllers. And I don't know. I feel like this one would fit that realm of like your Switch Sports type deal. But
I also feel like one of the only games that ever uses both mouses at the same time for one person.
How much is it gonna be though?
$30.
$80.
$80.
I get Star Fox Guard vibes. Like that's the
Yeah.
kind of
Oh yeah.
that's the kind of size game. Like a little bit of a color and something different, like ARMS, but a little bit lower scale in terms of development.
I
And
wonder.
stuff.
So I wonder if because there's no price, like yet, what if this ends up just being included with NSO?
That is actually possible. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they do that sometimes. They include some stuff with NSO. But if they do sell it, I like the Star Fox Guard comparison and stuff. I feel like this shouldn't be an $80 game.
Same.
But I do feel like because
what if it's got some crazy open world adventure that you're going through and
yeah, but
not that kind of game. But
I do think now that that's like a thing, 60 kind of becomes the new 40.
Yeah.
Oof.
So it could be a $60 game.
Yeah, which would be a very hard sell, I think, for a lot of people.
Yeah, I think this would be a hard sell at $60.
You guys think 40
based on
works,
what
though?
we're seeing here?
I mean,
also, is it going to be physical or is it going to be digital only? That's that too.
It'd be fun to have it be physical, but no guarantees anymore, I think.
I feel like 40 sounds
40 sounds great. I just feel like
good, yeah.
In the context of Switch 2 pricing, it sounds amazing.
In the context of Switch 2 pricing, it's amazing.
Right.
But I mean, it looks fun. I like that. Like you score the bucket, but then you get extra points when you do tricks.
Yeah.
See style points adding in too. So it's kind of cool. Be curious if they have like a tournament mode in here. I really like that part of like Mario Tennis Aces when they had tournament mode. I feel like this would be a good game to have a tournament mode in.
Yeah.
3-on-3 tournament mode, that'd be sick. So yeah, I don't know. It's interesting.
So
I like they're trying new things. That people always say Nintendo doesn't do new IPs. Well, let me tell you, we had 3 of them announced in the Direct that Nintendo's involved with in some way or form.
Do you guys know where you'd play this game?
Yeah, I don't know, man.
you need a runway.
Thinking about
Like
that.
I have desk mats,
I'd
like
probably
mouse
play on
desk
that.
mats, but how many people do?
Yeah.
I don't even
I have a
think
Nintendo
you
Game Controller desk
need.
mat.
I don't even think you need like a desk mat. You could just do it on the floor.
But I think also
on your jeans, like on your legs.
These optical mice, literally, I'm not even using on a desk pad, it's just on my table. Like the optical mice work on everything. They can work on your legs, even. Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, I think a lot of people are just going to do it on their thighs.
Yeah, I was gonna say I
Alright,
don't
then.
know how many people are actually gonna do it out in front of them like they are on the table showing in the video. It's like
Well, I
I'm
think
gonna be
that's maybe
sitting
the
more
most-
with my hands down like I'm actually
Yeah, but-
rolling a wheelchair.
But
That's kind of cool.
well, that's what it's gonna feel like if you're doing it
Yeah.
on your leg.
Well, right,
You're gonna
right. Yeah,
Yeah. Like,
Right.
That would be cool.
having it out
Yeah.
in front of me like this and trying to push both at the same time.
I think
is
they
gonna
were
be
trying to put it in the
goofy as
most.
hell.
No,
I realize
No,
they
I
have to
thi-
show it.
no,
but-
it's not just showing it. I think they wanted to show that the way I figure, I was sitting here doing it on my leg. I'm like, yeah, okay, this is just more comfortable. They were just showing the most comfortable way to do it.
they were like this though.
Well,
They weren't like
for them, it could be comfortable.
I guess.
You got to remember, Eric, we're
Yeah.
big people.
Yeah,
Those,
fair
those people weren't very
I am
big.
a wide load.
They're pretty skinny. Like that might have been actually shoulder width for them.
I guess. True.
I'm just saying. We're a little wide over here, okay?
Yeah.
Look, when my arms are down like this, like you can't even see the side of my camera. Anyways, you don't know where I end and the rest of the stream begins. So
you also got to give a shout out to Nintendo for, or the team making this for seeing the idea of 2 mice, which is something that, as far as I know, games have never really been designed for before, which is that Nintendo loves doing new control options, and then pairing that with the concept of using both your hands at once to pull back, like using a wheelchair. No games that are controlled like using a wheelchair before, and it's just a totally new kind of game design, which I think is really fascinating and also interesting in terms of disability representation. Unfortunate that this is the kind of game that is not necessarily the best for people with disabilities, but
I
it's interesting
have a
representation.
feeling that the way they want you to play is just one way.
Sure.
I bet you
Yeah,
there'll be other ways.
That's
to
what I'm
play.
saying. Like potentially there could be button controls or other alternative options.
They don't want to push that right now because they're trying to show off the mouse stuff, but
Yeah. As they did with ARMS. Didn't mention that in the reveal.
yeah. So, what game we want to talk about next, guys?
Sorry, one quick thing. I know I love how everybody, again, including me, was like, holy shit, is this a DJ game?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I thought like
Okay. Oh, no, never mind. But still cool.
Even still, like even in the chat, we're still getting comments about $90 Mario Kart, which is not what it is in the US.
Yeah.
Like Nintendo's the only one that can clear up this misinformation, and it's still going to exist because of the way they communicate. I'm still frustrated by their way of communicating. No, it's not $90 in the US. It's only $79.99, which is still expensive. But anyways, what game do we want to look at next?
First party or anyone?
Any of them.
I'm happy Street Fighter 6. I could say
Street Fighter
is
6.
coming to Nintendo
Okay,
Switch.
we'll grab that trailer for you.
Yeah.
Because the amiibo are also fun, and that's new.
Yeah.
And doing what they've done, like since Super Street Fighter 4 3D edition, there's another mode like shaking the controllers and stuff like that, and it looks like amiibo cards as well beyond the 3 physical amiibo, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, the game looks like it's got equal parity. Comes with a bunch of DLC. I like it.
I still can't get over every single one of these trailers. Is 4K.
I was going to ask you that, Paul. Do you think this is a good deal? $60.
Heck yeah.
With the DLC, I think so too. I think it's a great deal, and people are sleeping on it, or they're just focusing on the $80 price tags and not saying, "Hey, you know what? We're getting 2 DLC packs for $60 here."
This is such a good game,
Oh,
just
yeah.
as a fighting game, and then the fact that it has this world tour mode is pretty fun too. But I'm looking at these visuals, and I've played a ton of Street Fighter 6. I actually have it on PS5 and Xbox Series X, as unnecessary as that is. But GameStop had a crazy deal, so it's like I just did it. And I'm going to get it again. And I do have most of the DLC, but I got it in a very interesting way. Like a couple of years ago or last summer, Chipotle had a thing where if you buy a Chipotle burger or a taco or burrito, whatever, you got like this many fighter coins for buying that. So everybody that I knew that was getting Chipotle, they gave me all of their fight coins. So I just got thousands and thousands and thousands. I was just buying stuff left and right, like whatever. It was
awesome.
amazing. And now $60, you're getting actually more than what was available then, everything up to current roster. If you have any liking of fighting games, this is a solid one, and it's going to be pretty jam-packed. And visual parity, like I haven't done a total analysis of breaking down, is it really identical or the polygon model's a little less, but like, dang, the difference, if there is one, is so insignificant that this is not like, oh, a stripped down version. This is not Hogwarts Legacy playing very visibly different. This is equal for all intents and purposes. You know, maybe combing over through it, maybe that'll show different. But like looking at it right now, I'm super pleased, and it's a very pretty game.
And those comparisons are coming. You know, there's going to be a digital foundry. There's going to be some comparisons, and it'll be interesting to see how all these third-party games stack up compared to on the other platforms. You know, Elden Ring was announced. I want to see how that stacks up, because if it shows really well with those games, it's kind of like, oh damn, Nintendo, the magic is real.
I'm really excited to see Hogwarts Legacy.
Yeah,
because remember that was announced.
We can get to that one if you want. We can talk about that next.
Yeah, because I have the PS5 version. Michaela has a Switch version, and obviously, I thought it was a technical marvel that Hogwarts Legacy can even run on Switch. And I know it's a stripped down version, and there's loading everywhere. They made a lot of concessions, okay? But I'm very familiar with the PS5 version, so I can't wait to see how it's going to run on Switch 2. And again, guys, this is a game that we were talking about last year on the podcast coming to Switch 2.
Version. The Switch version's so bad looking.
Yeah, and to me, this looks fantastic. I mean, there's no comparison, which is why it makes sense to release this on Switch.
It looks
2.
great.
Yeah,
and I want to chime in on something that Paul said, because I think it's really cool that he mentioned it. Obviously, Paul, you've played a lot of Street Fighter 6 on multiple platforms, and you're watching the Switch trailer that we just played, and saying that you're interested to see the difference because you can't really tell from watching it. And I think that's exactly where Switch 2 needs to be, and the only place it needs to be. If you're watching a trailer and you're asking yourself, does this look as good or does this look worse? Then Nintendo nailed it. Because
Absolutely.
yeah, maybe you do a side by side comparison and you're like, oh, the lighting's a little bit better in the PS5 version, or the textures are a bit sharper, or slightly more detailed.
Comparisons. I like
But
it.
It's like when you can't decide between two nice TVs, and if you look at them individually, like I can't really tell the difference, but you put them side by side and you're like, oh, this one has a slightly better contrast or slightly better brightness. I don't know. But I think that's a really good position to be in if that's what Nintendo's able to nail this gen. I don't know what you guys think about that.
That's a great point.
If you have to try hard to get upset that one version is slightly less good looking, so that's the thing. Slightly less good, not bad.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Then you really got a problem with that. If you like are digging to get mad.
Right.
This is of comparable parity and performance seemingly, and I think it's just a beautiful package. And like, even though that you guys probably talked about the $450 price point earlier, but I want to just drop in really quick. It is a little bit more than I thought. Like I thought 400, but with inflation going up, with minimum wage going up, with the fact that this is closer in comparison to what else is fairly modern on the market with these $500 machines than Nintendo Switch was to what else was comparable on the market back then, you could see that the price is justified. And seeing the games look this good, you're like, people are going to say, oh, but it's not a portable PS5. It's not a portable Xbox Series X. No, but if you're looking at the games and you're having that difficult of a time, thanks to the new components and the magic of DLSS and enough power and enough modern architecture, if you're getting that close and it's on TV and freaking on the go, and you're not eating up your storage space because you have the option of physical cartridges, unlike on the other ones, digital or physical, you are eating up that storage space. Like that $450 price tag definitely seems warranted. I think it is, even though it's more than I thought. $50 is not going to deter me from buying it at all. Like it looks amazing. Yeah,
Great points, guys.
All right, well, what game are we going to go to next?
Oh, we should probably just dive right into Donkey Kong, right?
Oh,
man. Baby. One of the most watched trailers from the Direct. Already over 1 million on its own.
Wow.
DK
Cool.
Donkey Kong. Let's go. Here we are.
And what is it, July? Is it July 17th?
July 17th.
Yep.
July 17th.
So soon.
Dude, right around the corner.
It's 10 days after my birthday, 12 days after Nate's birthday.
Mm-hmm.
This is a birthday present right here.
Dude, and how good is this new DK art style? Like
By
just
the
like
way,
Oh my
his
God.
character,
My
his
fiance
model.
likes DK, and her birthday is July 12th, so it's
Yeah.
And they showed a variety of environments right there in the first like 10 seconds, which is great. It's not all tropical. I mean,
Cool.
this is
Look
like
how good
old
he
school
looks.
stuff.
When this
I
trailer
love
first started right away, who
overall.
thought it was a 3D Mario?
This is
I thought it was a 3D Mario when the first frame
Well,
dropped.
Yeah, because that was
I
it.
I thought maybe Banjo Kazooie.
Really?
Yeah, definitely had Ray.
I would have died.
yeah. The
I would've
eyes,
died
I was
on
like,
stream.
I would have died too, which would have
This is
sucked.
amazing, though.
Here's the greatest part about this game. And obviously, I'm really excited for the next 3D Mario. I love Odyssey. I believe this is probably that same team, which is exciting in terms of them taking on something new. They haven't made a non-Mario game other than Captain Toad since their first game, which was Jungle Beat. It is that this is not a 3D platformer with Donkey Kong plopped into it. This is a Donkey Kong 3D platformer. He is smashing stuff. He is throwing stuff. He is digging, which is crazy. Look at this. He's
the environmental destruction is insane.
It's a new kind of 3D platformer that prioritizes Donkey Kong's burly, manic, crazy energy, and especially with his new design, which is so.
I forgot his face when he hugs the banana. It's hilarious.
It's like an action platformer because it has almost that 3D, almost like beat 'em up mechanics where you're just brawling, just smashing through everything. It is it looks like a very unique experience.
Yeah, I was using the phrase "bull in a china shop" when I was describing it. And I'm like, that is an energy that you don't usually see in these kind of games. And so applying that to what is ostensibly like possibly a new sub franchise for Nintendo, right? 3D Donkey Kong. We talk about 3D Mario and 2D Mario. Now we have 2D Donkey Kong and 3D Donkey Kong. And that's really, really exciting.
Yeah. Dude,
We've been asking for this for decades.
You gotta appreciate all the facial animations and like care that went into this character. It's so good.
Oh yeah.
Well, it all makes sense now, guys. Like we've talked about the theme park edition.
Mm-hmm.
Donkey Kong Country Returns HD getting released. And we all expect Donkey Kong to play a larger role in the new Mario movie too.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that we
if not
also
his own
expect-
movie at some point.
Well, we expect that, right? That is the rumor that's why Seth signed on to be Donkey Kong, is because in that contract is a standalone movie for Donkey Kong. And it just looks like all the puzzle pieces are being put into place. You don't make that kind of investment with this game.
Absolutely.
And make it the big, usually this would be what? This would be Mario's spot, right?
This is the second 3D Donkey Kong ever made.
Last one was 1999, right?
Yeah.
With the expansion pack.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is wild.
Dude.
Now, DK64, add that to Switch Online, please.
I'm wondering when it's gonna hit.
And now they announce this, maybe they drop it before it comes out as like a little taste.
Yeah.
Do you think? Just curious, what you guys think? Do you think maybe we'll get David Wise doing the soundtrack?
Oh man!
Oh my god, that would be so cool.
Dude,
maybe
that'd be a game changer.
I'm really excited. You know what I'm really excited to see in this game when we get to see more? I want to know what the boss fights are going to look like. Because just like the moment to moment gameplay that we're seeing here looks fantastic. But we know like with his raw like brute strength just smashing through everything, I imagine they're going to do some really cool boss fights.
Spectacle, absolutely. Yeah. And I also love the new elements of Donkey Kong identity that we're seeing added here. The idea of mining and digging and rocks and gems are things that, there's been underground levels in Donkey Kong games, but making him like wearing a miner's hat and overalls and having a little rock buddy that rides around on his back like a parrot and seeing all these crystal characters. This is a new identity for Donkey Kong on a visual and conceptual level that I think really adds another layer to the character that I think is super, super exciting.
I agree with you.
Will join in? Will he be able to play as ride Rambi and stuff?
Yeah.
I
saw
wonder.
one of the ostrich one. I don't remember the name, but we saw one of them in this.
I feel like there's got to be some sort of throwback where you get to mount on.
There should be
onto one of those characters.
Yeah.
Rambi's in the park. Like Rambi's a focal point at Universal. Like why would you abandon that? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So it would make sense. I really like that they did a callback to the minecart levels too.
Yeah.
Like when I saw the minecart, I'm like, oh yes, because you know those are the best. Pure anxiety. I love it.
This game. Look, we've obviously known something Donkey Kong was coming for a while. The rumors have been out there for like 3 years. Now, there was either a 2D or 3D Donkey Kong in the works by the Mario Odyssey team. This very much feels like yes, all of that was true.
Yep,
it was a 3D DK in the works by the Mario Odyssey team, specifically for Switch 2. And the number one thing I'm thrilled about this is we have a lot of side-scrolling platformers from Nintendo. And yeah, sure, Kirby and the Forgotten Land was a 3D platformer, but the isometric style 3D.
Yeah.
Nintendo really only runs one more like open roaming 3D platformer, and that's Mario.
Yep.
Now there's another. And that makes me really excited.
And then there's a scene coming up where it does do like the side scrolling
thing.
Yeah, which is really
Mario
cool.
Odyssey,
Here.
Mario Odyssey did the same thing. You'd morph into the wall and you're doing traditional Mario. So very obvious that that team, of course they did that. That team did Odyssey. Like, yeah, it's cool. This is awesome. And look, I hope this gets evergreen. I hope this sells for years to come. I really hope so, man. This is incredible. I want this to be the future of DK, man.
I love this to me feels like almost like a prequel Donkey Kong game before he knew Diddy, before he knew the characters.
Yeah, because
it's a little bit sillier, a little more childish.
Yeah, it's a little bit more childish, more
looks
goofy.
a little younger too, actually.
So I love the idea of maybe getting those moments where you potentially meet some of those characters for the first time.
Cranky is in footage from some other source, but Cranky Kong is in this game. We've seen him.
Okay.
He's not in this trailer. He's in a different. I think it might be the footage on the Nintendo Today app or something. But there are some shots that include him, so we will see other Kong characters. And what I'm excited to see is how their designs are redesigned to match Donkey Kong. I love Donkey Kong's new design. I think it's so much better. I love how expressive he is. It'll be so interesting to see how they match a new, Kiddy Kong, Tiny Kong, Chunky Kong to match him.
I also love how his design was teased in Mario Kart.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
and it's crazy. They're using the same design.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's awesome because that was well, why is Donkey Kong redesigned? Now you know.
And really, why they're doing it is because that other design was Rare's design. That was not an in-house Nintendo design. There hasn't been an in-house developed Donkey Kong game for almost 20 years. This is now. It seems like this is that.
Guys, I'm getting my hype is going back up again just from this I'm not even joking. As we're talking about this, and I'm watching.
The games are incredible,
dude.
Wow.
And listen, I know we have a lot of games to talk about tonight, but I gotta say this just because what we've seen with Mario Kart and Donkey Kong right now. What the hell is the next Zelda gonna look like? The next mainline Zelda. What's that gonna look like,
dude? Just watching the Age of Calamity one that we're gonna watch in a little bit.
Yeah,
that I'm like, dude, oh my god, this looks so much better than Tears of the. What's the new 3D Zelda gonna do? Holy shit! What's Monolith Soft gonna do when we finally see one of their games?
God!
Even better question than the Zelda one, because I think this one's a little bit more, maybe more relevant at this time. If this is what the new 3D Donkey Kong looks like, what is the next 3D mainline Mario going to look like?
Absolutely.
I think that's even a more relevant question.
Which I will posit
it comes next year.
I think that's the holiday game next year. Like Wonder was to follow up the Mario movie 1. I think 3D Mario.
They got to be pairing it with that movie. Absolutely.
Yeah. And also, again, I think that this is probably the Odyssey team. But, guys, it's been 7 years.
Yeah, this was the only thing they're working on.
Put a big game. And especially because the price is a little bit lower on this, it is possible this is a slightly smaller experience, which is not necessarily a bad thing in my eyes. If that means that we can get a great 3D Donkey Kong and a great 3D Mario in quick succession, that's, I think, better for everyone.
Let's just say I did not expect 3D Donkey Kong today.
No. But, guys, nothing leaked. Oh, my God. Nothing leaked.
Oh, what a good point.
It's a great day to be a Nintendo fan. I wake up and I'm like, did anything leak?
Technically, GameCube NSO was mentioned by Nate the Hate.
Yeah.
He also mentioned last night too that I believe he said that Mario wouldn't be here today.
Yeah.
But I don't know if he said he heard that or if he was predicting it.
He was predicting
in his opinion. Okay.
Yeah. Now whether or not he was doing that because he heard, he just left it as a prediction. Yeah. So technically the GameCube NSO, not the games that were in it, but the GameCube NSO stuff was, you could argue, leaked because he said he knew about it. He just didn't know if it would be in the direct. But yeah, otherwise, it's funny too because it's like the most leaked console of all time, but the least leaked direct of all time.
Right.
Well,
and the funny thing is, we say this, and now that we've seen all this stuff, it's like every fucking leak was true.
Yeah, true.
Sure still feels like it, yeah.
Hello, we had the 1080p screen, 8 inches. It was going to be variable refresh rate, which, by the way, for some reason they didn't put in the direct. They mentioned the 120 hertz, but they didn't mention the VRR. They mentioned the HDR. Well, the most important feature is the VRR because that's what makes the game feel smooth when the frame rates drop.
I feel like HDR is a more mainstream
term.
You know what I mean? Whereas like VRR feels like outside of Nintendo's comfort zone of like, hey, let's tell gamers
they
about
have
VRR.
To also explain it.
Yeah.
To people.
So I feel like that's why.
The best thing of VRR is when you don't notice it because the game just runs smooth.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like that's, it's kind of like, no, how is all these trailers in 4K? And I gotta say, 3D Donkey Kong looks like it might run at 60 FPS.
Of course,
smooth as hell.
Yeah.
So like it's 4K 60. Oh, how the hell are they doing that on this tablet? It's magic, and they're not going to tell you how. They're not going to tell you how. They'll never tell you. Maybe at the end of the generation, they'll finally admit, yeah, we've been using AI, DLSS, whatever. But because guess what? Every game's going to be using it. This is the first system like built specifically for it. Is like PCs had it forever, but they don't optimize games specifically for it all the time because not everyone has that capability. So this is a purpose-built system. and we're seeing what it can do when you purpose build for that DLSS, and it's churning some damn good results so far.
Can I make a request real quick? If we're moving on to another game, can we talk about the Duskbloods? I got to leave at 11 because I got to go to bed to wake up to go to New York for the hands-on presentation.
I'm sorry. Can we talk about the another one of the new exclusive games, new IPs, Nintendo Help Fund coming to the system? Yeah, I think we can do that.
I can make an exception.
Big 2026 game. So they're letting us know we got big games going in even next year. From Software and Nintendo teaming up. All right, Tucker, go.
I think that this is the biggest announcement of today. Not only because this will probably be the biggest selling, maybe behind Mario Kart. I think that's probably going to be bigger. But in terms of change, like this is a hierarchy of power shifting moment. From Software is the most respected team in the industry right now. They sell the most copies. They win Game of the Year the most times. And the fact that Nintendo has locked them down for the first time since Bloodborne, all their games since then have been multi-platform. And Nintendo reached into their back pockets, found a giant wad of money, and handed it to Hidetaka Miyazaki. And they're like, make us a game. And again, very important, directed by him. Directed by the guy who directed Bloodborne and Elden Ring and Dark Souls. Insane. Yeah. I think this looks great. It's amazing that it is and like ridiculous that is a console exclusive. And what I really cannot wait to hear, which I think we'll probably know by Friday, because there's a Miyazaki sort of small interview that they're posting on Friday. If it's possible Nintendo's publishing this game, guys, because it's locked down to the system. From Software has had games published by Activision, by Sony, by Bandai Namco, by Microsoft. It's possible they have a game published by Nintendo. That sounds so insane to say, but it seems that's like on the track record we're going. I can't believe this. This was the I am completely floored moment of this direct.
I'll tell you why Nintendo did it. Why they threw them the cash. Okay, obviously, game's probably going to be incredible. It's From Software. They just don't make bad games.
Yeah.
Okay. And you know, there's two reasons. One, drawing the crowd that loves these kind of games. There's a really big audience. Let's do it. Two, guess what? You just forced From Software to become experts with your hardware. No problem with all their future games. All their future multi-platform games are going to be on Switch 2.
Yeah.
Because now they have hands-on experience building an exclusive from the ground up. They know best how to use the hardware now. That's awesome. Like, look at this. Looks incredible. Vampire action. Oh, baby.
This is probably technically the best looking game we've seen in terms of scope and ambition, and then still fidelity. Very, very impressive.
And you can't forget the frog tits.
The frog tits.
So when this game was announced, this morning in the live stream, I shit a brick or two live.
You feeling better, by the way? Feeling up?
Slightly. From Software is one of my favorite companies out there. The Souls games are among my favorite. When Dark Souls 3 came out, it instantly landed in my top 10 games of all time. Elden Ring's a masterpiece. Bloodborne's a masterpiece. Sekiro's a masterpiece. So I was through the moon. Now, that being said, my hype has actually dwindled slightly for this game, but I'm interested to see more. I've heard, and I didn't have time. It's been a busy day to research this, but I've heard that this is more of a PvP arena thing with up to 8 player, with up to other players where it's more PvP focused. That's a little bit out of, if that ends up being the case and it doesn't have a more progressive RPG elements and story and lore behind it with the big boss fights that we all know and love when it comes to From Software games. I will be slightly disappointed. That being said, even if this ends up not being one specifically for me, this is a massive win for Nintendo, and this was a super hype moment. So regardless if it ends up being one of my favorite From Software games, I'm really stoked to see this, not just on a Nintendo platform, but as an exclusive and a launch window game in Switch 2's first real direct is really cool.
Okay, so look, I don't think there's any negative takeaway from this. Because in the end, it's an exclusive From Software game. It's going to be really good. It is a PvPvE game. Okay, so it's pitting players against NPC enemies. So Could have some epic boss fights in there. To take something called the First Blood. But that's all they really explain about it. All right. There's no other explanation right now. Outside of the fact that, the shocking part is that actually this is a Switch 2 exclusive game. It's not going anywhere else. Which it could infer that Nintendo maybe even owns whatever this is. And if From Software is making it, it's probably really damn good. Is it going to pop off? I don't know. But as I said, we have this. We have Elden Ring coming from them as well. Well, Night Rain was not announced today. I could definitely foresee a new trailer this summer. Dropping the Switch 2 logo in the trailer for sure. It's on PS4. So it's going to be here. I'm not worried about it. But From Software, all I know is this just forced them to be super deep in Switch 2 development, which means all future From Software games, we shouldn't have any concerns about them coming to Switch 2.
How much will Night Rain cost on Switch 2? It's $39.99, brand new on PS5.
Does it have a physical copy?
Yeah, it does. It's $40. Yeah, I've got that pre-ordered.
I think I'm gonna go Switch 2 tax, physical 50, digital 40.
All right.
And it came with a free $10 gift card at Best Buy if you pre-ordered. So I basically got it for $30.
That's crazy.
Nice.
Right? Hard to pass up.
Yeah. So, I mean, dude, if you had told me before the direct we're getting an exclusive From Software game, I would have been like,
and directed by Miyazaki, like Tucker said earlier. That's reason enough to be hopeful.
Yeah,
you're wilding out.
And to the point, and this is going to be the last point I make before I unfortunately got to go sleep. Is this was a direct, as we mentioned, not most of the stuff not leaked in almost any capacity, but look at that lineup of games that was announced here. Tell me that doesn't sound fake. Tell me that doesn't sound like an E3 of dreams, like a fake like picture off of a paper. Absolutely. Of open world Mario Kart. Okay. Oh, 3D Donkey Kong. Oh, Sakurai's back. We haven't talked about that. Sakurai's back directing a sequel to Kirby Air Ride. And Miyazaki is making an exclusive game. It sounds like lies. It sounds like lies.
And there's more to come. We all know that in the weeks leading up, more games are going to be added to that list.
Yeah. So like I'm even looking right now, like the top viewed trailer from today on Nintendo's of America's account. I obviously don't know all the accounts. Is Mario Kart World. No surprise there, right? Mm-hmm. That's, I mean, come on. It's Mario Kart. But then after that, it's the 3D Donkey Kong at the 1.1 mil. And then it's Dust Bloods. It's going to cross a mil tomorrow. It's over 900K right now.
I know personally because I uploaded reactions to 7 different games today. Dust Bloods reaction, and this is great numbers for me because I don't have a particularly large channel, has 1.1 thousand views. And the second one down is Donkey Kong with 39 views. That is literally hundreds of times more.
Yeah, it's so like Hype Force. Obviously, they didn't do a good job explaining it to PvE because they want to surprise you with that later with additional gameplay and other directs and stuff. It's a 2026 game, so there's going to be lots of time to market this and for people to realize what it is and maybe even demo it to see if it's really, really good, which is From Software. So I'm assuming it's good. I know that's shouldn't always do that, but like I can't remember a bad From Software game.
No, especially recently.
And to be fair, this game could end up being a lot more like Dark Souls with invasions. Like if you're familiar with the Souls games, with invasions always on, you can have it to where you're not playing online and you're not getting invaded by other players.
Exactly.
This could be more like that. And if that's the case, I'm all in.
I think that's the answer.
Yeah,
I'm all in either way.
And again, I want to be, I don't want to be a Debbie Downer. I literally was just saying that, like, if this ends up being more like not that it's going to be Fortnite, but like, a game like that, that's not necessarily for me personally. But regardless of whether or not it's for me, this is epic and a huge ass win for Nintendo, and I love to see this stuff land in there.
And sets a tenor for the next generation, right?
Yeah.
This is not something that would have happened last generation.
Yeah.
What the heck is going to happen?
This is Nintendo is not effing around.
No, yeah.
We can talk about the prices and how upset you are. When it comes to third parties, Nintendo wants the best.
Yeah. They're playing with the big dogs.
This is, if we had an E3, this would not be E3 where Nintendo's first time there, 3 months into the system being out, you had a lot of developers not on board yet because they had a bad taste in their mouth from Wii U. This is everyone for the last couple of years. Nate knows, you all know, there's been talks of we are happy with development kits. We are looking forward to this. And it went from one to a few to several, and more are like, this is gonna fly. And like they showed up in bulk today. And I don't want to say necessarily this is the next game, although I wouldn't mind it, but Final Fantasy VII. And they said, and stay tuned for more in the Final Fantasy VII remake saga. That's a tease that like Rebirth will come.
We're getting Rebirth.
We're getting them all. I expect
stuff. Yeah. Those aren't PS4 games anymore. That's beyond.
Rebirth is Steam Deck verified, so I 100% believe I think we get them all, Paul. Like we're making things right after the 64 PlayStation era,
which is so wild for us that like
it's special.
I need to see this and like the PS4 version and like the PS5 running on that version, because I mean these particle effects are fantastic. Do you remember playing what was the subtitle? It was the Final Fantasy VII
Reunion
prequel
Crisis
game.
Core Reunion.
Crisis Core. Crisis Core. It ran fine, looked fine on Nintendo Switch, but you could see that, okay. Well, then again, it was also like a PSP or a PS Vita port. I forgot. So there's that too, but like, okay, that doesn't look quite like Final Fantasy VII Remake. Nor was it supposed to. This is freaking Final Fantasy VII Remake.
100%.
And this looks clean.
I'm so happy right now. Tucker, you got to head out, bud.
I do got to head out. I'm going to be playing Switch 2 games in less than 48 hours.
How long are you going to be there?
I'll be there a week from now.
In New York? I'll be there for 2 days.
You leave Saturday or Sunday?
I leave Saturday. Yeah.
Cool.
Exciting, man.
It's going to be very cool.
Safe travels to you.
Thank you very much.
I don't know. We're watching your channel for footage. Let's go.
Yes. Oh yeah, no, I'm going to be recording a bunch of stuff, and I'll share footage, all footage. You guys are welcome to just download it from my channel. I don't care.
Oh, awesome, man! Thank you so much. Yeah. We're gonna make Paul Gale do that for me too, buddy. Get that footage.
Well, I'll be recording next week. Yeah.
But everyone, thank you very much for having me, Paul. I think this is the first time I've talked. Very fun.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
Talking to you for a bit.
And if you like talking about video games, I have a YouTube channel you can subscribe to. It's in my name.
Hell yeah! Subscribe to this man.
Yeah, I don't have any of the links set up. This has been too long.
It's okay. You can drop it every like 5 or 6 minutes for the rest of the stream. That'll All right. Thanks everyone. I'm gonna go to bed. I'll talk to you later.
Have fun, man.
Later, Tucker. All right. And then there were the 5, baby. All right. What are we going to get to next?
We should talk about, because we just talked about a similar game, we should just touch on Elden Ring Tarnished Edition.
All right. Let me pull this up here.
No, guys, I want to preface this by mentioning that this includes Shadow of the Erdtree DLC, which is it's a $30 expansion. Or is a $40 expansion?
40, yeah.
40.
I think it's 40.
It includes new armor and features. That's what From Software's official tweet says that I'm looking at. So, do you think the new armor could be possibly Nintendo related?
It's
maybe Zelda.
Oh my gosh!
It's Zelda,
dude. If they drop the Master Sword and they do the thing where, like, if you're at full health, it shoots the beam, I'll be so happy.
I could see them doing that. I really could. It would be a very smart move.
I mean, Miyazaki, he's a huge Zelda fan. From Software has taken a lot of influence from.
It's absolutely Zelda. There's no way it's anything else.
Gosh.
Now,
it's the first time either, like seeing Zelda gear, Master Sword in third-party titles. Like, I'd love it. That would help bide the time a little bit in some ways. Still, there's nothing quite like a Zelda game, but that would help a little bit.
Yeah, I've put so many hours into this game, so it's funny to say, like, I can't wait to play this again on Switch, dude, because I'm totally getting it again. I'm totally getting it again.
I platinumed the game, and you guys know that's not easy. It's a tough game, and I put in a couple 100 hours. Let me ask you guys this. So I'm looking right now. I pulled up Amazon. This is shipped and sold by Amazon. Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree Edition for PS5 is $79.99. Okay, so this is the tarnished edition.
Yep.
Which includes Shadow of the Erdtree.
Yep.
How much is it going to be? How bad are people going to freak out and not even look to see that? This is an $80 game on PS5 right now.
Yeah. Yeah,
You know what
I think it'll match the price, and I think people will freak out.
It's
like
gonna be $80, and people are gonna be like, "Oh my god!" It's like, that's what it actually does cost.
That's what it actually is. God, people, use the internet, please.
Yeah, Google.
Google is your
free.
friend.
It's free.
Well, as long as you know how to use it.
I know, it's crazy. Yeah, I expect $80 on that.
Yeah,
if not more.
And it looks good. Like that's my big thing. I'm getting out of it is like how good it actually just looks.
Well, it is a PS4 game.
Yeah, obviously.
But still, this is
That was
another
great.
example of like what we discussed earlier. The point I was making about you look at this trailer and at first, second, third, fourth watch, it's like, does this look the same? Does it look different? I don't know. Like you can't even tell. That's what's so cool.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna love all the graphics comparisons, and I'm gonna watch all of them. And I just kind of expected to be like, yeah, okay, it's not as good as this, or like a PS5 Pro version, sure. But I think a lot of the takeaways are gonna be, yeah, this is it. The Nintendo found that sweet spot that we hoped they would find. What game do we do next? You know what? I haven't picked a game. I'll throw a game out there. Of course, I got to go Zelda.
Dang.
Age of Imprisonment.
Oh, so cool.
Age of Imprisonment. For starters, I love how the trailer starts out where you're like, oh my God, is this DLC?
Or a brand new.
And it looks absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
Look, it looks next gen compared to Tears of the Kingdom. Like literally. But the KT comes up, so I instantly went to Warriors. I'm like, oh, it's a Warriors game. And then I was like, wait a second.
Zelda.
Okay, it's Zelda, so it's another Zelda Warriors. And then they just kept going, and I'm like, wait a second. Are we sure this is Warriors?
You're right.
And by the way, this is it's officially been confirmed this is canonical to the timeline. This game is officially announced. So this is story that literally is part of the Zelda timeline. It looks absolutely incredible already, obviously. You know, the higher resolution just pops out right away, but just even like the character models and everything, everything just looks better and cleaner and amazing. And it makes me wonder, like, hey, when they show Tears of the Kingdom tomorrow, is it gonna be able to stand up to this? Because this is incredible.
Yeah, you could tell from the performance too, with like the blades of grass, like everything's running way smoother.
Clean is better than dirty. That's for sure.
Yeah, and like here, oh my God, this is what it's like. Okay, it's definitely Warriors, but
that was good.
So good. It looks so good. Like,
and the co-op presumably will be more fun than ever.
Like, oh my God, we're playing the years that Zelda went to the past. That's what we're playing. So we're gonna get the whole story from their perspective back then, not just through memories. It's gonna be so sick.
And it's coming out this year.
Yeah,
winter 2025.
Yep.
When I saw this, I was like, "Oh, I guess that might be the big winter one." You know what I mean?
Is it winter 2025 or winter?
I think this winter.
Yeah. So it could be November to February,
January or February. Yeah.
So we'll see.
Yeah,
so it's not guaranteed.
People were talking about like, well, you know, the launches on the grid. I'm like, what are you talking about? Nintendo's got like 6 or 7 exclusives for the rest of this year.
Yeah.
For a system that launches in June. You know how hard that is to do? And that's just Nintendo delivering again. Average of an exclusive a month.
Not to mention, we still have this September Mario 40th Direct that we're expecting.
Yeah, we'll probably see 3D Mario at the 40th. Someone super chat that in. I think that's obvious.
There's more to come.
But this looks incredible. I mean, anyone else getting this? I'm day one. I'm already sold.
Yeah, day one.
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
Yeah.
I'm in like Flynn.
And it's going to run well. I think it looks like it's going to run well. I always used to Warriors games running well. Cool. What game we want to get? What do I get to next? There's so many. Eric, why don't you pick one?
Nope. Okay.
No, go for it, Eric.
Okay. Let's get to a game that we never thought that would come to Nintendo again because it is very, very similar to Mario Kart. Let's go to Kirby Air Ride.
Right. It's a new one.
Yeah.
It's a new one.
So cool.
Yeah. Hell yeah, here we go. In 4K. I still can't get over every trailer is 4K.
Yeah, right? I didn't think we'd ever see another racer just because of Mario Kart being so
And
massive.
if you did, it'd be like, oh, F-Zero, because they did
right.
the F-Zero, you know.
I feel like this was the weirdest announcement in today's Direct, only because this one's 2025 and Mario Kart's 2025. I feel like if this was a 2026 game, I'd be like, oh yeah, that makes sense. It is weird that they're both coming out the same year, but cool nonetheless.
I'm getting it.
Yeah, cool nonetheless.
Right now, I love Kirby's Ride. Oh man! So I remember the whole time, like, is this Smash? Is this Smash? No, it's not Smash.
Yeah.
Was it a new Kirby game? Oh, it is a new Kirby. Riders. Oh, whoa! Mind blown because no one thought this was coming.
Right. And then this just thought it was like a friggin' proximity miner, like the timer mine on Smash. And it's like, oh wait, never mind.
I'm like, he's riding. I'm like, wait a second. Wait.
Oh, that track. Gorgeous.
Oh,
the cool thing about it, though, now that I'm watching this again, even though it's unusual to get two kart racers the same year, I imagine this one's going to be more like your traditional kart racer. Obviously, Mario Kart's evolved into the more Forza Horizon style of full open world, go wherever you want. So we actually will be getting two distinct racing games this year. So it actually isn't that much of an overlap now that I rethink it.
They've also did like barely showed anything.
Yes.
And it's this year, which means there's a direct about it or some big blowout coming for this. I don't know if it's going to happen at the Treehouse, but it's coming. And Masahiro Sakurai is making it. So you know he likes to make big deals out of things.
Yep.
Now we know why he was retweeting the direct. He knew it was coming. This is the thing. We all thought, oh, his next game is Smash. No, it's not. He probably has been working on Smash, but this is what's next. And
this one took me totally by surprise. I would have guessed Smash first, maybe Kid Icarus.
Yeah,
this was a huge surprise.
But it's you know what though, I do like to see Sakurai's back working with the character he created. Man,
yeah,
he created Kirby. This is his guy. Why do you think Kirby, guys? If you didn't know, Sakurai created him. Why do you think in all the stories he's like the ultimate character that like always is like the champion,
the hero?
Yeah, it's because of Sakurai's character.
Now, since this is Sakurai's next game, do we think that he has little to no involvement in Smash, or do you think he's knees deep in Smash right now as well?
I think he's been doing both, and I'm pretty sure he's knees deep in Smash. He said a new Smash couldn't exist without him, so I think Smash probably ends up being a 2026 game, anyways. And so like this, I don't think this project had like a massive development team, and it was probably a different team he worked with. So he probably had two different teams he's working with. And
that poor man needs to
think about this. Bandai Namco announced, that they had multiple teams working with Nintendo. Sakurai could have been working with both those teams, and one team was doing this, and one team was doing Smash. So that could have been a thing. So, and what's nice about this is actually this game stands out even more because this is only 4 racers. This is 4 racers. Heard of the 24. This is like more traditional. I like it. I love that they're bringing it back. Absolutely incredible. Obviously, is this what the game looks like visually? I don't really know because I don't really know if we actually saw gameplay. Because like I thought this part when they came in and I'm like, I don't know, this is all CGI. It looks like, but how would I know? Maybe that is what the game looks like. Right. Based on seeing the Donkey Kong game, that's probably what it looks like. So yeah, man. Eric, what are you thinking? Are you excited for this one?
Yeah. No, this definitely interesting. I don't think I've ever played the original.
Oh, the original's so fun.
Yeah,
it's so fun.
Looks cool.
I mean, look, I can already tell you right now, in this direct, there's already like 15 games I want to buy. I want to buy. It's oh my gosh, they're gonna make me go broke this year, especially with $80 games. They're really gonna make me go broke.
If you could handle buying 25 Wii U titles, I think you could justify 15 Nintendo Switch.
We're not trying to revisit that. Okay?
Sorry, I had to bring it up there.
I mean, we'll eventually bring up what the entire launch lineup is. It's actually quite large.
It's a lot.
It's a lot.
They were dropping day oneers and really strategically putting like this is a few months in. This is next year, like 1 or 2. This is this holiday. really nice management.
Gamer, was there a game you wanted to look at quick?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I feel like we should save Mario Kart for last. That's the big blowout. So yeah, so I'm gonna go with an odd one. I feel like, but this one actually really impressed me today, and I'm gonna say the new Daemon X Machina. I played the demo for the first one on Switch way back when that came out, and I didn't love it. And I honestly didn't think it looked that great. However, this trailer actually impressed me. I was like, hey, this new one looks pretty damn good, actually.
Yeah. So we got the trailer for it up. Yeah, for a while I sat there, I was watching, like, okay, it's Max, then I was the first one I think to say, is this Daemon X Machina 2?
Yeah.
Well, then I'm like, oh, but the art style's a little different.
It's different. It looks way better, night and day.
Yeah.
But yeah, this looks really good for like a mech game. It looks fast. You know, some of the action even reminds me of that. There was an old game called Vanquish on PS3 that had kind of like the super high speed action. So I get some of the vibes of that. But yeah, I don't know. It looks like it's gonna have a deep story this time, which I didn't fully get the vibe of that in the first one. I think it looks solid. You know, we've got diversity in the games. There's a lot of variety.
By the way, Daemon X Machina is a Nintendo IP. They own it. So I did not think we were going to get a sequel.
And
that is for sure. That was not something I expected.
Comes out on my birthday.
Going on PS5 and Xbox Series as well.
Nice.
So that's probably what made it happen. Is Nintendo probably didn't want to fund a full sequel. So hey, let's just let us put it on everything. Cool. That's cool. I mean, I'm happy for it. The game absolutely. I mean, the first one was really fun. So there we go. Let's see here. We
for sure have 2 left.
Well, there's quite a few.
Oh, I know there is.
Stash, is there one you want to get to?
We should talk about Cyberpunk.
Oh hell yeah, we should.
That's a launch game.
Yes, it is.
Yep, it looked great.
Full physical version.
Ultimate Edition includes the DLC, which that's $30. And many people say that DLC really changed the game.
Yep.
Like took it from an 8 or a 9 to a 9 or a 10 in their eyes. So that's super exciting. It's on that 64 gig cart. So that's also cool. I bought this game. I had it pre-ordered on PS4. I have the Steelbook edition.
Oh, the PS4 version? Oh.
Yep, I have the Steelbook edition from Best Buy, the PS4, and I didn't play it because obviously I saw everything that happened. I'm like, I'm going to hold. I'm going to wait for them to fix it.
That to be my experience, right? Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm like...
Did anybody actually play it?
I was like, I got other games to play. I'm going to wait for them to patch this out. And then, you know what happened? Life happened. And I still haven't played it. So now I'm like, dude, do I dare? do I try playing it on Switch 2 or do I just play it on my PS5? Because I have the upgrade on PS5 for it.
I've put in about 3,000 hours into this game, but I never made it past the create a character.
Oh, it's funny.
Yeah.
I believe
Nice.
it was confirmed it runs at 30 FPS, which isn't shocking. This game's hard to run on a lot of the platforms. But my thing, as long as it's like a locked 30, I'm good.
You know what's cool? Not to take any limelight away from it, but this also bodes well for The Witcher 4 coming to Nintendo Switch 2.
Yeah,
you know,
I expect it.
They're in it. They're getting an early. That means they started working on this a while ago to get it ready to be a launch game. You know what I mean? That means
you know what I'm legit excited for maybe the first year ever as a Nintendo fan. Summer Game Fest.
Yeah.
Oh my God! The shoe logos are going to be all over that thing.
That'll be June 8th.
Yeah, it's like a couple days after. No, I think it's the following week after launch.
June 13th, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
That's insane.
I want to ask this question. Maybe this is a question for another time, but we didn't get the big holiday game. I still feel like there's some big holiday game coming. Do you feel like that's still true? Because I feel like it is true.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. I actually think the big holiday game is Legends Arceus and ZA, and that's going to be on both Switch 1 and Switch 2. We found that out today. 4K 60 on Switch 2, and they're just going to pair it with Age of Calamity, so there's an exclusive on Switch 2 as well this holiday. I think that's how they're going to handle it. I think those are the two big ones because they're both slated for this winter or late. Winter to me, winter begins in December officially, so I feel like Age of Calamity is probably December, and this will be the November game will be Pokemon. It's possible there could be another one in October because they do they usually have a big one in October.
Well,
towards the end of October.
Where's Prime landing?
Yeah, and that could be Prime spot. Right
That's
there.
true. That is true. That's a good point. Yeah.
I think we have 3 directs. I think we got the one in 2 weeks.
Oh, yeah, the one in
we
2
got
weeks.
June and we got September. So
Yep.
those are all opportunities, of course, to announce another game. I think it would be weird though, guys, if we didn't get a 3D Mario for the 40th anniversary.
I think September they're going to announce it. I think 3D Mario is still going to be coming out around the time the movie does. So I think they're just going to wait for the anniversary. That's it. Makes sense. Now, by the way, the anniversary, guys, it also happens to be 2 months removed from when DK comes out. So it's like, hey,
that's wild, man. If
We're
it-
free and clear to actually talk about it because the DK one's already been out, already got its sales.
Oh my gosh, dude! If you're right, Nate, and they're saving Mario for next year, that means we might have another. The year 2 of Switch 2 might be another Zelda Mario year, like year 1 of Switch 1, which would just be wild.
The trend
not new mainline Zelda, but like maybe a big remake like Ocarina of Time.
Like Ocarina of Time, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. And look, we figure we're gonna get something Zelda this year because we get something Zelda almost every year, and it's the Age of Imprisonment. Next year, what's it gonna be? It ain't gonna be the 3D Zelda. They could tease it, but it ain't gonna come out next year. What's it gonna be? Ocarina of Time remake is starting to sound real good, especially since we should probably get to GameCube NSO.
Oh,
that hits so
because
hard.
that is how we are getting Ocarina of Time. Which, by the way, Nate the Hate did say that he had a pretty strong feeling that the Wind Waker, Twilight Princess ain't happening. It's going to GameCube NSO. Metroid Prime 2 going to GameCube NSO eventually. That our hopes for the other versions might be dashed. We'll see, of course. Only Nintendo knows. But this is something that we've talked about a lot about GameCube getting added to NSO exclusively on Switch 2. They didn't make a new tier, so it's still just part of the expansion pack, which is cool. That they did not increase the price of, which I think with all the news of the other pricing, thank you, thank you, because that could have went up too. I think they confirmed that there's widescreen support, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So
Widescreen support and a resolution
bump
boost.
Yeah. So it's not going to be anything crazy. This is just base stuff you can do with emulation, anyways. But it's still GameCube games look nice. Put them in HD, widescreen it. It's going to be fun.
Yeah.
Only 3 at launch, but hey, that's okay.
I'm getting my. Go ahead.
This is what I asked for.
Yeah.
What did I say? We want improved emulation, better resolution, and make it take up the full screen.
Yeah. It's weird that they don't show it with the full screen. We had to find that out after the fact. Another thing I wish they would have communicated in the direct. But I mean, look, I can't complain. Obviously, we have Soul Calibur 2 with Link. We have F-Zero GX, and then Wind Waker.
Yeah.
3 incredible games. The GameCube actually has a really strong library, so I'm really excited now that it's there because we're gonna get. That's probably how we're gonna need Eternal Darkness coming back. It's probably gonna be through this, and so many others that we just didn't think they would ever remake or remaster. We don't have to. We can get it right here. Obviously, they show all the custom button mapping and stuff and GameCube controller support because they announced the wireless GameCube controller as well. And these are all games that are coming. Like
this is so awesome, and like it is a bummer we're not getting. It doesn't look like we're getting Wind Waker HD or Twilight Princess HD, but I mean, I've said this on the show, guys. You know, I love the GameCube version of Wind Waker. I actually think the art style looks better on the GameCube because it doesn't have all that oversaturated light, kind of washing out that really beautiful Saturday morning cartoon.
Although I
cell
just
shading.
realized I have to get 2 controllers at launch because I need the GameCube.
Yep.
God damn it.
Yep.
Yep.
It looks so good.
But-
First time getting a wireless one that's not Wavebird from
What
Nintendo.
I don't like, they better
Right?
order this because this is available on the My Nintendo store the same day as Switch 2. This better be available for pre-order. I don't want to buy it. I don't want to rush to your store on launch day to try to get a purchase in and have it arrive 3 months later.
How cool would it be if they let you pick a style, choose between the original and the
Oh.
Wavebird?
Well, they probably won't with the Waiver because they lost a lawsuit with that. That's why I know there's a lot of nostalgia with that.
Yeah.
There's a reason they've never brought that design back. That being said, this is awesome. I'm really happy to have this there. It's nothing but a value add. I know, guys. Some people are like, well, we're not going to get. I want to own the games. I get it, but we know this is what Nintendo's doing. The NSO is going to keep getting games. If you don't like it, that sucks. But
yeah,
Virtual Console is not coming back. This is what it is.
Guess what, Stash? We're one step closer to Wave Race on Switch 2.
I
We
know.
are one step closer.
It's coming.
One
you know it
step
is.
away. One step away.
Yeah, they just built it into Mario Kart.
Right? The water did look great.
It looked good. That was some nice water.
And I gotta say, leaving the negative announcements out of the direct as much as it created confusion, it also made the direct feel like a bomb direct. Like it was amazing.
I love how it,
No
you put up
negative news.
You put up the poll, and the one person responds, "It was an A until I followed the price, so then it turned to a D." I'm like, but the price wasn't in the direct, so how did that change your view of the direct? What?
Yeah. Oh, Wind Waker. I'm so excited that this is just going to be there. I'm probably not even going to really even play it, but I'm excited to say. Actually, no, I am going to be curious if they put the Tingle Tuner in. They better have brought it back. That Tingle Quest, like Fire Emblem Path of Radiance, Sunshine, Pokemon,
The first Luigi's Mansion.
Oh,
Luigi's Mansion.
Oh.
Yeah.
So all the Luigi's Mansions will be here now. Of all
Dude,
of them.
we might be getting Eternal Darkness at some point. How wild is that? It's so cool.
Oh, we will. We're getting Chibi Robo.
Yeah, no
Which is
doubt.
a good game, but I'm just saying, like, that's a deep cut for most people. So we're definitely getting Eternal Darkness.
Wait, didn't we do a podcast one time when we were asking titles if we think they'll come back, and Chibi Robo was one of them?
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. Well, there you go.
It's a good game.
All right. Is there anything else we want to talk about before we get to the big one?
No, I mean,
You know, I would just say that I'm hyped for the Nintendo Switch 2 edition games.
Sure.
I can't wait to see how they all play.
Speaking of which, I wouldn't mind Metroid Prime 4 Beyond because I want to look at that 4K shot and how freaking buttery smooth it is. It's honestly going to be a top. Like, you can't go wrong. You're getting 4K 60. That's what everybody wants. Or 120 at 1080, which is very respectable, dude. I'm gonna download both, but
I'm gonna tell you what's gonna happening. On my big TV, I'll go 4K 60. I'm on the go. I'm hitting that 720, 120. Oh, it's happening. Oh, that 120 FPS is happening in handheld. It's just going down. It's gonna be sick. It'll be sick on TV too, but I'm like, yeah, but my TV's huge. I actually would like the resolution mode.
I'm looking forward to playing it on the projector.
Mm.
First person shooters on the 150 inch screen are really, really fun. So this is going to be awesome.
Oh man. Again, they barely showed any of it today. So I'm hoping Treehouse maybe dives in. The thing is, we've gone 2 directs where Metroid Prime 4 showed up, and we still don't have a release date. It's just this year.
Wow.
What is going on? Are they just saving to announce it at the June direct?
Or we get information at Treehouse.
Yeah, either information at Treehouse or maybe they want to wait till the system's already launched.
Treehouse has always given us, I think, more
Something.
news than we expect.
Always. Developer interviews are there.
Like, good information drops from the Treehouses.
Yeah.
Samus Returns on 3DS got announced at Treehouse after they did Metroid Prime 4 at E3.
Yeah. And the thing is, I'll be streaming it all right here. I think when this ends, it'll boot you over to there to set your notifications because Treehouse is a gotta watch. Gotta watch. Maybe not necessarily everything they do in the Treehouse at all times is like massively important. But this is all new stuff for a system that's not out yet. And this is our chance. Look me in the eyes, everyone. Most of us are not going to the Nintendo Switch 2 experience. This is the closest we're going to get. Right here. This is the closest we're going to get to seeing and touching things, even though we don't get to touch ourselves. Stuff before then. Unless, of course, they end up having more events before launch. But June 5th, it's quick.
Paul's all speak for yourself.
It's here. 2 months away. Do you know how quick that's going to be?
Nintendo 64 days away.
Oh, there it is. Yeah.
As soon as I saw that release date, while I was watching it, I'm like, man, I got a video for today.
By the way, Paul, when are you starting your September Direct countdown?
Oh, man. My channel, I have a small channel, but like I'm looking at the amount of people tuning into these things and the likes and the stuff. I'm like, geez, I just might become the countdown guy. It's been honestly fun. Like, I like doing it, and you will see tomorrow, or I could unveil tonight what is the new gimmick on right here. If you want to know the gimmick of this new countdown series, I could tell you if you want to know.
Oh, does the audience want to know? I have no idea.
I want to know. You'll find out tomorrow because
I know what it is. I know what it is. Yeah.
The Nintendo Prime channel already has it. My channel has it.
Yeah.
But tomorrow you'll see. That's what I'm doing.
You'll see what's different.
You can either wait and be surprised, or I could tell you, and this could be a little bit of a drop. Not like I'm making a big deal of it. Like a lot of people just don't care, but there's a little bit of people that kind of had fun with it. So
all right. Let's do the Mario Kart now, and then maybe we'll see what the chat's feeling it after. Mario Kart. Whew. They did it. They made an open world. They made an open world. Dude, those.
Dude, the skybox is
looks like Cloud
stunning
City.
in this game.
My God.
I can see the comments. The volumetric clouding. It's too good to be true. No, maybe it is true.
Remember, folks, it doesn't look good enough. This is also on Switch 1.
So big. It's such a big Mario Kart.
I was mocking everyone who was saying that.
Yeah. Okay.
Dude, that close up of Mario is so clean when it goes real close to him right back there. And I got to give a shout out because obviously we don't have the audio going here. The music was phenomenal.
Yeah.
Oh, it's back.
In this.
I mean, I think there's new items. That's exciting.
Did that look like the OG Donkey Kong that track back there? Do you see that?
A little
where it
bit,
looks like it like zigzags up?
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah. Man, and not a little bit. It actually is. I noted that while we were watching it live. I'm like, oh my God, it's the original Donkey Kong. So look, it's Mario Kart, right? We think we know what Mario Kart is, and then they're just adding all these. We play as a cow.
The cow.
There's like a 4chan rumor about like a photo mode that maybe you take photos of random stuff in the open world and then you get to play with them. Don't know if that's true or not. That's a 4chan thing, but just throwing it out there. It probably spawns off the cow thing. Like, why are we playing as a cow? Oh, maybe you took a picture of a cow out in the field. Now you get to play as it. I have no idea. Obviously, all the different skins and the different types of carts and all that. Waluigi. You guys catch that? Waluigi's in there. What did I say? I haven't heard anyone talk about Waluigi today.
The cow is where.
Come on, maybe. This is like the biggest game he's ever been in.
I love the name so much too.
Oh yeah,
Mario Kart World is just.
And I love it. So they got all the traditional Mario Kart, of course, with the cups and all that stuff. But then they just added so much more.
Yep.
There's a whole.
This is why. This is a perfect example of why, like, you never count Nintendo out when people say, like, what are they going to do with Smash? They already did Ultimate. What are they going to do with Mario? The next Mario Kart. There's so many tracks now. You do a soft reboot and you reinvent it. And that's exactly what they did here. This is Mario Kart like we've never experienced before.
Yeah. Look how that mode just started. Everyone was already going like in an actual race.
You're right, Game Bird. This is a prime example that you can always point people to. And that, look, we had
Yeah.
Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, all those tracks, like the best Mario Kart, for many of us, would say this is the best Mario Kart of all time. What are you
Yep.
going to do next? And then this is what we get. So it's like,
Yep. Yep. And more doesn't always equal the best, and
yeah.
we're getting more cups in this one, which is I mean, out the gate we are, but yeah, this looks unbelievable. I love the costumes.
Well, dude, even like he's wearing that straw hat and it's moving in the wind.
Yeah. Then the knockout mode.
Oh yeah, the knockout mode too. Yeah.
The animations are off the chart, I think.
Oh, these animations are next
all
level.
the detail.
Like, what is Rosalina doing there? I don't know. Did you win?
I love that with him holding the can.
Oh my
the
God.
grinding's gonna be fun. I think the grinding and the parkour is gonna be fun.
Cool,
Dude, like
man.
that bouncing off the walls.
You're not getting at least at launch a 3D Mario game, but you take Mario off of this cart and you run around, and in some ways there's your 3D Mario experience because they're letting you go everywhere. And I bet you there's going to be hidden things, and throw a bomb at this wall and maybe that cracks and find a new special thing to go by. Like, I mean, I'm
Right.
just speculating, but
That's what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping for collectibles and hidden items for sure.
I wonder what kind of cart improvements we'll have. Like, you think you can buy parts and upgrades, and you think there's like in-game currency you can collect to like buy, new items and stuff?
That'd be way cool.
I know in this footage we saw again that floating fast food bag thing. We still don't know what that does.
I think
that's something new.
Looks almost like it changes the costumes. I think that was what.
Maybe.
Oh.
But then, okay. So if it changes your costume, is there a benefit to that?
I don't know.
Yeah, I
the
actually
power-up.
there's something that I noticed in the trailer the first time, and I forgot to mention it. When it shows the hammer bro in the cart, he's throwing hammers.
Yep.
And I wondered, is there a hammer power up that you get, or is it kind of a throwback to Double Dash, where depending on who you race as, you have some sort of a special move as that racer?
Well, I do. I love this knockout mode.
Yeah.
Where it's seamless, but you have to finish to like it's an eliminate. It's almost like a battle royale of Mario Kart. If you think about it, it's endless until you get to the end, and you always got to place a certain one to keep going. Like they just showed, you must finish at least 8th place to continue.
And here's Wave Race.
Yeah, there's Wave Race. Closest we'll get the Wave Race.
Yeah. I just love the tire tracks within the dirt and the grass and the things like that behind them.
I already know I'm going to be the chump on the way to the next you know how you race to the next track, taking the scenic route and being like, wow, looking around and stuff.
It's funny because the detractors out there, take the still images like, oh, look at this, it doesn't look good. I'm like, dude, no one's stopping in Mario Kart. What are you doing? It's what it looks like in motion, buddy. In motion, this looks incredible.
Oh, and we didn't talk about the daylight cycle, different weather changes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whole other experience, whole other visual aesthetic. That's cool.
That's all. And I guarantee, Paul, you're playing this next week. I'm pretty sure this will be one of the demos. For sure.
Gotta be. This one's got to be
the big
there.
launch.
It's the launch game. This one, I would lose it. I mean, controllably lose it if Donkey Kong was there playable too, which I don't see why not. It comes out 1 month later, but Mario Kart, Donkey Kong.
Seriously, those clouds look so good.
It really does. Huh.
Oh, okay. Sorry. The Thundersash.
You see that?
Yeah. I sent that link. I don't know if you know. I have community note privileges on X. Apparently, it was just fake. It was. Yeah. It's really cool looking. It's a fake drone show of DK Climate, but it's
That's sick.
Yeah.
I didn't know it was fake.
Yeah, it would have been on all the news outlets because that's awesome.
Oh, that is cool though.
Yeah.
We could just show it for fun, I suppose. It is pretty badass. Let's see here.
King Kong. Yeah.
We got a step share. We got to share. This one.
I like it. That's awesome.
Let's go back. Stop. Yeah. It's pretty badass. Pretty badass. And if you ever wanted to know what community notes look like, here it is, and that's where you get to vote on stuff or make notes. So some people always wonder how that stuff works. It's actually truly community. Like that's why the note's not public yet. So because it needs more votes. I get informed all the time about things that needs more votes one way or another. I think at this point we could just get to our general encapsulation of the day, our big takeaways from today. And I'm going to throw it to Paul Gale first, since he missed like half the show. And so this is his chance to get his word in on everything. So Paul, what's our takeaway today?
It's a 10 out of 10 Nintendo Direct. I think they spent just the right amount of time on everything. Like that first 2-minute trailer really was just, here's the system, the gist of it, and it's a little bit bigger. Here's a little Mario Kart. The deep dive that they did on the console wasn't too much, but it was needed to show the size, to say that, hey, this thing's got 256 gigabytes of RAM as storage. Here's the screen. Here's why you want to have 2 USB Type-Cs for a camera. Satisfying on the Nintendo Switch Online side of things, and having GameCube. New hardware with the GameCube controller. That aspect was great. Third parties, just loved the amount of support, and seeing that in this format and not having anybody like come out on stage and saying we're proud to be partners of Nintendo and the Wii U and like not deliver at all. Like, no, if you want to be at this presentation, you better show up with something. Not to point shade, but like EA said, Madden is coming. Boom, that's a big drop. Soccer is coming. Boom, that's a big drop. IO Interactive, a little tease of James Bond. We didn't talk about that. 007. Like, that's potentially cool. I mean, I like the IP a lot. Nintendo software. You've got stuff coming out day one. You've got a really good handling. We don't know the price yet of Nintendo Switch 2 editions when they're upgraded. Like, are you paying $10 for Breath of the Wild to be upgraded? And then you've got stuff like Kirby and the Forgotten Land getting a sequel, essentially. And the sequel, which is going to be included in the normal game. The normal game's getting the regular bump up and stuff like that, like Breath of the Wild is, Tears of the Kingdom. But the sequel is going to be made from the ground up, or more or less, for Nintendo Switch 2. So it's going to look that much better. Like, this is a Nintendo Switch 2 game visually. Whole new story, all that. And Donkey Kong. How close Donkey Kong is coming out to launch. I thought, wishful thinking me, a 3D DK game would be nice as a holiday season, or maybe in the first year. And like, I got it in 6 weeks after the system comes out. From Software being there as an almost closer, super big deal. Them showing up with Elden Ring, big. Street Fighter 6, big. You didn't have to say terms like DLSS and 3 teraflops in docked mode and this in portable mode. Like, you didn't even say any of that. You just showed off hot looking games from yesteryear or from this year, stuff that's yet to come out, building faith in these are all of the freaking supporters. I mean, I was watching, I was like, dude, there's Sega, there's Ubisoft, there's THQ. Game of the show consensus winners from multiple different studios are all coming here. The third-party support is outstanding. It is looking after looking at this, I'm like, oof, could Nintendo Switch 2? I needed this to see just how powerful it was. Could Nintendo Switch 2 top Nintendo Switch sales? That's a big claim. That's a bold, bold thing. And I'm like, absolutely possible now, because if this was so impressive, and if this is so impressive, and it's got so much going forward to it, and we're having an early glimpse of Nintendo's art team with no more bottleneck, I'm like, you got a vision, you want to make it happen, you're going to find a lot of success. Third parties, boom, port it over. I'm like, there's still going to be reasons to buy other consoles for exclusives. Maybe less and less with Xbox, perhaps, and PlayStation taking longer and longer. Why do you not buy a Nintendo Switch 2 as your lead platform? For many people, Switch was the lead, but for some it was a secondary. I think a lot was a lead, just looking at sales and how well it compared against the others that gen and this gen. But now you're looking at, an extremely competent system that runs the vast majority of the third, and gorgeous looking Nintendo games and upgraded games that if you missed out on Switch or you held off on like, yeah, it looks good, but I'm a little bit higher, not to say snooty, but like frame rate sensitive or something. No excuse not to play Breath of the Wild and higher thing if you were holding off. I mean, if you're one of the 30 million people that didn't, one of the people that didn't play it, like, I know that's a long-winded speech, but everything they marked off that I wanted, I have more faith that, hey, I think I'm going to get my Star Fox this generation. Because like Kirby Air Riders sort of helped that. Donkey Kong sort of helped that. Nintendo is still experimental and fun. You've still got cool implementations of the mouse. You've got everything. It's a 10. The only thing that I not even disappointed, because I was tearing up with tears of happiness when I saw DK, because I thought it was a new Mario, and I'm like, this is the Mario. Sure. This is the Mario. And then like when I saw DK, I wasn't disappointed. I was freaking through the roof because I'm guaranteed to get Mario every generation. I'm not guaranteed to get Donkey Kong. So kicking it off with DK, I'm like, even though I like Mario more, I'm happy that DK's first because I got him for sure. And I will get Mario later. Beautiful presentation, one of their finest. I got Zelda, I got Metroid, I got DK, I got Mario via Mario Kart, I got all of my Nintendo like beloved IP. It just makes me think after this, not, oh man, what wasn't there, but like, oh man, what am I going to see next with Smash and Splatoon and Luigi's Mansion? This just opened up an enormous treasure chest of possibilities, not limitations because of what it didn't have, but because of what it freaking showed with such a powerful, badass, like, whoa, this is our spot in the industry. We are market leader, and we are going to be the market leader. This is a showcase. Very few people, I think, and I know you did a percentage on your channel. What do you give it, A, B, C, D? And a lot of people have been doing it like, oh, man, it's hard to deny that this was excellent. You'll find people that will complain about any one little thing, and some more valid than others, like price and this and that, okay. But content, oof. You got to be a little bit different, I guess, to not be in the majority and like this, in my opinion. Mic drop. Otherwise, I'd break it.
All right, Eric.
Yeah. If you focus just on the direct, nothing else, because it's not in the direct, this thing was amazing. Nintendo hit a home run on this thing. A+. I mean, I joked with Nate that the only option he should give is A+ on his poll. And this had to be one of the best directs I've seen. The pacing of it was amazing. You know, the games they showed, the variety. Yeah, I am stoked. I am ready for this thing to be here.
Awesome. Game Bird. The bird is the word, baby. You're muted. You're muted, you bastard. You sick bastard. Stop revealing all the Switch 2 games.
No, so I'm gonna be slightly villainous right now. I think this was an excellent direct, but I'm gonna go slightly lower than Paul and Eric. I'm gonna give it a 9.5 out of 10. I'm gonna drop down half a point. I was wowed today. The only thing that takes it down a half a point for me, and this is just me, I feel like they spent a little bit too much time on the voice chat segment, you know, with like the footage of them being like, oh, are you riding a dinosaur? Whoa, look at, like it went on a little bit long. I feel like they could have trimmed the fat on that section and would have loved for them to throw in maybe one more trailer or even an extended trailer of something that was in the sizzle reel, like Silk Song or whatever. Other than that, this was fantastic. I mean, we got
barely saw Hogwarts Legacy or Elden Ring.
Right.
Sort of like,
yeah, like And they looked stunning. So I would have liked to see either one more game squeezed in there or an extended trailer of something we barely got to see. That being said, though, we got two massive heavy hitters confirmed this year with release dates, with plenty of gameplay, and that's Donkey Kong and Mario Kart World. Stoked for those games. We got strong third-party support. We got confirmation that Switch 2 is going to have beautiful graphics. We got dedicated voice chat confirmed finally on a Nintendo console. Super exciting. The Pro controller looks great. Excuse me. We've got back paddles on the first new controller for a console as a standard, which is a huge win. I don't know about you guys. I designate my left back paddle to the run button so I don't have to push in the left Joy-Con or the left analog stick.
Sure.
And it's a game changer for me.
That's a great idea.
I never even thought about that.
I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
I hate pushing it in.
I hate it.
I really do.
I have the DualSense Edge, and when mine dies and I grab a regular PS5 controller, I'm like, damn it! Every time I'm like, I gotta press this damn analog stick again.
I'm playing Assassin's Creed, obviously Shadows the last couple of weeks, and same thing, man. Like I'm pushing that stick in to run all the time, and sometimes it works good, sometimes it doesn't, and so
back paddle that.
It's a solution,
thing, man. It literally is a game changer. But yeah, amazing show today. Again, strong third party. We've seen a unique array of different games. Obviously, I would have loved that one more thing to fill in that gap that I think they could have trimmed off the chat to revive one more series. Obviously, we got Kirby Air Riders, but I would have loved to see something like a new Star Fox revival with completely reimagined like they've done for Mario Kart and how they've done for Zelda in recent years. But yeah, 9.5 out of 10. It was near perfect for me.
Stash.
Yeah, I mean, you saw my live reaction. A lot of you did. I was very happy. So many great games announced. Great to see Donkey Kong. Super excited about the Nintendo Switch 2 editions. A lot of the stuff we talked about came true. A large majority of it, even down to after the presentation. And they talked about the NSO pre-order stuff that Paul talked about on this podcast last year.
Yes.
They took his idea.
Which is awesome because it was a great idea. And again, Japan did this with the PS5 Pro. And that was a great idea. And Paul, you talked about it too, about saying you have to have a certain amount of hours as well on your Switch over the last 12 months. That's exactly what they did. Which is great. So I hope everybody's got 50 hours if you're going that route.
Furukawa actually called me after that tweet, basically.
Is it to clarify, is it 50 hours this year or is it 50 hours lifetime?
This year.
Over
the last 12 months. I checked. I'm like, I reviewed Paper Mario Thousand Year Door over the last 12 months. I reviewed a handful of games. I'm like, I'm totally fine. But, sometimes you forget. So overall, really happy with everything we saw. Again, Elden Ring being there, Cyberpunk, Final Fantasy VII Remake. These are all games, though, that I expected. We expected this. Those were all on my bingo card, but it happened. So I'm very happy about that. GameCube NSO, again, something we've talked about for a long time. But what really made me happy is that we're getting improved resolution and widescreen.
Mm-hmm.
As far as the price, again, we found that out after the direct, but it is what it is. Price is what it is. But for what we saw, this was super hype. Very exciting.
Okay.
There's only more games to be announced too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There's always new stuff to get announced. I mean, we're sitting here doing this show, and then this thing pops up.
Yeah.
Piranha Plant camera.
Awesome.
Yeah. I retweeted that, guys. And there's options. like that. That's pretty cool. That looks like a hidden camera though.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a little hidden. Yeah, still Switch 2 though.
Yeah,
and for Switch 2, it's got the logo and everything. So yeah, look. Obviously, you know, one-on-one with my audience, we'll probably have that tomorrow during the whole treehouse segment. So you guys can get a lot of questions into me then. But for the purpose of the show, look, I look at this entire day as a whirlwind because I was covering everything. Guys, I dropped a half-hour video today.
Mm-hmm.
You know how rare a half-hour video is? And the thing is, I didn't even get to say a single opinion in the whole video. It was just rapid fire, one news to the next. I covered over 34 stories in that video. So more than one per minute. Like you can do the math. Insane. So, and by the way, actually even more than that, because like a minute and 30 of that was D-Brand. Shout out to D-Brand sponsoring that video. So I gotta say that the Direct blew me away. Absolutely blew me away. And it was better than I even thought it could be. Surprises out the ass. Things I expected, like Elden Ring. Things I didn't expect, like From Software. Doing nasty things with Nintendo. Partnership and I didn't expect that. Exclusive? What? You know, we got Kirby's Air Rider? What are we doing? Sakurai? I thought you were talking Kid Icarus and Smash. The fuck are we doing with Kirby again? Let's fucking go. Reconnect him with his creation. All that made me hype. Donkey Kong. Oh, it's not side-scrolling. It's actually 3D. And it's real. And it's happening. And it very clearly looks like it's made by the Mario Odyssey team. Oh, baby.
Mm-hmm.
So, and it's just knowing that they obviously have been working on a 3D Mario too. They didn't just ignore 3D Mario for a decade. They're obviously working on it. We're in year 9 of Switch right now, and it came out in year 1. So they didn't just ignore 3D Mario. There's obviously one coming. I gotta say that while all the news wasn't good today, let's just be clear. There is bad news today. Things are expensive. That's basically the bad news. I think the voice chat's all good news. I think all the features they're targeting, the 4K 60 FPS, they just kept getting touted over and over and over. Like literally, it's almost like they're trying to put everything in 4K. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
120 FPS, variable refresh rate, the HDR. You know, people say, they got into specs. I'm like, they got into screen specs. They didn't get that deep into specs in reality. Even when you go to their website, it's exactly like I said it would be. Oh, it's just a custom NVIDIA. Doesn't tell you how much RAM there is. Doesn't tell you any actual details of anything other than the screen and the weight and the battery. By the way, we didn't talk about that on the show. 2 to 6.5 hours, they said. Obviously 6.5 being indie, 2 being like the most extreme games. I gotta say, could today have gone better? Yes. They could have announced the price during the Direct. I thought that was a miss. At least the console price. I think people would have been okay if you would have announced that price, the $449 and then the $500 with Mario Kart. I feel like people would have reacted okay to that if it was in the Direct, because people don't seem as upset about it. So I feel like they should have put that in there. I feel like the reason they didn't is because if you guys pay attention, it's priced differently like everywhere. And they don't have versions of this Direct for every country. So I think they were trying to avoid confusion, and all it really did is create more confusion. So I think the most disappointing to me today isn't even the pricing. It's how poor the communication was after the Direct. This felt like they needed even like an hour treehouse after, just to deep dive on some of the stuff not in the Direct that they wanted to announce today. They didn't do that. And I'm hoping they go through some more of this on treehouse, because Nintendo can't be dumb. They have to be aware of the confusion out there right now around a couple of things. The game pricing, there's some confusion there. And confusion around the thing that's on a weird spot on their website that's actually a big deal, but now people think physical doesn't exist, right? So so because of the bad communication and the pricing, which isn't great, I can't sit here and pretend this is like an A+ day. Because is there something higher than A+? This is fucking perfect today, baby.
Exactly.
Fucking perfect. What are we talking? I'm the hype man. Are you kidding?
Yeah.
Did you think I did not love today? Everyone, like, there was a comment today on my video I thought was funny. It's your fault. You overhyped. What do you mean they over-delivered on my hype?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
No
Did they
complaint.
expect, dude? Okay, yeah. The prices suck. Guess what? Don't buy the game if you don't think it's worth the price. That's the bottom line there. The system's too expensive. Okay, then don't buy it. It's okay. They gave me everything. They gave me every reason to buy this system. Every reason. Dude, I'm getting a prequel. Actually, it's not even really a prequel. It's like it's just Zelda's story in Tears of the Kingdom. I'm getting Zelda's story from Tears of the Kingdom firsthand in the past, 100 years ago, without 10,000, however long ago it was. Oh my God, that blew my mind. Did not expect that today. 3D Donkey Kong looks incredible. The environment destruction, and it's Donkey Kong, not to be confused with like Mario at all. Very clearly Donkey Kong style gameplay. And then, oh man, Kirby's Air Ride I've already gotten into. The third-party games, incredible. Nintendo's still doing wacky things. As I said, 3 new IPs today. We were hoping for 1, got 3. Yeah, 1 should be a pack-in. Don't know what the fuck they're doing with that. But hey, it is what it is. It's like a $5 game in Japan. I don't know what they're doing. Why? How? Whatever. They're being Nintendo and just want your money because everyone's gonna be like, "What else? Oh, it's only $5 on the eShop. Let me pick this up quick." I mean, come on. This is a company that gave us the jump rope game for free. So why can't we just get this for free? I don't get it. It literally says Nintendo Switch. The game is basically literally named Switch 2 Tutorial.
Yeah, right.
Why are they
Operation manual. The
like,
game.
why are they charging?
Yeah, right.
When
They're
they
charging
showed
for
it,
manual, yeah.
when they showed it, I'm like, oh, dude, they gamified the tutorial. This is cool. They're charging for that. That's not cool. That's a Game Boy Classic move. I don't know what we're doing. Anyways, so no, I'm so freaking hyped. I understand there's negative stories and I understand that people are concerned. Bottom line is I play video games for the games, whether it's $40, 60, 80, a hundo.
Mm-hmm.
If I think the game is worth it, it is worth it. Every game I mentioned, I would be willing to pay $80 to play.
Mm-hmm.
Period. Because I already know the amount of fun I'm going to get. Even if I don't get the 300 hours, let's say the Donkey Kong game, say it only takes me like 50 hours. I can already tell it's going to be 50 incredible hours of fucking DK. Are you kidding me? We haven't a 3D dog. Dude, charge 200.
26.
99.
26 years.
Are you kidding me? Dude, yeah. I'm so hyped. And I know, well, you're a shill, dude, I don't give a shit. Remember, I'm the clickbaiter.
Mm-hmm.
The difference is I'm actually as excited as I sound.
Mm-hmm.
Legitimately.
Mm-hmm.
I've been holding my hype. I have so many streams to get through, so much. Oh my God. This was it. This was my day, baby. 4 years built to this day, and it over-delivered on my expectations. That is really hard to do because I had high expectations. Yeah, they didn't give me GTA 6. We got June still. Don't worry about it. It doesn't have a release date yet. Don't even worry about it. We got time. We should get to.
I got one more thing I thought of.
Sure.
Just and that this came in the Zelda comparisons. The load time difference was absolutely insane.
Massive.
The difference in how they put this Switch 1 version up and the Switch 2 version is like done, and then you're like maybe even a quarter of the way through loading. It's like, holy Christ, this is amazing.
Yeah, that was a good thing to demonstrate.
Mm-hmm.
So let's get to all the super chats. You guys can get your questions in still if you're watching live. What's up?
You want to pop that thing up for?
I have no idea. You guys are talking about 10 different things. In the chat.
No.
So I don't know what you're talking about. You can pop it up. You can screen share.
That's true. I'll just do this.
I'm not the only one that can screen share. All of us can screen share.
No, you're the only one. No.
Well, Thunderstash is the only one that has admin privileges. That's true. For some reason, you're in the same room with me, and I tell you to fuck off.
Yeah, right.
I'm the only one with admin now.
Yeah, I have it too.
I never had it. Yeah,
Eric's never had it.
Oh, okay.
See, someone else's name is on it now. It's not Nintendo Prime.
Yeah.
All right,
Paul, if you want to just kind of
Yeah. Talking about prices and stuff like that, I was like, well, let me see, approximately, depending on where you go for inflation purposes and stuff, you'll get slightly different numbers. But here's what Nintendo consoles cost when they came out in their respective year, and then here's how much price adjusted for inflation they are today. That NES that you bought or your mom and dad bought for you back in 1985, that was $200. They were making less money. Minimum wage was a lot less, even if they didn't have that job. For what their job was worth, they were making less per dollar. That's about $587 now. SNES, another $200 system, $463. N64 for $200, $402. GameCube for $200, $356. And then Wii, etc. $250, $391. Wii U, $300/$350, $412/$481. So you look at this. Even Nintendo Switch was $300, and like it, even though it actually got less, its price drop was the fact that it didn't get a price drop, because the $300 that Nintendo is making now, every console that they're selling of the Nintendo Switch is less valuable for them, because now it's right around 386 is how much that money's gotten. Now you can say Nintendo's making more because parts have gotten cheaper, but that's besides the point. The money that they're actually getting per console is less, right? So you look at this $450 price point, and well, dang, that's less than the NES, SNES. That's less than one of the versions of Wii U. And I think this is going to be Nintendo's best system yet. I think that the price of the system by haters is a little bit blown out of proportion, especially like the earlier point we made. This is giving you parity with other consoles and all of Nintendo's IP in one, and you can take it on the go. That's worth it. But anyways, just a little thing. Thanks for sharing it.
Yeah, no problem.
It's not that bad priced if you look at it like that perspective.
All right, let's get to the Q&A questions and all the statements from all the super chats and everything. Joey Pitt said he's a leader of the bunch. You know him well. He's finally about to kick some tail. DK. Donkey Kong.
You see his icon?
Oh, yeah.
Playing some basketball.
Oh, yeah.
Love it.
Oh, yeah, baby. Love it. Demonic Brawler coming in. Gotta.
Yep.
Didn't get it
Absolutely.
today. Nope. NFL Blitz NBA Jam. We did get Madden confirmed coming. Obviously, they're going to wait till announce the new Madden, and then it'll.
Yeah, but the fact that we haven't got Blitz and Jam is maddening.
Yeah. Free Metroid Hab. I can't believe all we are getting on Switch 2, GameCube, on Nintendo Switch Online, Open World, Mario Kart, Prime 4, new 3D DK, and new Kirby Air Ride. I have been crying tears of joy most of the day. Dude, come on. If you're a Nintendo, like a true Nintendo fan, not just like, oh, I only got him with Switch. Oh, it was a good day today.
You're eating good.
It was a good day today. Kart Gun. I think all expectations of a massive hit was under the $399 assumption. To me, $80 Mario Kart World is fine. I'm an adult with money, but yeah, yes. As much as we talk about inflation, the problem is even like with wage increases, they haven't kept up with inflation. Like we can talk about, minimum wages come up. Okay, but what about everyone else that wasn't minimum wage? Most of it didn't change. Like if you were already making $15 an hour, they just kept you making $15 an hour. They didn't bump you to 20 to 25. They said, "Oh, we're already there." So like that was kind of the thing. Like, I've talked about this before. Like I'm making more money than I've ever made right now in a year, and yet I have less because everything is so much more expensive. My grocery bill tripled in the last 5 years. Tripled. I didn't get more kids. I'm buying the same groceries. It's tripled.
Yeah, that's exactly how it is in my household. I feel like my wife and I were doing the best we've ever done, but for some reason we're not saving more money.
Yeah, that's insane.
So we're not throwing it away, too. To be
guess
fair.
what? So is the gaming. The gaming's getting more expensive too. So Nintendo's getting more of my money this year, especially compared to last year. Nintendo, I guess you were banking it up, right? Because I pretty much didn't buy anything last year. Mason Ripton says, I know this is a broken record, but getting Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom HD before Wind Waker and Twilight Princess HD is BS. And no putting Wind Waker on NSO behind a subscription paywall is greedy. People want to actually own these games physically and not need internet. Just dumb. I don't think you're alone in those thoughts. Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, obviously because they're doing this Switch Edition thing, like that's why. They're doing these Switch 2 Edition games, the Switch 1 games, to say, get them before Wind Waker and Twilight Princess HD. Most people, like, I don't. Did you play Twilight Princess HD, Mason Ripton? Because for me, it wasn't even a good version of Twilight Princess. It really wasn't. They added like one little good content edition, but besides that, if Twilight Princess comes back, I almost want that remade from the ground up. It deserves it. Wind Waker was incredible on Wii U. Really enjoyed it. But also it cut out the Tingle Tuner quest, and Tingle Bottles be damned. Tingle Tuner's literally story cut from the game. Don't like that. So I'd actually rather have the GameCube NSO one. That being said, I'm not going to say we can't get these games in the future. Of course we could. I think when we do get them, and I think the closer and closer we got to the end of the generation, we're not going to get them unless they're 4K 60 remasters. That's what's going to happen. And they're going to be on Switch 2. And hopefully the Twilight Princess one's a remake. But, I'm going to tell you right now, if Ocarina of Time remake is next year, none of us is going to. Wind Waker, Twilight Princess, who? Who we really talking about here? Come on. Let's go to these next ones here. Trying to fly through these here. Pokemon fan, I think Nintendo needs to address the price hike and assure people not every game will be $80. Also, will Kirby
I'm guessing
DLC and Mario Party DLC. I was like,
no, say what it says.
Yeah, read the actual super chat, Nate.
You have to read the super chat verbatim.
They paid for you to read
Come on, Mr.
not
P.
to make up your own interpretation of what they want to ask you.
Also, will Kirby Dick and Mario Party DLC be free for SSO members and people who own the game? Well, I don't think Kirby Dick is going to be on NSO, so I think we're safe there.
However, Nintendo's been shaking it up lately, so I wouldn't rule it out.
Right? What I will say, we don't know right now. 100% for sure, Zelda's announced as being part of NSO. The upgrades. The other ones are in an image next to them talking about that, but not said out loud yet. They haven't said it out loud yet, so we don't know 100% for sure. There's a hint towards it, but this is the problem with the communication. Why would you put it in the image if it's not there? But then if it is there, then why would you also say it in the text? I told the Nintendo's messaging the messaging during the direct was great. Post direct, not so much. As for Nintendo needs to address the price tag, I don't think they're going to. What do you guys think? I actually don't think they're going to ever address it. Because they want to maintain flexibility. They don't want to say every game's going to be it, but a lot of games are probably going to be 80.
They kind of already addressed this.
Yeah, they did it with Tears of the Kingdom.
They said this.
I think it's totally possible.
They said they were going to price. This wasn't it at the last shareholders meeting or the one before, when it came to the pricing of games, that it's going to be priced on a case by case basis? Because they were asked, I think, about the price of like Donkey Kong Country Returns HD versus for $60 versus Metroid Prime Remastered for $40 and Luigi's Mansion 2 HD.
Meeting question.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Like I don't think this will get answered on Treehouse. I think Furukawa would just get asked by an investor about it.
Yeah, no, he was. That's what I'm saying.
I know, but I'm saying like he'll get asked again.
Oh yeah. But it's like this is a case by case basis.
Yeah.
If I would presume he would tell the investors, like, if the game's not selling at the price it's at, then
I guess we'll lower it.
We'll make adjustments.
I mean, that because I can see that being a concern. Like, hey, do you think we're going to get the sales that we need at 80 or whatever? And he'll just talk his talk and wait to see what happens. Kind of like the 3DS situation. Could they sell it at 250 and could they sell it with Steel Diver being the main game? The answer was no.
Yeah,
they had to make adjustments. Now, could they have sold it at 250 and it launched with Mario Kart 7? Maybe, but we don't know because that doesn't exist. So.
Yeah, and we know from looking at from revisiting the 3DS launch, it wasn't good enough.
No, it wasn't. TARDIS76 says, I'm worried about the Switch 2 UI leak. It's the same as Switch 1. Bland, soulless. I hope Treehouse Event shocks us with something better. A new kind of course, BGM, and real theme. So Here's the thing. Obviously, we don't know if there's background music because we didn't see the UI in action. It is the Switch 1 UI. Very clearly, just slightly upgraded with different icons on the bottom. There could be new features hidden in there, new profile features. Obviously, we didn't get to see any of it in action. But is there themes? They didn't get rid of the themes tab, which we know in the past was just white and dark. So maybe. It's not like we know. But I am going to say this. I don't think, like, if you're worried about the Switch 2 UI leak, okay, what are you worried about? It's going to look like the Switch. They're not. What do you expect it to just suddenly look drastically different tomorrow? like what? They put a screenshot of it on their website. You just expect it to suddenly not be that tomorrow? I don't really. That's what it is. Now, there could be themes, and maybe that'll make up for it. Maybe they'll have background music. I don't know. But if it doesn't, okay. It's the Switch family of systems. That includes the UI. Just be happy we got the eShop update, because that's the one I was really worried about.
Yeah. That was more important.
Yeah, way more important that they updated that eShop. Let's see here. Demonic Brawler. I got 800 hours in the Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. The game is broken. You know what's funny? They have a fix for you. Buy a Switch 2. Because it's a free update on Switch 2 to fix the performance.
I'll be playing those.
I don't know if it fixes the bugs, but I have Scarlet, so I'll definitely update it and see if it actually at least runs better.
Let's see if it gets rid of that stop motion.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I gotta go back into the classroom.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh man. Let's see here. A game that cost 60 in 2006 would be 95 today. Yeah, a lot of people use the inflation as like a defense. You know, it's like I said earlier, like, yeah, yes, inflation wise, it's a nice defense, but people aren't necessarily making more money. Yes, maybe minimum wage obviously came up because it had to, but even in my state, technically, it's still $7.25. Just no one actually pays $7.25. I can't even find a job listing online for $7.25 in my area. But there's some for $9, there's some for $10, and I can't imagine trying to live off that today.
So, one thing that has been evident my whole life, and I'm sure you guys have seen this too, as the cost of living goes up, your pay doesn't go up, but you don't get a cost of living raise.
Yeah,
like they don't adjust your pay for inflation.
Nope.
Which is why the dollar doesn't go further, obviously. And this is why it's tough. Like you said, Nate, you're making more than you ever have, but your dollars
ain't worth shit.
Ain't going far. Yeah. So
it's insane. So, so yeah, so inflation is what it is, and we can make all the defense we want, but in the end, it is what it is. Some people aren't going to be able to afford it, and that's life. It is what it is. You look at the secondhand market. Come back in a couple of years. Used systems.
Yeah,
that's where it's going to be at.
And that's true today. I mean, even at the $60 game price points, it's like, there's some years where there's just tons of releases, and sometimes you're not going to be able to afford it, and you have to pick and choose which ones do I want to get over the course of the next few months.
Yeah.
And good news is if you buy Switch 2 for third party always drops their prices pretty quick.
Or you wait for Black Friday.
Really, but a lot of third party games drop their prices pretty quick.
I've been doing that a lot the last few years. I'll try to only buy the games that I know I'm going to play right now. And then the games that I know I can't get to, I'm going to wait for Black Friday.
Yeah.
And see how it shakes out.
What Friday says.
Here's one more thing too, just to add to that. I know myself, and I'm sure everyone here on the cast, as well as a vast majority of the people in the audience tonight, I'm sure we all have backlogs, some smaller than others, but like we already know that Switch games are going to run better on Switch 2, improve load times. There's a lot of free kind of updates that improve frame rate and all that stuff. So, if you can't afford to get all the games that you want out the gate, like dig into your backlog. I know I'll be doing that with certain games. That shelf, those shelves that's just his backlog. That's not even his completed collection.
Wow. It's not even his complete backlog.
There's King Hippo.
Hell yeah.
That was good.
Oh yeah.
So George just said, what do you think about the price rise for Switch games? Obviously, we don't like it, but
Mm-hmm.
what are we gonna do about it? Yeah, we've talked about it on the show. You can do rewind. We actually had the whole very first topic was all about that. Thank you so much though for asking. Pluggy69 says we still need a wave race and pilot wings for Switch 2. Let's get hyped. Look, 3D Donkey Kong and Kirby Air Ride are back. Why the fuck not?
You're right.
Why not? Let's go. This is the gen. If it doesn't happen this gen, then I think they're dead. They be dead for good. No hope. I mean, yeah, okay, yeah, NSO, right? We expect NSO, but we want new. So we'll see what happens. Come on, Nintendo. Feed us good. You know, as Stash says, we keep calling things on the show before it happens.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna call it new wave race this gen.
Damn.
Putting that call out right now.
We all want it. People want it.
Oh yeah.
Paul, you want it?
Wave race?
Yeah.
Wave
Yeah,
race.
you know about the big experience wave race one, right? With the 1080 and the.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I told you about that one.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you did. Oh yeah. Tired Ho. I love that username. Told me. I don't know if he told you.
The idea that's bridging together wave race with Excite Bike with 1080 snowboarding.
Yeah.
No.
I know that one. Stash doesn't know it. You told that on the Brian podcast.
You jump out of a plane, you drop down, parachute down onto a mountaintop, you hop on a snowboard. You go through the mountain on your snowboard until the end, and you jump off and land on a jet ski. You go on the jet ski and you go around through the ocean and you make your way back into the middle of the island. You go off a ramp and hop onto a motocross bike, and then you go through the mud and the terrain back to the thing. And that is one little island. That is 3 big lap racetrack that bridges together just a little bit of pilot wings, but mostly wave race, forward to back moving, and that's waves. Mountains for snow, 1080, forward to back moving. So I'm looking at the architecture of how you would make this with polygons, and I'm like, waves, snow, muddy hills, Excite Bike. Accelerating, boom, 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 but a very different dynamic. You make big ass islands, multiple islands, play it just in one mode or play in the Grand Tour mode. And guess what? Mario Kart World is sort of like a big island kind of vibe. But anyways, that's my Nintendo Extreme Sports Racing idea.
Dude, such a great idea.
I thought I told you about it by now.
No, I would totally buy that though.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing.
3D Mario not for September the 4th. That's what we were kind of talking about earlier in the stream. Like 3D Mario for the 40th announcement. It kind of makes sense.
We're planning.
Yeah. So I almost expect it. If it's not, then they got something up their sleeve I don't know about. So it works for me. Plucky said 8.5 carts being due codes is bad. Okay. I feel like I didn't understand it when I saw it. I still don't understand it. Was that you rating the day an 8.5? Maybe?
Possibly.
I don't know. Karkun, I never thought I would be excited by Mario Kart. I actually wonder how many people like don't really play Mario Kart are excited by what they saw in Mario Kart.
It's in your name.
Yeah.
You gotta be excited about it. Karkun, come on.
Yeah, there it is. Come on. What is it? Sony didn't do Bloodborne. Nintendo commissioned it. Yeah, we don't. Yeah, I think they said something about Nintendo commissioned the game from Software. I think it's somewhere, which is good. And that means Nintendo wanted to get them all in on the platform. So, Koala. That's probably what it is. I can't relate to the stream. Will there or has there been dedicated video or Discord posts for the Switch 2 raffle contest? However, it's done. No. You mean the Switch 2 giveaway I have on my channel? It is literally linked on every video in the description and in the pinned comment. On every video. Not my lives, my videos. Can't miss it. I mean, apparently you can. But you shouldn't miss it. Good luck. And I think people are going to really want to enter now. Can't afford it. I'm giving one away. So there's an opportunity for you guys to get one. Try to give back to the community. I'll see how many more of these I can maybe try to give away over the next couple of years. It's expensive, but try to help you guys out a bit. Who knows? Maybe I can get a sponsor to agree. Hey, don't pay me. Donate 10 Switches to give away.
Yeah. That'd be sweet.
That'd be bad. I'll do a sponsorship for that. That'd be badass. Look at the next one up here. I want to read that out. What? Yeah, you're not paying attention. See, this is why I called.
So?
I wanted to put him on the spot. Okay, I got you. Late to the stream. Okay, that's the same one.
I was gonna say,
Why is that the same one? Get out of here.
I'm paying attention.
Plucky69. I told you to read something. You're like, he was looking. I don't know what he was looking at. Does anyone remember when 2 controllers was normal? You mean like packed in?
Yeah, of course I remember.
Yeah,
A
did you
long
know
time.
that you have 2 controllers with Switch and Switch 2? It is packed in.
2 Joy-Con.
What are we doing? They even showed the Street Fighter 6, all the control options you have with 1 Joy-Con. Just saying, they are doing that. It's just not what you want. You want 2 Pro controllers. I get it.
Actually, take half of that $80 Joy-Con cost off, and it's a $410 system.
There you go. T-Pose for good luck says he's the Eternal, by the way. Shout out for being, I think, our only Eternal on the channel. What if I get a Best Buy employee and pay him $130 to give me a console early?
Yeah. I just want to say I tried to at T-Pose, but it didn't pop up. I'm not allowed to at you for some reason, but hey, if you can get this deal, please extend it to me.
Yeah,
I would love to do this.
You know someone at Best Buy that can like slip me a console like a couple days or even a couple days or let alone a week?
Yeah, we'll all give them 130.
Well, I'll pay 130 for the week early access because that'll make a killer show. We go to the podcast for launch and we've all already been playing for a week.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd be all over that.
Plus, Stash getting the reviews done.
Yep.
Oh,
anything to help.
Yeah, get ahead. Be nice. Some people that hey, I don't mind getting a little shady. I paid $600 to get Switch OLED a week early.
Yeah, come on. If someone was trying to sell you a retail Switch,
come on,
and it was only $130 more, like,
also, they're the ones being shady, not you.
Exactly.
You're just a victim.
They're probably going to lose their job over this. So
I don't need to know how you got it.
Yeah, I don't need to know. Baron Burby, no issue with $449. Divide that price by the number of years it'll last. Main issue for me was no mention of 3D Mario or a Zelda remake, not a word. Well, yeah, but they still, they had the 3D Donkey Kong. That was obviously the replacement for a 3D Mario announcement, which will probably come in later. We know we're getting a 3D Mario this gen. I don't think there's any doubt. It's their literal mascot. It's happening. Or a Zelda remake. And you know what? We got something that I don't know if you call it better, but it's new. We got new content coming, new story for Tears of the Kingdom. So that's exciting. So yeah, maybe it's not the big remake we want, but that's next year, baby. It could be next year. So look, I have a hard time being disappointed today. Because here's the thing. Those things you just talked about, they're still going to happen.
Exactly.
You can't get everything at once. They got 8 years to fill out. It's okay. We got some pretty great shit.
Yeah, just look at what Nintendo did with Switch 1 as a template. We got a lot to look forward to.
Andres, we're literally like right at the end. He's like, got a spot open? Can I pop in? I'm like, wow, we got like 3 super chat questions left, man. What time on April 9th do you think pre-orders will go live? Also, I cannot believe I joked about a Kirby Air Rider sequel happening. It's happening. So that's the one thing too. So they announced that pre-orders are April 9th, but they didn't give us a time.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't like that. That's not good because that could be midnight. And which midnight is it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think it's time to just follow Jake Randall. That's what I've been telling everyone to do.
Yeah.
I'm putting my trust in him. He takes it really serious. Like he really does. He ain't gonna steer anyone wrong. So I had a couple of people message me on Twitter as well. And I'm just like, Jake. Like I just tagged Jake. I'm like, Jake's our guy, man.
Yeah.
For all of us. So
Jake Randall's the way to go. Yeah,
like I'll see if Wario posts it. I'll be checking myself, but like
I'm gonna be calling my local Best Buy to see if they're doing the midnight launch because that's the first online pre-order I'm gonna try to hit that is Best Buy.
Yeah. Did you see the website? where
No,
you put in your location and for Best Buy and it tells you.
I did not see that.
Oh yeah, well, just so you know, so far, you put in your location, it doesn't say anything.
Oh, so it's not working yet. Okay,
Yeah. It's supposed to. So
hopefully, well, let me know when it starts to work. Just send me the link.
Yeah, because I want to get it at Best Buy. Obviously,
I want to know if my Best Buy is going to do it. I hope they are, because
yeah,
otherwise,
it's at midnight Eastern. So I believe 9 Pacific.
Oh, dude, if I could pick it up at 11 Central, that'd be sick.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it is. They're only going to stay open an hour later, essentially.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what happens. Obviously, we got to see my locations doing it. Plucky69, carts being DLC codes are a big fail. What? I don't know what you're talking about. You know something I don't know.
You're talking about the game card, the download codes being on game cards.
The keys,
possibly. Oh, maybe not.
I don't.
Yeah, no. Plucky's referring to the download key being on certain carts that we talked about, but is calling it DLC codes basically on carts. As like it's the same thing, which it's similar. Yeah, it's similar in theory, but again, this has been going on for a long time. This is better than an actual card, not a game card, but a card in the box with a code on it.
Yeah,
right.
This is replacing what already happens on Switch. This already happens. This isn't new. Yeah. You buy a game, some third-party games, and there's just a code in the box. There's no actual cartridge. There was a lot of outrage over it, and it's just been going on the whole generation. All Nintendo is doing is forcing them to put it on a physical card that can be resold. But that card doesn't cost $20-$30 or whatever the cards cost, because there's no memory really on it.
Exactly. You can't resell a card, like a scratch-off card with a code.
They're trying to make it so if you go into the store and you pick up a game physically, you still maintain resale value, even if it turns out it's one of those download games. They're basically just trying to make sure people don't get fucked over when they're buying games on store shelves. It's actually a good thing Nintendo's doing. The best thing would be for them to just ban people from doing it.
Yeah,
but you don't want to piss off your partners too much.
Nintendo's got to work on the communication, because last week we spent a lot of time explaining the virtual card stuff.
Yeah.
And this week is this. What's next week going to bring? Nintendo, you got to explain this stuff better.
So Garad asked a good question. He's like, are we sure they can be resold? I guarantee they can be. The game is unplayable without the card in the cartridge slot. That means it is not tied to your account. It is tied to the card. So yes, the card is the key to access. So yeah. Which, by the way, it's exactly how PlayStation and Xbox work with physical games. The disc is the key to access. You can still resell the disc. The disc is what the key is.
Yep. That's the best way to say it, Nate. Is this the same thing as what we're already doing on PlayStation?
Yep. TARDIS. Predictions for the UI being shown off tomorrow. We've already seen it. It's Switch. It's the Switch UI. I don't know. I'm hoping they show more of the eShop. But
the changes are the absolute bare minimum from what we're looking at. Now, there could be something hidden in there that we haven't seen yet that maybe we'll see in the treehouse.
There could be themes and menu music. That's pretty much like, and yeah, they could have did some things like expand the profiles or, made Me Maker better. Like there's things they could have done, but the base UI, it's Switch. You go to your home screen, it's going to look very, very familiar to what we've been doing the last 8 years. Now, again, they could add some new stuff, but from what we've seen, the biggest thing I hope is that they let me pin folders to the home menu. That's the one we couldn't do on Switch. I hope they let us do that.
That would be nice.
But we haven't. Yeah. All they ever showed is one image of it with one game. So
I wonder if we'll get Nintendo Music as an app.
That'd be cool.
It'd be nice. I didn't see an icon for it, but doesn't mean they can't put it on there. I'd like it just play background music.
Yeah,
I mean, that's something that they could always patch in at a later time too. There could be a direct down the road. Guess what? Nintendo Music's coming to Switch too.
Yeah.
You'll now be able to customize the music in your home screen or whatever.
This is the last one we got here from Cryogenic. It says Best Buy and GameStop in Canada say 12 EST online and in person when they open on the 9th. So they're going off Eastern potentially here for which is the first midnight in the US. So that could make sense. I believe it's the first. Yeah, it's the first. The first midnight's Eastern. So I mean, okay, I'm cool with that. I mean, I'm about to be up late. That sucks, but maybe make a stream out of it. And the thing is, like, do I have to turn off my screen when I'm going to make the pre-order? I don't know. I have to check. See if my card.
I have a question about the pre-orders through your Switch account. I was looking at it, and it says obviously within you've needed to have 12 months of Switch online membership, as well as over the course of 12 months have logged in 50 hours. That's how I'm understanding it. At least 50 hours within the last 12 months. But then it also says, and you must be opted in to share gameplay data.
Yes.
How, for people who are watching who might not know, I don't even remember, but how do you opt in if you're not? Because that could be a small detail that people might miss.
Easy. You go to your account. I Googled it earlier, actually. I Googled what you just said.
Yeah.
Because that's verbatim what it says you have to do. And it took the link popped right up. Took me right to my Nintendo account, literally right to the page. And I'm opted in. I'm opted into everything. Because I think Nintendo's like one of the only companies that'll just openly opt into everything with. I'm like, yeah, sure. I trust you guys.
Yeah.
Also,
Nintendo, man.
Also, found out that, and I tested it with one of my other accounts. If you don't meet any of the criteria, it won't even let you sign up for it to get it. So, and
it doesn't let you.
It won't even let you if it's not already working. So, you got to remember that it's also first come first serve. So at this point, there's already millions of people. You know, that's the thing. Like we're many hours away from when it opened. Yeah. So like if you aren't already 30 million. Now, if you aren't already in, you're probably not going to get into these waves before. I mean, it's not going to hurt to. It's free to do. It's not going to hurt to go throw your name on the list. But and it's kind of interesting because like some people are getting messages now. It's weird. Some people are getting emails right now saying, "Hey, you were selected. You'll be able to do the next steps on X day," and then their public site says something about May 8th. Again, Nintendo communication. The fuck are we doing? I don't get it. This is the thing. Like Nintendo, as awesome as the Direct was, their communication post-Direct is just a mess.
Mm-hmm.
Like nothing's clear, nothing's explained. Like why are people getting emails that they've already got accepted and so their pre-orders will lock in and they're going to get a link later to finish the steps? And then why is it publicly saying, no, we're actually not even sending out that stuff until May 8th. We're not even picking till May 8th, and then we're going to keep doing waves of that all the way to launch. Why are you saying that publicly, but then people are already made it into the first wave? What are we doing? The communication is shit. That's my only criticism today is like, I don't know, like why did Nintendo forget how to communicate?
I'm not counting on Nintendo like to get my Switch from them. I'm
not counting on it either.
I wouldn't count on it.
Yeah.
I mean, if I can, great, but at the same time,
I
want my Switch day one.
It's a backup for me.
Yeah. It's my backup plan.
If I don't get it, hopefully I get into one of the waves.
Exactly. Because how long is it going to take to get there?
Who knows? And those waves, out of those waves all day one?
Yeah.
Or is it just you're going to get it week 2, week 3?
And do the waves come with wave race?
Right.
I know. See, lack of communication, Nintendo. These are the important questions.
These are the questions we want to know.
No, seriously, it is one of those things where the only major criticism isn't how much things cost. It is the bad communication. And I think I know why. If you remember, Tucker said that Nintendo employees didn't even know about the price of the games. I think that was interesting. I think a lot of these communications, most of the people at Nintendo didn't know. And that's why the messaging is all over the place. Because there wasn't they were trying so hard to prevent leaks. And by the way, success. They were successful at this. Price didn't leak. Pre-order date kind of leaked from an internal email that didn't eventually happen. It didn't happen until like a couple days ago, right? The NSO part of it didn't leak. That didn't leak out there. That was just an idea Paul Gale threw out, unless he had inside information. That was just an idea Paul had. It turns out they were already thinking it, or they heard it directly from you and said, that's a good idea. Either way, right? So all these things that are poorly communicated today, none of it actually leaked. And that's probably because the people who knew about each individual thing was really, really small. And because of that, there might have not been coordination among them that, hey, after the direct, we're about to announce like all these like new things and not clearly explain them. And they're actually different in other regions because we didn't talk to people in other regions. We didn't know. Did Nintendo of America know that the prices in Europe were going to be 90 and 80 different prices for physical? I don't think anyone even knew because they didn't even know the prices of the games here. So like, how would they know that messaging comes across extremely confusing online? Like, why are higher price there, lower digital? What about here? Well, our website says MSRP. Okay, yeah, but can you understand why fans would be confused? Because they're also seeing online cheaper digital prices in Europe. So is it cheaper here? I don't know. Like, so, yeah, just and I get it. Nintendo was trying to prevent leaks. Now that it's all out there, I think Treehouse Live, I think they're going to get their act together now. It's one of those, okay, now everything's just out there. So now let's get organized and refocus and re-message some of this stuff, repackage some of this stuff in an easier to understand way. Because bottom line is, how many people throughout the stream kept popping in thinking that, oh, physical games are gone? No, they're not. But you didn't see it on Nintendo's website because it was in like a support page. They didn't even technically officially announce it. It was a support page.
I got to mention something before we close out the stream, just because obviously pre-orders open next Wednesday.
Yeah.
Okay, so I retweeted this earlier today, and then one of my subscribers published, just reminded me, if you are a Best Buy Plus member, which it's $50 a year, so like I have it from doing the buy two get one free for Switch deal.
I'm gonna have to sign up, aren't I?
So if you are a Best Buy Plus member, it's $50 a year, but for every $150 you spend on Nintendo products, you get $20 back.
Yeah.
Which again, if you're trying to save money, like I already have this. So if you already have it, like I bought it for a previous deal. So thankfully I have it. So it's like, okay, well, hold on. So the Switch itself is $450 or $500, and then plus the games. So the max you can get back is $100, which is cool.
Yeah, I mean if you think about that, even if you sign up for the membership at $50, depending on how much you get pre-order there, you might get it all back and then some. I mean, the Switch system alone's giving you $40 minimum.
Exactly, and they send out deals like periodically where you can get games for a better deal. It's not available to the public.
If you get the $500 system, you already get 60 back. You already make $10.
I'm saying.
Yep.
Literally just that alone. You add in Pro Controller, and you're going to get another 20. Yeah. I mean, it makes just sense to do. But the problem is, if you pre-buy it right now, guys, you don't know for sure you're going to get a pre-order in. So it's a kind of a risk thing if you don't already have it. If you already have it, obviously good idea.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see what happens. Hey, either way,
keep in mind,
we just trying to help you out. Look, money savings are going to be hard. It's going to be expensive. Nintendo doesn't price drop pretty much ever. So when deals happen, I have a feeling sales videos for first party games, any websites that happen to sell a physical for $20 less, those are going to be big deal videos this gen.
Yeah.
A lot of people looking for the best, because look, even though the MSRP doesn't change, let's be honest, you've been able to get physical Breath of the Wild for $45 for quite some time physically. Plenty of online retailers have been selling it for $45 for years. Why? Because they have a bunch of stock sitting in the back room. That's how it goes. So, anyways, all right, guys, well, that's going to do it. Thank you so much for tuning in. It's been a really, really fun time. Let's go around the room, let people know who we are, where they can find us. Eric, start with you.
Yeah, I'm here. Nintenbyte Podcast. Woohoo.
Yeah. Every Wednesday and occasionally with a bonus episode on other days.
Yeah.
In fact, When is the 17th? I don't actually know what day of the week that is. That is a Thursday. Oh my God. We're going to end up doing another back-to-back podcast. I think so. Mario Kart's huge. A dedicated Mario Kart podcast for Switch 2. That sounds banger.
I'm in.
That would be fun.
Andres Restart, you want in on that one, buddy? So I know you can't actually dedicate that far out. Paul Gale.
Where am I? On X and on YouTube at All Gale Network. And you will see tomorrow on the Nintendo Prime channel the 63-day countdown to the Nintendo Switch 2 release, which I haven't sent yet.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't think I got that yet.
And you'll see it on my channel if you want to come over and subscribe. I'm, like I said, at Paul Gale Network on YouTube and X. I think maybe now would be a good time to drop what the pitch is, what the gimmick is. Sure. So basically, starting tomorrow in this new countdown.
There it is.
Nice.
You guys have to wait. I know what it is.
That's just a little bit different, you know.
It is different. I like it.
As you notice, I have a thing for that whole mute thing.
Yeah, I know. I love it. I love it.
So yeah,
I'm like,
you could just take out that segment.
All right. It's Game Bird turn.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. Love talking video games, Nintendo. Thank you for having me on. As always, it's been a blast. What a day. What a couple of month cycle.
I'm flattered you call me Nintendo. I like it. I am the Nintendo. Remember, they pay me with that invisible money in my invisible bank account.
Totally true.
Game Bird.
Beautiful thing. What is up? Game Bird here. You can find me here on YouTube at Game Bird Classic for Nintendo content with a splash of comedy. You can find me on Twitter as well at _Birdmaster. And listen, guys, if you haven't put in your orders for Nintenbyte merch, what are you doing yourselves? If you want to be one of the first people to get your hands on a Switch, listen, there's been several reports saying that those showing up to Best Buys, GameStops, and Walmarts wearing a Nintenbyte podcast t-shirt will have first dibs on tickets to claim your Switch 2.
Yeah, they get
that's what I'm hearing.
I don't know. Right?
Yeah, so preferred service.
Valet in some locations, is that true?
All of the above. All of the above.
Just remember,
beat that.
If you don't have the Nintenbyte merch right now,
what's wrong with you?
Then you're not my friend.
Just saying. Reggie's out. What's wrong? He's got the Nintenbyte shirt. Come on.
That's right.
He's got the cup. He's got everything.
Absolutely. Drink to that.
Thunderstash.
Yep, you can find me on YouTube at Thunderstash Gaming and on Twitter at ThunderstashYT. And I'm just working on my Assassin's Creed Shadows review. It's a long game. I'm enjoying it. That's it, man. It's been busy with this. And now I got to figure out what I'm going to be pre-ordering.
Right. Do you have an ETA on the Shadows review? I've been looking forward to it. I've been holding off until.
Thanks, man. I'm pretty far into it. I think I'm 50 hours in. I didn't look to see, like where I'm at in the quest line, but I've definitely assassinated a lot of people. So I'm like, I feel like I'm getting close, man. I've went into the highest level territories.
Mm-hmm.
And taking some people out. Like I have weapons in my inventory that I can't even equip because it's like a level 45 weapon and I'm only level 30, which sucks.
I'm a badass like that.
I love doing that. It's so much fun in Assassin's Creed. What did you say, Gamer?
We got some requests in chat for the link to the merch if you want to do a drop.
Oh, we're doing a merch drop. All right. Sure. See, there's quite a bit of merch. We have obviously the 4 Nintenbyte. Is it 4 or is it 3? I don't know.
4.
He farted it out his ass, so I
did.
I lose track.
Yeah.
Also,
from all those carrots.
This isn't Nintenbyte related, but we do have the Built Different shirt now as well. for a Kawa built different. And yes, it's correctly spelled this time. If you were one of the only person besides me to order it when there was a spelling error, it's one of the kind merch you got there.
Mhm.
I don't offer refunds. Sorry, bud. Actually, I think you can get a refund from the company. I don't know if they take money out of my pocket, but they probably do. It's fine. If there's only one person, let me know. I'll buy you the proper one. But you have one of a kind unique merch. Anyways, it's been fixed. It's all good now. I'm surprised someone even bought one, to be honest. I thought it was a meme and a joke, and I just wanted it. One other person bought it. So I don't know. And we got the Nintenbyte merch, of course. And, you know, we saw a lot of this side in the commercial. Can't forget that.
Yes.
Ooh,
Now
That's the
there was
side.
there was a reason for that. My camera would not focus on that side.
On that, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, my camera's focusing pretty good. You see, you got Nintendo
That's
Prime up there.
beautiful.
That's me and Eric. You got the Stash Man, Game Bird. Oh, baby. We're the Triforce.
yeah.
Baby. Somehow. Not the Tetraforce, because I'm not enough. I can't handle the Triforce of power on my own. Eric's got to slap me down to keep the Triforce, that power one in check. I'm a little too high sometimes. Sometimes literally. All right,
responsibly.
all right, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. That is the Nintenbyte Podcast, episode 12, I believe.
Mhm.
And we will be back on Wednesday next week. And you can tune in and watch. I don't know. I'm going to be live streaming the Treehouse tomorrow. So if you want to tune into that would be awesome. Otherwise, we'll catch you later. Bye, everyone.
Later.
Bye.